The 2022 World Surf League Challenger Series has reached its finale. This is the last opportunity for this year's competitors to reach the pinnacle of professional surfing. 6 months ago, the journey to find our 15 qualifiers began. 5 women and 10 men. Entering the 7th and final Challenger Series stop, 3 surfers on each side have already secured their spots on the 2023 Championship Tour. Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti, Indonesia's own Rio Waida, Australian Ryan Callanan, Tour veteran AC Callahan, Australia's Molly Picklum, and California phenom Caitlin Simmers. Only 2 women's spots remain for the 2023 WSL Championship Tour, while the 7 spots on the men's tour are still up for grabs. This is the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Aloha kakahian kako. Good morning as we take a look at some of the rivals here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, the venue for the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Preparation early in the morning for a potential big day of competition. Could be a big day for Ezekiel Lau in a must-win situation. He's got to get through some early heats. Edgar Grosjean up early on the Dawn Patrol. And so were we. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Ross Williams, former championship tour surfer and a man with intimate North Shore knowledge.
Morning, Kaipo.
Wow. So let's just unpack yesterday. We had both the men and the women's opening rounds completed successfully. Some really good Haleiwa.
Yeah, yesterday was great. We talked about it all day. It was super west. It was peeling all the way from behind. Today, it's about half the size, but there's still a lot of waves in the water. But that was really fun. We kind of got a glimpse of all what Haleiwa makes it so tricky, all the crazy sections, and everyone kind of dealing with that power.
Yeah, well, let's find out what's going to happen today. For that, I'm going to throw it down to AJ McCord along with Travis Logie.
We've been out here watching the waves rolling in, Travis, so give us the official call for today.
Yeah, morning, AJ. Some great sets there. The official call is we are on men's round of 64, heats 1 to 16. So eight hours of pumping waves and pumping heats. Some crazy heats today, qualification on the line.
What do the conditions look like today? What can we expect in the water?
Yeah, it's come down a little bit since yesterday, but there's still some great sets, like legit Haleiwa today still. It's a little bit slower, but it's still a no-brainer to go today. We still have plan A of potentially finishing and pumping waves on Friday. So it should be a good one.
All right, we're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, AJ, and thank you, Travis. Travis did mention, we lean on Surfline a lot of times at most of our events for, a forecast and giving us an idea and planning our competition days. Ross, let's see what Surfline has been telling us. Here's our Surfline forecast.
Well, they called yesterday spot on. It was 6 to 8 foot Hawaiian. There was probably 12, 15-foot faces. You can see that purple blob heading right for the Hawaiian Islands. And that delivered some really awesome surf. There's the secondary swell that we're really hoping to finish the event on, which is Friday. Friday looks like, for sure, great Haleiwa, A+ Haleiwa. It's going to be pumping. That's the goal. That's the crescendo that we're hoping for. Today, we're going to have to deal with a little bit of a declining swell, Kaipo. You can see 1, 4 o'clock there. 13-second intervals, so that is a little bit short. But I will say, Haleiwa doesn't mind a shorter interval. It'll turn into more high-performance surfing. There it is, that red sliver right there on Friday. That's the goal, Kaipo.
Oh, man, 15 seconds, 8 to 12-foot faces Friday. That is the end of the path, and that's when we're going to find out our entire cast for 2023 Championship Tour for both men and women. Starting off this morning Heat number 1, round of 64. Ethan Ewing, Lucas Silveira, Joel Vaughn, and Alan Cleland Jr. out in the water.
Well, one of my personal favorites, Ethan Ewing, is in the water right here. He's a lot of surfers' favorite surfer. He's just so clean, powerful, great style, amazing technique. So he's going to put on a clinic, potentially. Hopefully I didn't jinx him. But you can't count out the other 3 surfers in the water. Qualification points on the line this morning.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, 24 years old, fell on and off the championship tour. Finished off this year on with the CT, ranked number 4 in the world. He made it to that Rip Curl WSL finals. His surfing, technically and technique-wise, has always been spot on, but he's added extra brute strength and power. It was just beautiful to watch. When you want to talk about great mechanics of surfing, watch Ethan Ewing.
100%. He's just so surgical. He's really fast. He's probably, you know, took the place of Mick Fanning as the fastest surfer on tour. You know, Felipe is right there as well with the speed, but Ethan, he's got a really cool sort of old school style too. He's got those real flexible knees, seemingly limitless speed. He never loses speed. That guy will whip through carves and snaps, and it's like he's holding on to a tow rope. He's just constantly flying down the line.
The other Australian in this heat, a young Joel Vaughn, just 19 years old, and a little glimpse in the future of Australian pro surfing. Joel Vaughn really had a tough start on the Challenger Series, didn't make a heat in the first 3 events, and then at the US Open, event number 4, made it to the quarterfinals. Joel Vaughn, if he wins this event, will qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour. So it's a long road for young Joel, but if he does it, he's on the Dream Tour.
Cue the Jim Carrey meme. So you're saying there's a chance.
And also out in the water, in the blue jersey, Lucas Silveira, 26 years old, out of Rio, a former world junior champ and a competitor that's been grinding on the qualifying series and the Challenger Series for about 8 years now. And Lucas Silveira, if a lot of the top surfers fall out and get eliminated in this round, and Lucas was to win this event, he could qualify for the Championship Tour. There's so many scenarios that we have, Ross. We have 7 spots left for the men, but we actually mathematically have 45 surfers who can take those 7 spots.
Yeah, and 10,000 points for first place, it's a lot. A handful of years ago, we saw Dusty Payne do that, right? Where he was down in the middle of the rankings, right around 50th, and just jumped all the way to qualifying with that win. So it is possible. What is it? Just top 4 best results count out of these 7 events this year. So there's a premium on wins.
Yeah. Ethan Ewing doesn't need to any of these points. He's going to actually be stealing some of the points from the Challenger Series. Ethan Ewing had his first win on the Championship Tour. That happened at the Magic Wave, Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and Ethan Ewing put on a beautiful display, Ross.
Yeah, some people are built for certain surf spots, and Ethan Ewing is built for J-Bay. Much like sort of his protege with Mick Fanning. And by the way, Mick was with him during the finals at Lowers, which I thought was pretty cool. Just trying to shed some light on how to compete smart. But yeah, Ethan is, with the carves, with his technique and his style, it is peanut butter and jelly for J-Bay. It's meant to be together.
And Ewing in that red jersey, waiting. And then we also need to speak about, we haven't introduced Alan Cleland Jr., who came out of his heat yesterday in the opening round, representing Mexico. Cleland, a great surfer, and also a great free surfer. He's got a new clip out right now. But first, we'll get to live action with Joel Vaughn. He's going to get the first wave. And hastily trying to make his way down the line, unable to find any open face. So just one lip glide is all that he's going to earn a number 4. Speaking of Alan Cleland Jr., here he is. Down tube seeking, finds a little morning shampoo, ducks under, and catches the outside rail. Does not get the completion. So a little bit of jitters in the water this morning, Ross.
Yeah, that's easy to do. Haleiwa, one of the things that makes it tricky, it has a super tight transition. It also makes people feel like they need to ride a longer board because of all the power. You get that longer surfboard and you need to fit it in that tight transition, you'll get those caught rails.
Yeah, well, talking about equipment and Alan Cleland Jr., AJ, you got some info for us.
Yeah, Alan, before the competition, came down about 10 minutes before he had to get in the water and trying a different board today, you guys, than he was riding yesterday to move into this round. So we'll see how it goes. Certainly his first wave feels like he might still be getting comfortable with it.
All right, well, maybe that has something to do with just that rail catch. But let's start with the replay here. This is Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, Joel, he kind of commanded the peak, so a wily Grom got his position on the other 3 surfers in this heat. Again, every heat starts with no priority, as you know, Kaipo, so it's a bit of a scramble fest. I know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree for Alan Cleland. I met his dad back in the 80s, and he is definitely a tube pig. So he knows how to, that's in his blood. He knows how to get barreled. And he's also very comfortable in Hawaii. He spends a lot of time here, Alan Cleland, so I'm thinking he's feeling pretty comfortable here at Haleiwa, and he's probably pretty psyched. He wants to get a big result.
Yeah, Dad Alan Cleland scored a Surfer Magazine cover. He also, a San Diego surfer, picked up the family, moved down to Mexico, and that's where Alan Cleland Jr. was able to develop his own brand of surfing. And Alan, like I was saying, has a new movie out with Rolando Montes and Cale Walsh called Saturn. So that's been making the rounds on the surf movie circuit. And so, brilliant surfer. He needs to be a brilliant competitor right now. Alan right now number 47 on the Challenger Series leaderboard as we come into this last event of the year. Here's the Challenger Series, Ross, and the way to qualify.
There you go. Top 10 men get into the CT at top 5 for the women. You guys have been talking about it a lot in the last event or two, especially in Brazil, where some people already locked in Kaipo. So I'm not sure how many more spots are still open for the men, but not as much for the women.
Yeah, and we noticed the second group down there, the CS requalification. So the next 10 men, 11 through 20, and the next 5 women, 6 through 10, will re-qualify for the Challenger Series. And that's an important stat because those surfers won't have to battle through their regional qualifying series events to get onto the Challenger Series. So that's another story. You know, it's a step-by-step process. So some surfers who may not make the cut onto the championship tour, but will be high seeds when we enter the 2023 Challenger Series.
Right, and that's a nice little reprieve. It's a nice bonus for surfers. Basically, that means you did great all year. You didn't qualify, but guess what? You're back on a CS tour next year. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the tippy top of the rankings.
And some of the boys after the warm-up this morning, Shion Crawford as well as Eli Hanneman, they're put on quite a show, and they're hosting young Jet Schilling, who's also going to be coming up in this round. So a couple of surfers to look out for.
Absolutely, they kind of, I would say they stole the show yesterday. They are the highlight reel. See Betty Lou in the back too. They're all pals. They grew up together, similar ages right there, and they're definitely jiving off of each other. I think they're feeding that fire.
Scores through a 3-point ride for Joel Vaughn, a 1.83 opener for Alan Cleland Jr. Open priority between red Ethan Ewing and blue Lucas Silveira.
So today, Kaipo, it is smaller. It's about half the size, wouldn't you say, from yesterday. I would say people will be a little more conservative with their lineup and maybe stay closer to the channel towards the toilet bowl. Performance is going to come more into play. We might see some airs today. We're definitely going to see big closeout turns on that inside bowl, the toilet bowl, because it's not as crazy. You know, there's not as much power, so you can take advantage of big tail blows. And so, yeah, it is a little bit smaller today, but we'll be rewarded with some progression.
Yes. Swell direction yesterday, Ross, at 310 degrees. I believe the swell has turned a little bit more north as it's matured.
That's right. Typically, the storm passes by the Hawaiian Islands, so you know, the second day of the swell, you know, it can move as much as 15 degrees, but I think today it's probably moved more like 10 degrees. It still is focusing way back up the reef on those big sets, so there still is quite a bit of west in it. I don't think surfers will chance it, though, by sitting way up there. I think they'll play it safe today and sit a little further towards the channel.
Yeah, being aware of your lineups and the changing. Preparation is also key. Joao Chianca getting the foo wax on and making sure his traction is ready for his challenge against Ezekiel Lau, Mihimana Brai, and John Mel. That'll be coming up in the second heat of the day. Very important heat for Chumbinho.
He's one of my favorite surfers to watch. I love watching Joao. He's just got so much energy. He puts his heart and soul into every single heat. He's not conservative. He throws down and heats big moves every time. He's a bit of a highlight reel.
Silveira highlining it at the start of this wave, drops to the bottom. Quick carve, back up into the lip for a glide and the completion. So that's going to be the first effort by Lucas Silveira. Silveira, a big, strong surfer, and he's able to apply that leverage that he has on every single turn. I'm a big fan of his surfing and his own brand of power surfing. Here's the replay, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, I can recall calling heats of Lucas Silveira for years now. He's kind of a mainstay from Brazil, but you know, he's been in the Triple Crown and now just the events here in Hawaii for years and years and years. And he's got a knack for power surfing. He really knows how to read the lineups here at Haleiwa Sunset. So he's used to these events. You know, it's not a surprise to see him go deep in these events.
He was spotted, Lucas Silveira, well, checks in with a 3.4, spotted at a very young age as a potential world champ. He went on to a World Junior Championship. He was taken under the wing of Leandro Dora, who at the time was a premier, and still is a premier surf coach in Brazil, and actually lived with the Doras in his early formative surfing years. And that was Leandro's first project. Leandro, of course, moved on to coaching Adriano de Souza onto a world title, and also, of course, coaching his son, Iago Dora, in some brilliant performances, and most recently coaching Jack Robinson. But the first pupil was actually Lucas Silveira.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Kaipo. That's good insight. And I do really enjoy watching Leandro and his style of coaching. He's got really good insight. I think he's, you know, he's got good info in terms of how to be a calculated warrior in the water, but he's got a really nice vibe to him too. I think he has a really good kinship with his students. So yeah, he's a great coach.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen the evolution of surf coaching and how important it is to have someone in your corner just to, you know, give you advice, ease the nerves, film you. I mean, there's so many, as you know, as a surf coach, and all the different roles a coach plays.
Yeah, and it's you know, you really should pair up with the right coach for personalities. You know, everyone's really different. You have some surfers that are super hyper and energetic and want to be amped up, and then you have other surfers that are more mellow and laid back and just want just the right info. Everyone's different, so it's, you know, really key to kind of find your guy, and I really believe in long-term relationships too. See some eyeballs here looking around.
Looks like Lucas is going to get the corner here. And let's see what he has. Opening snap, has to bounce through that one. Looks down the line, forces a tube manual, and he's out. Ethan Ewing, smooth as could be. Quick hack off the top. Speed line, finds the bubble, threads through a little barrel of his own. Lip glide right on the toilet bowl. Nice finish for Ethan Ewing. Put together that wave really well.
Insane. And that was just a warm-up for Ethan. That was a calculated effort. That's Ethan at about, what would you say, 50%? He's just chilling, and it was a fast wave. It was really sort of a difficult line to pick. You know, it's so quick. Like, where do I do a maneuver? Where do I commit myself? And you have to really stay lateral and go down the line because it's so fast. So he opted for a speed check turn right here. You're going to see this first turn, he cuts it way short, and he has to. There's the check, cuts it short. This wave is super fast, so he pulls in for just a little bit of tube time, really high and tight. And the whole time he was just so smooth about it. That's a wave that would have been easy to miscalculate, making it look really easy. Kind of a funny little barrel here for Lucas. He gets on his heels, but makes it out of there. So sometimes you just kind of go by braille. You know, his eyes were probably closed when he went through that lip line, sort of a doggy door barrel there. But it's going to be a little bit of a keeper.
Well, we're halfway through the heat at the 15-minute mark, waiting for scores for Ethan Ewing, waiting for score for Lucas Silveira. Sounds like a good time to take a break. We're going to step away for a moment. We'll be right back with more action from the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
We know that the ocean here needs help. The coral, a lot of it's gone compared to where it had been, previously. And we brought our partner here, Kuleana Coral, to help us plant new coral for the fish and the ocean environment. WSL Pure this year was gracious enough to give us a grant. All that support just helps us to get stronger, expand our programming, impact more children.
Welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, and a little glimpse at the We Are One Ocean activation that we had over at Poka'i Bay along with Nakamakai and Kuleana Coral, and planting some new coral out there. Ross did a great job. We had a great turnout. Ezekiel Lau, Carissa Moore all made their way out there and helped with that activity.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, and it seems to be catching on globally too, where we're planting coral where it's needed. So yeah, sometimes Mother Nature needs a lending hand. Some of the damage that gets committed, we can reverse it.
Yeah, we want to take care of coral. Coral's a living organism, so we got to take care of it. It doesn't just happen on its own. Those little coral polyps, they need the right nutrients, and they need the right ocean temperature to flourish and continue to grow. And we love to see coral reefs continue to grow. Live coral reefs are a thing of beauty.
Not to mention we owe rent on coral because we surf over it most times, don't we?
Yeah. Try not to put your feet down. Save your soles of your feet, but also save the coral.
Just surf over top of it. Don't touch it.
Don't touch it. All right, well, when we went to break, we were waiting for the score for Ethan Ewing at 6.67 for the Australian as an opener. So he takes an early lead in this heat. And actually, I should say a lead midway through this heat. A little bit slow. Only a total of 6 waves ridden by all 4 surfers combined. Alan Cleland Jr. on his second wave, racing down the line, looking for something big, punts it in the air, flies through the Hawaiian air, and unable to put it down. I like the effort, though.
That was very cool. I like that. You could see right away, Alan spotted that it was a closeout, and he said, a fast track to a big score is to pop a big air. So I thought that was well spotted. Unfortunately, he came unstuck, but he was about 90% there, wasn't he, Kaipo? I mean, he almost planted that thing. Here he spots it. He's like, okay, no moves. I'm just going for one big air. Nice straight air there. Got the little grab. Just wheelied out a little bit too much. You can see the tail block just facing a little too far down, and that didn't really allow him to stay centered over his front foot as much as he needed to to sort of re-land on the water surface there, but really close there from Alan.
Yeah, I like the intent, but just a 1.03 for the score because of the incompletion. So he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, and he's now on the bottom of the priority order. Joel Vaughn in the white jersey, he's got first choice of next set coming through. Vaughn in third place needs a 4.57 to move into second. Again, we'll be running 4-man heats the entire day. Top 2 surfers moving on into the next round. That's the round of 32.
And you're going to need to be a little more thoughtful today. Yesterday there were some lulls, but in general it was really consistent. So you had a chance to get your rhythm. You had a chance to make mistakes and claw yourself back into the heat. Probably not as much today. In fact, there was a wave before Allen's that Ethan let go. I was kind of surprised. He probably should have went on that thing to get himself a backup score. It was not a bad wave at all. And he would have taken all the pressure off of him in the last 9 minutes. But we're going to see some slow heats today in terms of consistency in waves, and you're going to have to be a little more thoughtful today about that.
Yeah, so Ethan Ewing, again, we always talk about the mechanics and the technique of Ethan Ewing. That 667, you said, surfing about 50%, but just beautiful mechanics here.
Yeah, I liked how he chose the correct line. He was really steady off the bottom. He didn't get too excited and try to manufacture any big turn. He kept his lines really horizontal, and you know, a 6.67 on a wave that was basically a glorified closeout. But you know, Ethan is so fast, he got some good work done.
Yeah, being able to keep on that open face and get down the line fast enough to execute maneuvers seems like it's going to be key today with this change in the swell angle. Also, we have a bit fuller tide this morning.
Yeah, you know, it's warm, it's classy. You know, it's still super rippable out there. So I think everyone's got their eyes on the prize, Friday being the goal for finals day. We've seen competition run at Haleiwa Kaipo in 2-foot lefts, you know, so today is definitely a fun day out at Haleiwa. It's not bad at all.
With the lulls and with the wave selection, I really feel like your heat IQ and the way you put together heats is going to be really important, as well as use of priority today.
100%. You know, it's kind of what I was alluding to and why I was surprised that Ethan didn't go on that wave before Alan's wave where he did the big air on. Yeah, you're going to see some brutal losses today. You're going to see some happy people skate through heats, and you'll see some people go down in third place needing a score.
Here we go, Matt Myers and John Mel getting ready for John Mel's heat, and here we go with the hand-eye coordination drills.
Focus your balance. We always were doing twisties first. Love the twisties.
Yeah, the Myers mentorship program, and Matt, relatively new to the surf coaching world, but has already had a lot of early success, Ross.
I think it's great. I mean, this right here, it just gets your mind fired up at an intricate level, you know, so it gets you thinking clearly, it gets you reacting really well, and that's a positive thing here at Haleiwa, because these waves are tricky, and a lot of it is a response to crazy, weird sections that throw curveballs at you. It's not like a nice rolling soft wave like that you would see maybe at lowers, where it's pretty predictable. You can go into your own routine and control the environment. Haleiwa, you really have to respond to its power.
Yeah, and with lolly conditions, you're going to have to switch on immediately when that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and that's the thoughtful part. That's the part where you need to think your way through it and go, okay, you know what, there's not a whole lot of waves this morning. I should get my backup score now. Maybe grind out a 3.8. That's where guys like Gabriel Medina in the past and currently is just so brilliant competition-wise. He's always thinking his way through his heats. Then he sprinkles in his talent on top of that. It just makes him deadly.
Yeah, well, Rob Bass said, it takes two to make things go right, Ross. And in surfing, it takes two. You can't do it on one wave.
Yeah, for sure. 2 scores. I mean, we've seen people in the past many times, right? Kaipo start the heat with a 9, 9.5, or even a 10 and still lose. You gotta get that second wave.
Yeah, in our stats sheet for the championship tour events, we actually have a list of 10-point rides with the loss, and that list is longer than
really?
you would think than you think it is. Yeah,
I don't think those people want their names being shouted out right now.
No. Yeah,
Bro, what happened?
We're going to keep it on the subject here of the Challenger Series. Again, this is the pathway to the championship tour on the Challenger Series. And for the men, we still got 7 available spots. So it's going to be a battle at Haleiwa. Taking a look at our Challenger Series leaderboard, you can see 21 through 30. All these guys still have a mathematical chance of getting on that championship tour.
Number 27 and number 28, right there in the rankings, are in this heat. So that's what makes this relevant right here. These guys know it. They know that they have a chance, although it being slim. At least they could get that secondary ranking up too, where they could requalify just for this tour. The championship series is a big tour, so they want to go deep in this event.
Yeah, that's true. Focus right now, we can see from Lucas Silvera. Second priority, Silvera and Joel Vaughn in the white jersey staring out, looking for some indicators. Joel with first priority in this heat.
Number 21, Imai Duvall, he's my dark horse for this event too. I really like his style, his power, and he's got a shot too to qualify if he gets a big result. So watch that name as he gets in his first couple rounds here.
Yeah, Imai is going to have a mental hurdle to jump over because he was knocked out very early in stop number 6 over at Saquarema, Brazil. So he's going to have to come back and get some good feelings, you know, in his head. We know the talent's there, but surfing is so mental at the same time. Joel Vaughn using priority. The teenager has been doing some big surfing at the back half of the Challenger Series. Just working this wave over. Workman-like in his approach. Just wants to secure a decent number to back up his 3-point ride. Silvera uses his priority. Floats it through that first section. Needs to get around this whitewater, does so. Couple of nice turns for the finish for Lucas Silvera. So back and forth between 3rd and 4th respectively in this heat. We'll see if that's going to change the situation as we're under the 3-minute mark.
And that's the key bit of information right there that you just alluded to. There's under 3 minutes left. So, you know, Lucas and Joel just had some decent waves. Nothing that was really too much of a highlight. Just okay surfing, stringing together some nice flowy turns. But these scores, these mid-level scores, are going to mean a lot because the clock is running out. Connecting the dots there, pretty nice little tail slide, a fast wave here. I am a little surprised that Joel went on the first wave. This wave didn't look too special to me, but I think he just ran out of patience and went. But again, it feels like a mid-range score for him. It may have dropped. I see a 4 by his name. And a similar effort from here. This feels like a 70%er. You know, he's just kind of going down the line, going through the motions. Kind of cut that carve short, but there was nothing wrong with it. Little layback snap there for Lucas, so another mid-range score.
So Lucas Silvera did better his situation with a 4.4 on that last ride as we come out of that replay. Joel Vaughn did not surf to the requirement that he needed to. He's still in 3rd place. Vaughn needing a 3.58 to move into 2nd in advancing position. Lucas Silvera has leaped into the lead. Ethan Ewing in 2nd place wants to protect that 2nd place with his priority here at 1 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah, if I'm Ethan, I'm scratching for this wave right here. Just get it done. He's only holding on to a 0.9. He can really kind of put this heat to rest here if he gets even a 4.
Smart heat surfing right here from Ethan Ewing on cue. He's going to go. Has to get through a little bit of dead water at the beginning. Glides through that first section. And it's just going to be white water after that. So not a spectacular wave. Likely to improve at least upon the fractional score that he has in his scoreline, however.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but you know, he's probably kicking himself that he didn't go on that wave in the middle of the heat. That set that Allen did the big air, there was a nice wave that he let go. Of course, he was thinking, oh, there's tons of time left, there'll be waves, but let that be a lesson for everyone watching that has a heat today. It can get really lully out there, and you don't want to be stuck with a score, needing a score here in the last 5 minutes. that's not going to help him too much. And there it goes. It's a 1.87, so he's vulnerable. 10 seconds only left, though, so needs to dodge a bullet here.
Here's the countdown. Can Alan Cleland Jr. get to it in time? And the answer is no. Horn sounds, and the results are final. This wave for Joel Vaughn will not count. So Joel Vaughn eliminated from competition. Alan Cleland Jr. eliminated from competition. Ethan Ewing, Lucas Silveira moving on into the round of 32. We'll be back with more action. Joao Chianca, Ezekiel Lau, Mihimana Brai, John Mel in the water when we return. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Round of 64 for the men out in the water. Joao Chianca, Ezekiel Lau, Mihimana Brai, and John Mel. 4 surfers enter, 2 will advance into the round of 32, and an ultra important heat for Joao Chianca and Ezekiel Lau. When we reference our Challenger Series leaderboard, Joao Chianca, number 8 on that leaderboard, and Ezekiel Lau, number 9 on that leaderboard. So a lot of qualification implications happening here when we look at the leaderboard, Ross.
Absolutely, along with Dylan Moffitt, but Ezekiel Lau and Joao Chianca are protectors of the gate. They're the guys at the door just saying, no, no, no. They're waving that finger like no one's allowed help here in this top 10. So their job is to better their worst result. Again, they take the top 4 results, so they're trying to really add to their points.
Green triangles you can see on this leaderboard indicate surfers that have already locked in a spot. They've already clinched their spot on the 2023 Championship Tour. Leonardo Fioravanti is back on tour. Rio Waida is going to be the first Indonesian in history to be on that Championship Tour. Ryan Calnan, he's back on tour. Ramzi Bakayem, he's at the threshold of getting on that tour. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to the last heat winner. Lucas Silveira is with AJ. Let's hear what Lucas has to say.
So Lucas, you were telling me watching the surf yesterday, it was just firing, pumping. You were ready to face the same thing this morning, but you get out here and it's a little bit different. So how did you have to change your strategy?
Yeah, honestly, I was a bit disappointed at first when I checked the waves. I was like, oh, man, like, I wish they ran all like men's yesterday, right? So, but we gotta be ready for anything, right? That's like the job part of surfing is sometimes you gotta surf like not as good conditions as you want, but the waves are still good, just super slow, and I was kind of shaky during the heat too because I knew it was really slow, and then there was this big low to begin. I waited like 10 minutes and then got a bad one, but then that bad one ended up like being a good thing because there were pretty much no waves, you know, and it was a really heavy heat on paper. Ethan, of course, surfs really good, and Joe and Alan were surfing so good too. Alan got a high heat score yesterday, right, in his heat. So I was expecting I would need probably like a couple high scores to win the heat, but ended up with a couple fours making through. And I'm super relieved I made it through this heat. You know, the waves are supposed to be fine for the next couple of days, so it will be painful to have to watch it and not be able to surf.
So when you're sitting in the water and you start to realize just how slow the heat is moving, how do you mentally adjust to what you need to do to get out of the heat?
I'm not sure. If you find out, let me know.
Well, you did it.
Yeah, well, I think like towards the end there, I ended up having priority, and you know, I was thinking a bomb would come through eventually, but it ended up didn't coming. So, and you know, everyone needed low scores, and I was only had like a 3 to back up, so I got like a medium wave, and actually didn't surf like good at all in that. I was like stuck, and I was like, oh man, like I blew it, but I ended up just staying flat the whole heat. So, just super relieved, and I was actually pretty nervous there. I was just trying to breathe and be as relaxed as possible, but worked out at the end, and hopefully be a better heat next heat.
Yes, it worked out in the end. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, Mamô, filhinha, Enzo, papai, mamãe, irmãos, abraço e beijo para vocês. Tamo juntos, para a próxima.
Back to you guys.
Well, there you go, you know. Parabéns. On to the next round. Lucas Silveira got the job done. Hey, it's not always, you know, tubes and rainbows here in Hawaii. Sometimes, you know, you got to just get grindy. There's always the Rainbow Bridge, though.
I was going to say, was that on purpose? That was well timed. That was good, Kaipo.
Oh, we just have fun.
Hey, I just want to give props to all our international surfers, too, that are bilingual. That's so impressive to watch someone like Lucas speak English with, you know, a lot of, he's so well with detail. He does great with details. He's really articulate. And I was just impressed with that. But we were calling his wave, and it's funny hearing his feedback on it, how he said, yeah, I was feeling nervous, because we could kind of see that. He was holding it back a little bit. And that's something that happens when the waves are slow. It really pressurizes these heats because there's not a ton of waves to make mistakes on and claw back. It's kind of like you need to show up your 1 or 2 waves you have to produce.
Great analysis there, Ross, because yesterday we saw heats where there were 25, 26 waves ridden in the heat. So if you fell, it was very consistent. You had another chance at it. In lully conditions, every wave is so valuable. You blow a wave, you may not get that chance again.
That's right. It really reminds me of the surf ranch and how you have to just put out a score every single time. There's no real room, not that much anyways, to make mistakes and come back. And some surfers are very rhythmic. They wanna you know, warm up and catch that rhythm. But on a day like today, there'll be less of that. Now I'm sure there'll be some heats today that pump, and those surfers will be fortunate. But there's going to be a lot of heats like this right here where you're going to get your 1 or 2 waves, and you better produce.
Yeah, and the pressure building for both Joao Chianca and Ezekiel Lau, both of those surfers, to clinch their spot on the championship tour for next year and to remain in that top 10 conversation, they need to make it to the semifinals if they want to do it on their own. There's other scenarios. If other surfers lose early, then, you know, they don't have to make it as far. But if they want to do it all on their own, both Ezekiel Lau and Joao Chianca need to make the semifinals. Now for Zeke Lau, all he has to do is replicate his performance from last year at Haleiwa. He made the semifinals last year. But still, that mental pressure is extreme.
It is, but Zeke is, he's a bona fide tour surfer. He's been here, done that. He's old enough now to have a lot of reps under his belt, a lot of years under his belt, where Kaipo right now, he's focused on 2 waves. That's it. He's not thinking about points. And that's going to be the job at hand for all these surfers today. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
I like the advice as we fly by. This is how beautiful Hawaii is in November. It's classic stuff. You see it almost every day, Ross.
It's insane. You got Waialua in the background there, Kayaka Beach Park on that point. This Ali'i Beach Park right here, that's where we're sitting, Kaipo. And there's Avalanche. There's that big lagoon that fills up with water and creates all that current towards Haleiwa. There's the beginning of the lineup. You can see that jet skis in a channel of Haleiwa. There it is. It's insane. It's so pretty today, Kaipo.
And you can see the reformation and the lines and the way these lines refract as they come into Waialua Bay, where we're located right here. And that just makes this wave so special. Joao Chianca, he opened up with a 2.67. Here's his second effort. A couple of quick snaps for the Brazilian and puts it down. Brai Mihimana on the backhand, just gets one lip glide before that wave closes out. More waves in the set. We'll see what John Mel and Ezekiel Lau decide upon.
Joao Gianca is coming in to change a board. Just either something happened, maybe he cracked it, or he just doesn't like it, but he is rushing in right now.
John Mel, he's going to take it to the backhand. The Santa Cruz surfer winds up off the bottom. Nice hit off the top, glides a backhand floater. One more time for the finish for the second generation professional surfer, John Mel.
That was well put together, 3 nice turns there. And it looks like, so there's Joao on the beach. He already switched boards. Didn't get a chance to see his caddy or what happened, but he made it quick. And that's the beauty of Haleiwa. It's not that far from the beach. You can change equipment and get back out there in a few minutes.
Joao Chianca riding Channel Islands surfboards. He's got a full quiver from Channel Islands and really dials in all of his equipment. Here's the replay of his last wave.
He's always so fast and on edge. That's why I was saying before this heat started, he's one of my favorite surfers to watch. He is not conservative. He really pushes the limits. And as we see, Mihimana Bray, Tahitian surfer, tall, goofy footer, and we'll try to cue up John Mel too. He put together probably the biggest score so far in his heat. He waited really patiently. I'm surprised he got one over on Ezekiel Lau. Ezek always commands the lineup, but John got this one from him. So well done there from John Mel. And he did 3 turns. Definitely the best turn was that last maneuver right there, straight up. Nothing crazy, but it should be an okay score. It's a nice set wave, Kaipo.
Yeah, and beautiful water angle here as you can see him get up on the roof for that backhand float, drops back in, able to get on his heels quick enough to get to the next section.
That's what makes Haleiwa 2 different things. It's really fun, but it's also confusing. It's sort of like a Rubik's Cube. You know, you really have to piece together the right routine on the wave. They're all fast and they're confronting.
Well, we saw that board change for Joao Chianca. AJ, what happened?
He just switched boards to a smaller one. He was on a 6.1. He switched to a 5.11 CI Pro. And it's a board that he's been riding on the smaller days. So his camp telling me just with the way the heats have been going and the way the waves are shifting, he wanted to ride a smaller board for the rest of this heat.
Thank you, AJ. Brent Power on the shoreline from Channel Islands team manager to do that board switch. John Mel on his second wave finds another corner. Nice glide in the lip there for Mel. Back up again, little catchy, but forces a finish and unable to go complete on that. Here we go. Here's our first look at Ezekiel Lau winding up off the bottom. Zeke snaps it, throwing a ton of spray around the corner again. Layback hack, pushing the back foot, and a little busy work on the inside section here. Toilet bowl to finish off.
Zeke very patient, almost waited half the heat for that wave right there, and I'd like to say it paid off for him. A lot of mediocre scores dropping so far in his heat, so he's not too far behind the 8 ball.
Joao Chianca just earned the 5-point ride. He's up again on wave number 3 for Chianca. Little inside foamy one, so he's really got to get some work, maybe just feeling out that shorter equipment at the 16-minute mark.
Interesting call for me for Joao Chianca, because if you remember his 5-point ride he got earlier on his 6.0? I think he dropped down to 5.10. I don't know, it looked flashy enough to me. It didn't look like it was hindering his performance, so I thought that was a little bit of a waste of time. You know, you don't have to do big air reverses to make your heat today. You just need to be on 2 decent waves. You know, and that last wave was really small. So he's looking like he's really gearing towards high energy and lots of waves, but he's going to have to be careful because John Mel, Ezekiel Lau, they're going to wait for quality waves, and that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the replay here. Ezekiel Lau.
Zeke, again, very patient. He wants 2 set waves this morning. Keep it really simple and powerful. 2 nice layback snaps there from Zeke. Definitely, you know, this is Zeke's starting to heat. He didn't go too crazy there. He just went for his bread and butter. Zeke does these turns in his sleep. Nice little snap, very quick. You got to be quick at Haleiwa because it's a fast-acting wave. Little layback hammer there from Zeke. That's not too bad. Probably, I'm guessing, the best score so far in this heat.
Yeah. Paced power surfing from Ezekiel Lau. Scratching into this one's going to be the Tahitian Goofy for Mihimana Brai. Good looking wave. Long bottom turn, big snap off the top. Comes around the corner again. Vert on the backhand. And shallow water as he nears the toilet bowl section for the finish. And a controlled finish for Mihimana Brai. That's going to be his best wave surfed so far. John Mel spotted a set and got it. Here we go. Off the bottom, hooks off the top with ferocity. One more time. Throwing the tail a little bit on that one. Cuts it short in the toilet bowl section as it goes over those coral heads. Joao Chianca Chumbinho on that shorter 5'11" now with a great hack. Another hack, quick feet, but this wave is going to let him down a little bit. Tapers off really quickly.
Interesting heat here. Joao is going to try to outperform everyone on smaller waves. I don't know that he's doing that on purpose. It's not exactly how you design a heat, but so far that's been his program. He's been on smaller waves, but you can see Joao on his level. He's really at a high level with his move choices. He's not afraid to go to really progressive turns. But you got someone like John Mel who's dialing a bomb right now. He's in a good rhythm with the set waves.
Yeah, and the judges owe us scores for all 4 surfers. So I have a feeling once those scores come in, we're going to see a very, very tight heat. We're waiting for those scores. For his first effort, and as you suspected, Ross, you know, a 50%, 60% Zeke Lau still getting, you know, above the midway mark in the scale.
Yeah, he just smart. You know, it's those turns he did were solid. They were powerful, but they were super in his wheelhouse. So, and I think that's his program. He's going to be patient in his heat. He's just going to wait for 2 waves. He knows he doesn't feel nervous. It looks like to me he's not going to fall. So he's just waiting for 2 set waves.
And in contrast, Zeke Lau with just that 1 wave ridden of 6.4. We look at Joao Chianca. We're waiting for the score on his 4th wave ridden. So a little bit more frantic of an approach by the Brazilian.
Absolutely. But he's such an X factor in his heat because he can produce a big air. He is not afraid to go big and do big maneuvers. And you land one of those big maneuvers, you can get an 8-point ride today. And I do see on the horizon there's lots of waves coming in. So this is an exciting heat here. It's really tough to see who's going to advance. The judges have some scores to drop still here too.
Yeah, we still need scores for Joao Chianca, John Mel, as well as Mihimana Brai. So that our situation is not set as of yet as we're waiting for those scores. Seth Moniz, he's getting ready for his heat. He's going to be in the 3rd heat of the day, along with Alejo Muniz, Vasco Ribeiro, and Justin Becre. Couple of replays here, starting out with Joao Chianca.
So Joao, behind the 8 ball, he's on the other side of rhythm. You know, John Mel, Mihimana, and even Zeke are getting some big quality waves, and Joao's getting smaller waves, but he's just trying to perform at a really high level to get keeper scores. Got a 5.7 for this wave right here. A really sharp angled turn right there. I love that turn, a lot of power, a lot of zip. He's not afraid to kick the fins out. So we'll keep watching Joao. If he gets a set wave, he's bound to produce a big score.
Ross, this was a 6.67 for Mihimana Brai.
Strong, heavy-footed Tahitian right here. He's not, no mess around frills, kind of a solid power surfer. And it got that's a pretty big score here. So again, we've been talking about John Mel and how he's so in such great rhythm with set waves, but Mihimana got himself a beautiful wave here. 2 quality sections. Again, nothing really progressive, just kind of throwing his board up 12 o'clock, but that's undeniable. Those are critical sections, and the judges love that.
Yeah, so all the scores are in, and as you can see on our scoring screen there, everything has tightened up. John Mel in the lead, Joao Chianca in the second place position. Mihimana Brai is right there, and we're waiting for Ezekiel Lau. Conclusion of this heat right after this break. Taking a look back at stop number 6 on the Challenger Series at the Maracana do Surf, Itauna Beach in the town of Saquarema, where Shombinho, Joao Chianca, put in an emotional effort for a semifinal finish, Ross.
That was pretty rad. I don't know what he was mad at right there. It'd be interesting to see what he said right there, but I kind of pegged him to win this event. Gabriel just surfed really smart, but Joao and chunky beach breaks, he's so fun to watch. He'll produce big, big moves.
Yeah, not to mention that stop was at Joao's hometown. So he had the crowd behind him, but he also had that extra pressure that, everybody knows you in that town.
Right.
And everyone's all up in your business every single day, every single heat.
Trying to tell you what you did right, what you did wrong. Yeah.
It's a passionate play, and that's why you saw that, to finish with some of those waves. He was, Joao, full of emotion throughout that entire event.
And he's so fun to watch, really engaging. I really enjoy watching him. He had a great heat with John at Bell's last year too. Super tight heat, big scores back and forth. Again, kind of like this heat, he was catching smaller waves, but he was undeniable with the huge maneuvers and, again, just high energy, and he's not afraid. He goes big.
Joao Chianca, a rookie on this year's championship tour, a victim of that mid-season cut, but a note about Joao surfing in that first half on the championship tour, he came up against monster matchups, and in a lot of the rounds that he was eliminated in, his two-wave total would have gotten him out of any of the other heats.
He had 2 heats with John, and both were really high scoring. One at Bell's I just talked about, and one at Pipe too, where he had some incredible rides. And so that's a good note for Joao too, is he's a beast. Places like in Tahiti, Hawaii, that dude's not afraid.
He deserves to be on tour. Ezekiel Lau, he deserves to be on tour. He's been on and off the championship tour. You talk about Zeke Lau, you talk about a warrior. Zeke, as you can see on our leaderboard right now, sitting above the cut line at number 10. Zeke Lau Number 9, the cut line is number 10 with Dylan Moffitt's the man in the hot seat right there. But all of that can change at this final Challenger Series event.
There's a lot of room for Ezekiel to be nervous in this heat, but I don't see it. I want to give him credit. You know, he seems pretty stoic out there and steady. I think he's got the nerves for it.
For more insight on Ezekiel, I'm going to throw it down to the sand with AJ McCord.
Well, Ezekiel Lau, obviously from Hawaii, and his dad actually played football at the University of Hawaii and now is a high school football coach at Kamehameha. And so Zeke has taken on a lot of football drills to help his mental preparation. He told me earlier this year what he does is he puts himself in situations in the water in his practice sessions. So he places himself with the situation of, oh, there's 8 minutes left and I need a 5.6, and he rides the wave to ensure that he gets that in his practice sessions, so that when he gets in the water for these heats with a lot of pressure, a lot on the line for him, he's ready to go.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, Ezekiel Lau coming from a very athletic background. Again, like AJ said, dad, a star football player, football coach, mom, a collegiate volleyball player. Ezekiel Lau actually growing up on campus at Kamehameha schools. And Zeke coming up, even in his high school years, even though he was a surfer, he hung out with the football players. He made his daily appearances at the gym there. He's a super fit individual. But right now, he needs to be not just fit physically, but right now he needs to have a strong mind because it's a 4-minute drill for him at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is 100% a drill that you would run in your head. I need a 4.3. I got 4 minutes to go. My qualification is on the line. I'm at my favorite surf spot at home in Haleiwa. Here comes a nice little set wave. I have priority. I mean, it doesn't get any better. Let's see it happen here, Zeke.
Look at the discipline. Doesn't even look at wave number 1 on the set.
Yeah, he seems calm.
Joao Chianco's going to take this because he's sitting in last priority. And it looks like he's floating through that section. Nice carve for Chombinho. And works that wave over for all it's worth. Hey, not bad for being 4th priority and picking up a scrap there. Here we go. Ultra important wave for Ezekiel Lau. Patient off the bottom, carves off the top. Needs more on this wave, tucks into a little barrel, shampoos his way out of there. 2-stage cutback in the toilet bowl section. Another snap. And kick in the tail. But the interesting thing here is that Joao Chianca got that first wave of the set. If Joao improves upon his 2-wave total, he's going to increase the need for Ezekiel Lau. Right now, Zeke needs a 4.3, Ross, but it could be more.
Interesting. Well, let's really dissect this replay from Joao because he's going to force the issue from Zeke. Floater to start, not a whole lot of points in that. It's a smaller wave, but really nice turn there, layback jam. Another slash from Joao, lots of energy. And that was a nice way to finish the wave. A little tail blast on that whitewash. So a smaller wave, that's not going to help him, but a pretty exciting wave, really. The float down the line, kind of critical even though it's a floater. And it showed a lot of variety for sure.
I mean, I guess the story with Joao, is that better than a 5?
I think so. I think he bettered his situation, but keep in mind Zeke only needs a 4 something, so he doesn't need a big score. Opening maneuver, just a slash. A barrel, again, that's not going to get the judges super excited today because it's not very critical. Then there's the little cutback and a slash. So again, I feel like that's definitely, you know, way better than a 4, but it's definitely, you know, not like a 7.5 or something like that either. So this is going to be really interesting for the judges.
Imana Bray, he wants to get in the conversation. He needs just a 4-point ride to go into 2nd place. Of course, that math is previous to Joao and Ezekiel's rides checking in. So this is going to be a super tight finish here at the 1-minute mark.
Tight, and there you go. Zeke got the score. But keep in mind, Keipel, we're still waiting for Joao to drop his score. And
yes.
What does he need right now? 5.8.
Yeah, so Zeke got 5.13, 6.03 for Joao Chianca. Joao goes to 1st, Ezekiel in 2nd. John Mel falls to 3rd.
There we go, change again. We're playing leapfrog. Joao, change it back.
Yep, 6.03. Joao goes to first. Ezekiel Lau to second. John Mel drops to third. And John's going to hear that. Yeah, I mean, he was in the top 2 for most of this heat and now dropped to third and elimination position. So that volley, that final rally between Joao Chianca and Ezekiel Lau was the story of this heat.
That was massive. So much movement there. And John Mel seems frustrated. He caught great waves, but John was sort of just placing his board. I think Joao really forced the issue here in his heat. Keep in mind, he didn't catch one set wave, not even close. Joao just performed in his heat, and he still got the victory. So a lot of credit to his talent. Zeke just picked this heat apart. He played it so smart. 2 set waves, got the job done, and he's scooting through.
Well, number 8 and 9 on the rankings with some good sportsmanship, and they're both happy because they're moving on into the round of 32. We'll be moving on to a commercial break, but when we come back, Joe and Rosie will talk you through the action.
What a heat for Joao Chianca, getting the win, but didn't get the message until the time ran out in that last heat. It was so close at the end of that matchup. Joao Chianca, Zeke Lau finishing in the top 2 spots. You even see the top 3 surfers with 11-point totals. Incredibly close decision as we get started with heat number 3. Justin Becret already getting a nice flow going down this Haleiwa right and getting stuck on the end section. Seth Moniz winding up off the bottom. Gets a little bit pushed behind and he'll have to step out. So early waves here in the round of 64, heat number 3. Already feeling the intensity of potential eliminations and scenarios developing as we're getting closer to finalizing our top 10 for the men on this Challenger Series. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, longtime CT standout. That was pretty tight, especially for John Mel at the end of that heat, showing some frustration. I felt like in a good way. He knew he put a couple of great numbers together, but the hunger from Zeke and Joao to potentially qualify came clear at the end.
Yeah, that was stressful. I mean, I looked up at the monitors and, you know, Zeke hadn't had any scores. So it's good to see those guys keeping their composure till the end. And, yeah, that's so important in an event like this. Qualification is going to come down to today. This round is so important for these guys to keep the pace and keep their heads in the game.
A little bit smaller in size than yesterday and a lot less energy, but still incredibly rippable. What a glorious day for conditions. Seeing a lot of hi-fi surfing in the first 2 matchups of the day. Seth Moniz out there, you saw him on his warm-up wave. Comes in at a 2.17. Famous for making the final at Pipeline to kick off 2022. An emotional performance that had a few embraces with probably what feels like an uncle to him, a mentor. The GOAT, Kelly Slater, sharing the lineup together, and Seth kicked off the year number 2 in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Seth has just been that guy that's just been waiting to open up on the championship tour. As you see, Vasco Ribeiro from Portugal, this guy is still in the hunt. I mean, he has just been one of those qualifying series warriors now in the Challenger Series, trying to make his mark, Justin Becret, yesterday he had such a solid heat. Today he's looking to step it up a notch. I'm enjoying the way that he's really attacking as he gets to his feet. Looks like, you know, all of these guys have really gone down in length of their surfboards. There's a bit of width to them as the conditions, like you mentioned, Joe, have just gone down a touch, a couple feet, but still super fun, so rippable out there.
What a glorious morning. Justin Becret's been fun to watch. I think we were mentioning yesterday we see him around on the road quite a bit because he's always with Richard Dog Marsh, the famous coach for not just Justin, but Leonardo, Frederico, Ryan Callanan. And Dog's been by Justin's side for a very long time. I mean, Richard, he made the top 10 back in '92. The force to be reckoned with against the best in the world. There's that classic frontside arc from Alejo Muniz, frames it vertically. The 32-year-old from Santa Catarina jams that forehand snap. Nice vertical again. And puts that one into the end section. He'll get stuck, but some promising turns from Alejo. Justin wants another piece of this. The kid from Seños. Hits it off the roof quickly. Just a short ride there, but his opener already ended at 4.67. So fun, high-performance size today at Haleiwa. And we're kind of fun to see a style like Alejo Muniz. I mean, 2011 finished in the top 10 of the world. Went through some serious injuries, but man, he still got it.
He definitely still has it. He's still keeping that blade sharp. And like you said, Joe, he's been on tour, off tour. He's had those injuries that he's had to fight through. And I think every season you kind of come through the fire, you build a bit of character. So interesting to see this guy's name back in the mix. And he's still on the live rankings. He's still looking like with a big result, he could move up the leaderboard.
Gosh, such a good point. Really focusing on those live rankings today. We'll keep you posted. What'd you like about Alejo's wave?
I think for me, you know, you just look at the way that he's placing his maneuvers in the cup of the wave, trying to mix it up, showing us a little bit of variety, looking down the line a little bit. But yeah, just good to see him warm up, looking lively, looking sharp this morning.
Alejo Muniz, 17th in the world, back when he qualified for the CT battle with Julian Wilson for Rookie of the Year. This was Justin, just a quick turn there. Wave selection on a day like today at Haleiwa, is it easier to break it down in hindsight? Do you kind of have to take a lot of looks in these sort of conditions, or can you just drop anchor and catch two waves?
Yeah, I think all of the athletes learned a lot from yesterday in positioning, and especially with the swell direction that we have on offer. Today is super lined up. It's fun to have this four-man priority because then every surfer can kind of have an opportunity. But I think people have really figured out the lineup a lot more, and the waves are super fun.
Joao Chianca, fresh off a win with AJ.
Out of the water, a busy heat, Joao. You made a board change there at the very beginning. Talk me through what went into that decision.
Yeah, I actually was counting on it. I talked with Samuel before the heat, and I was like, so like, what do you think? Like, do I have time to change boards? And he said like, yeah, I think like on the first 10 minutes, if you feel like it, you have totally like time to come change boards, like breathe and like start the heat again. Still 20 minutes away. I was really focused. I was really confident in just like do my surfing, do it as good as I can. So yeah, it worked. It worked on the end. It was a pretty hard heat.
It was a heat you stayed really busy in. You caught a lot of waves. What was the strategy behind going for as many waves as you could?
Well, maybe like if I went on the shorter board since the beginning of the heat, maybe like I would have like a better priority to manage my waves. But like with that plan of changing boards, like I knew it would be like really hard to get like second and first priority on the exchange. And I don't know, I just like put on my head that like every wave that like I was surfing, I would have to like surf like as good as I can. So like that's what I was focused on, and it worked.
It did work out. Is there anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, actually first I wanna say thank you Vulcan and CI Surfboards China Island. Here in Hawaii, it's like the place that they give me the most support. All the locals, Hawaiians, like we are here in Haleiwa, we're having a pretty day, beautiful day of competition. So thank you guys, mahalo. And quero agradecer a minha família, quero agradecer aos meus amigos, quero agradecer ao Brasil. Todo mundo está aí de coração apertado, eu tenho certeza, mas se Deus quiser a missão vai ser cumprida. Estou me sentindo muito abençoado, muito conectado. Vou tentar manter a calma e fazer o meu melhor.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ and Joao Chianca. I just kind of got reminded of all the great interviews we had from him this year, and in tough situations. You know, walking in from a tough loss where he felt like he was surfing at the top of his game. He gave us some of the most entertainment, both on the championship tour and throughout this Challenger Series, as he's number 8 in the world, hoping to get his spot back at Pipeline for the championship tour. Rosie, we've got waves on the way. Vasco Ribeiro, a former world junior champ. He's got a little racetrack right, hard off the bottom. Great connection to start. The powerful Portuguese surfer knifes it again, stays on his feet. And looks like he's done enough to move into the top 2 there. I like going on social media, but I like to time myself. Don't want to spend too much time getting lost in it. But I remember a great post from Vasco, and he had a suit and tie on. There was a couple of years ago where he thought he was making a career change, and he actually had a big post saying, thanks for everyone who supported me, but I've moved on. And then it was just like one result later that, you know, he entered a contest at home, and he's like, hang on, I think I've got more life in this career. And all of a sudden he had a change of plans.
Yeah, I think I've known Vasco for a number of years through the junior series that we did through Europe, but he is just such a talented surfer. He's always been that guy that you're like, I can't believe he hasn't been on the championship tour yet. He's had a couple look-ins with wildcard opportunities in Portugal, but it's great to see him recognizing his talent and pursuing his dream.
Deep on this one, Alejo Muniz. Born in Argentina, Mar del Plata. And then family made the move to Santa Catarina, Brazil. So sometimes when you see an event with his brother Santiago as well, you see one brother representing Argentina and Alejo representing Brazil. Has a great crew to surf with every day. Coming back from an injury that he had as a wild card in France against John Florence. It took much longer than he'd hoped for to get to 100%. But very highly decorated, especially when it comes to qualifying series heavyweight events like the US Open. He's a champ there. He's won in Bolito in the past. He's won at Fernando de Noronha. He's got so many great big regional titles that still give him confidence to this day.
Yeah, he's very decorated, and you know, you mentioned all of those accolades, and they're over a pretty long career now. And I think for someone like Alejo, who's been on tour, has been off tour, he knows how to grind, he knows how to get it done on championship tour venues. You know, it just shows you these guys that come back to the qualifying series, how badly they want it, and how much of you know, a career it is to be on the championship tour and to pursue surfing the way that we do year in and year out. It's just such an opportunity to travel, to surf the best locations, and to make money doing something that you love.
Alejo at the moment in second. 6.0 is his high score. Vasco leading the charge now with a score in of 5.23 and a 4.17. Time to say good morning to our good friend Waz. Strider, how you doing?
I'm great, Joe. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. What are you seeing out there?
I just wanted to get into a little quiver talk, surfboards and high performance. And, you know, when you're in California, say you've got all these different boards that are kind of flatter and they're going super fast. They've got some thickness all the way to the rail. And you get over here in Hawaii and the juice is created by the wave. So you don't have to generate as much speed. So you're thinning down the rails and you're finding boards that, you know, you can knife into that wall and really sink into the rail and really draw your turns up into the lip. But also have a little bit of tail rocker so you can, you know, bust the tail free. And, you know, like on a day like yesterday, the wave was hitting back. Today you got a declining swell, so you're getting into, you know, hitting the wave as hard as you can. And the performance boards that I saw in there, they're basically the size of I'd say a short board, regular performance board, but they're just thinned down on the rail, and they've got this real nice performance feel to them that just look like you could do anything you want on them. And I was just checking out these guys in the water, and everybody that I've seen up in the competitors area, all tri-fins. I didn't see one four-fin out there in the competitors area, so it's a no, because on the tour with, like, say, Slater and Toledo and all these other guys, they're all turning to four-fins. And that tri-fin stability, I think, is maybe a mental note just to make it through some heats.
Interesting strider. I love the equipment talk, especially coming off that last heat. Chianca went from a 6'1" to a 5'11". Does that make sense for the waves you've been seeing this morning?
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think the step up was a great idea yesterday to have a little more length just for paddling and almost just meeting the power for power on the lip line. But today you're basically pushing as hard as you can and trying to you know, get as high performance as possible.
Good man, Waz. We'll talk to you later.
Right on, buddy.
15:30 on the clock here, round of 64. Heat number 3, Haleiwa Challenger in the lead. Vasco Ribeiro in second. Ribeiro needs a 4.91 for the win. Justin Becret holding priority, needing a 4.74 to move into the top 2. And Seth Moniz needs that 7.23. And what a year for Seth, kind of experiencing the extreme highs and the extreme lows of pro surfing, or I guess just being an athlete. From starting off number 2 in the world, being at Pipe, your whole family's there. Such a cool Hawaiian story there for all of his family to be representing him and his name and his heritage. And then to get injured and miss 3 events, especially when he was about to surf, you know, G-Land, and then go through the comeback story of recovering from an injury and trying to produce big heats again. So he went from that glorified moment to now building again to come back to where he was.
Yeah, it's so hard to see that. I mean, especially with the restructuring of the tour, you're looking at Seth to start off in a final, then he's thinking about the top 5 picture and potentially competing at lows for a world title. So it is so hard, and it's good to see the way that he has kind of rolled with those hard knocks and the way that he's come back strong. He puts the training and the hard work in. So cool to see Seth come back stronger, and I'm excited about watching him on home turf because I really feel like that's where he excels.
We see how things were shifting. Obviously, a lot of changes in pro surfing in the last couple of years, and now with everything starting at Pipe and then having Sunset come back, you know, that was a 2nd place finish for Seth into a quarterfinal last year. It's going to benefit certain surfers and then make other surfers go, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, definitely. The way that it's flip-flop with the locations, it's so fun to see it mixed up. I think we got almost a little bit too used to the way that the tour schedule was. So now to have that shake-up and to start in a different place, it just keeps things fresh, Joe.
Competitors area is getting exciting. You see Ryan Canalo way back there. The Grom will have Jesse Mendez in the next heat, along with Joan Duro and Leo Fioravanti. As we take a quick break, we'll be back in Paradise right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Hope everyone's been enjoying Make or Break on Apple TV+. Season 2 will be out very soon, getting an inside scoop on the life of professional surfers traveling around the world, chasing points and chasing perfect waves. 11 on the clock here in this one. Heat number 3 with Haleiwa Muniz throwing down a 6.0 and a 4.13. Vasco Ribeiro still second, Becret third, Seth Muniz in fourth, as we have a fun glassy wave setting up for Haleiwa. Past U.S. Open champ with some speed to burn. Slams on the brakes quickly with that first jam. Throws it up vertically, little manufactured two-turn combo. Vasco rolling through this one. Speed float. Gets a little bit hung up on the bottom turn off the top of that float. And he'll have to kick out. So the surfers in the top 2 spots, not really changing too much there. But there's so much anticipation in it, isn't there, when there's a big speed float like that and they can come out of that straight into the bottom turn?
Yeah,
one of my favorite transitions here on this wave.
It is. I mean, it's that load up. This wave really does slingshot you into that shallower section. So it is fun to see how these guys not just burn off the speed, but how they manage it through their maneuvers. Haleiwa did a nice two-turn combo there. Unfortunately, Vasco, it's a little bit wobbly through this midsection this morning. I think, you know, that tide, there isn't much tide change here in Hawaii, but that little bit does kind of affect it. So we'll see. I always feel like conditions start to kind of clean up around this time too, with the sunshine hitting it. I don't know, there's something about Hawaii when it starts to warm up, the waves kind of settle down, and the conditions kind of clean up a little bit.
If you like a sleep in, it's not a bad place to be. As you look at Seth Muniz, all patience here. Man has an incredible air game. He'll just sit on a lengthy rooftop float. Gets to the climb a bit late. The floater is such an interesting maneuver. It can be very risky, especially over a hollow section. As we see a nice clean turn, snaps it off the top again. Justin Becret finding the flow on the right. Needs a 4.74 to move into the top 2. As you can see, every position for paddling counts for priority. Even though first and second are set, Seth needs to get out there to get priority ahead of Justin. So they're constantly thinking about the rotation. We'll start with this floater, Rosie.
Yeah, this was fun. Look at the ribs up this face of the wave, though, that Seth had to kind of contend with. And he stays on that lip line for a very long time, gets that weightless feeling for the tail tap floater there. But it really is fun to analyze this floater maneuver, because he just kind of coaxes through this whole section of the wave, stands up tall. There's that tail drop there, gets that weightless feeling as that wave hollows out. Like you said, it can be pretty critical. The wave gets hollow and you're dropping into that trough.
Ribeiro now setting up that first forehand off the top. Nice vertical again. Good powerful pace down the line, floats it, snapped a slide on the 4th effort. And the man from Cascais just blasts out a little tail drift on the inside corner. Ton of variety from our Portuguese surfer. Passes the torch to Haleiwa Muniz in rhythm. And kind of a tough section, he'll throw that one away. Vasco aiming for first, and Haleiwa keeping the door open with a fall there. Priority to Seth, second priority to Becret out the back.
Yeah, I like that wave from Vasco. Like you said, a lot of variety, but also just the flow with those lumps through the wave. He kind of used them to his advantage and kind of gained more speed down the line.
So scores drifting in last for Seth. The float 3.33. It's kind of a wild ride, but landed flat in the impact zone. Was able to control it. That's his best number so far. His family, pretty world famous, you know, and it's really cool. They really embrace that spirit of Ohana. There's hula classes in Seth's backyard. He's got a family member back there hanging out doing something, whether he knows it or not, and that's how he loves living life, sharing that with his entire family. As we look at the last wave for Vasco.
Yeah, Vasco really putting on all the bells and whistles on this wave, trying to make it count, trying to get rid of that 4.17 in his scoreline. But look how he stays in kind of the top 2/3 of this wave. He kind of gets down with that one, doesn't go, really wants to maintain that speed down the line, Joe. Over here, he really starts to step on the gas, get down the line. a lot of different looks in maneuver choice there from Vashko.
And then a short one for Haleiwa here.
Yeah, Haleiwa, I think with Vashko's, I spoke about how he kind of used the ribs and got the little slingshot, where Haleiwa was just a little bit behind on those little rib shots that he could have got a bit of speed on. Let's see what Justin does.
Justin full rotation on the end section. That felt good for him. Leonardo loves it. They surf together all the time in Hossiger. Becret beating a score. Pulls out the full road. Very impressive. How high did he get off the lip there, Strider?
The flats, it was the height over the top of the lip was probably a couple of feet, but definitely projected out into the flat. So coming out, the way that he did was amazing. I mean, the board control, he telegraphed it, so he was looking at that section the whole time, eyeballing it down the line, you know, realizing the wave was lining up. So the wave had a great setup for him. It was almost like, you know, like in a wave pool where you know it's coming, and he basically stomped that thing. So beautiful work, and his emotion after was awesome. That's what I like to see, that feeling. And you know, these guys have a lot on the line, and just to go for something that high risk, you know, in a really, you know, consequential heat is really great to see.
Love it, Strider. Solid performance. Big whip of that rotation. Very technical and landed it so well. Justin was chasing a 4.81 for a spot in the top two. And that score will drop in at a 6.43. Takes second, sends Haleiwa down to third with 4:50 to go.
Yeah, super impressive. I mean, taking off on a medium-sized wave like that, thinking about how you can make the biggest impact, I think he did all of those things. The loft through the section, and really the amplitude out towards the landing was really impressive. The no grab, the full rotation, and rewarded, and he's back in contention in this heat.
Sometimes you go through the question, do you need airs on tour, or do you need to be able to do them? And it just can get you out of so many tough situations when you can do it on one major section. Seth's pulled some big ones in his career. Didn't find it on that wave. But remember the US Open, he just went upside down, landed backwards, and earned himself the perfect number.
It's funny when you talk about those moments, Joe, because it's almost like the Rolodex just gets going, and you find those highlight moments that you've watched, and it's burnt into your memory. Those, I mean, Seth in that moment at the US Open, I think I'll always remember that as soon as you bring it up, and it's such a clutch moment too.
Moments in history, how you remember where you were, what you had for breakfast, what you were wearing that day. It's amazing.
Yeah, so cool to think about all those big moments and when he's been able to produce that and when it's been needed. So, you know, he's got that temperament that he can pull out those big maneuvers. There's about 3.5 minutes remaining. Let's see how he can turn this one around.
Remember, we got to focus on the hard part with the numbers. When a surfer is drifting into an elimination spot, Haleiwa Muniz with a chance to qualify as he comes into this event number 17 on the Challenger Series. Remember, we take the top 10. So he knows he has quite a few heats to make, but he's still in contention. Right now in third with priority, needs a 5.77 with still 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's, you know, it's crunch time now for Haleiwa. I mean, Justin Becret is probably looking over his shoulder, saw that maneuver from him, and Haleiwa knows he's got to get to work. This is going to be the shortest 3 minutes of Haleiwa's life while he waits for that wave to come through and get an opportunity. Good news is he's got priority.
And as a veteran, he's got to mentally prepare himself for these positions all the time. Rosie, was that a practice that you had back when you prepare for an event? Would you kind of give yourself a time clock, meeting a score, and you'd have to force yourself to put yourself in that position?
It is such a fun drill to do in a practice session, just to put yourself in that mind frame and kind of get comfortable feeling that pressure. So I do think that that's something that, you know, any aspiring pro surfer, you should be doing that and thinking about needing a score with a certain amount of time and how you're going to produce that number.
Seth Muniz starting to drift into a different position. He doesn't have the choice of waves since he's in the back of the order. So on a better side of that is Haleiwa with priority, 17th in the world, rookie on the championship tour in 2011, where he had back-to-back semifinals at the Search event in San Francisco and then to New York. After a series of injuries, falling off tour a couple of times, and now hoping for one more shot. Seth will roll into this one. Needs an 8.43. Frontside swoop as the wave stays full on the first couple sections. Another quick fading cutback. Seth Moniz drills it on the inside. Solid finishing move. Here comes Haleiwa. Hits it under the lip, chasing a 5.77. Frontside power gouge on the open face. Throws it vertically in transition, right into a wrapping cutback. Haleiwa likes it, needs a 5.77 to keep his qualification hopes alive.
Joe, this is going to be interesting watching the playback. Vasco on the wave behind.
Vasco looking for improvement. What an incredibly controlled bottom turn, hammers the top. Hits the roof, and now here comes the wrapping cutback. Filling it in well till a ton of speed down to that 1 foot section. He'll slide out on his final turn. He's trying to protect that lead. He's got a 5.23 to improve on. So maybe the most important exchange of the round is 64, heat number 3. For this man representing Santa Catarina, Brazil, Haleiwa Moniz, down to 20 seconds.
All comes down to this wave for Haleiwa in his 2022 campaign. Let's watch this first maneuver. I feel like there was a lot of downtime before he got busy on this wave. Potentially could have got that moving a little bit faster. Tries to bury that rail on the second maneuver. Joey, I think, you know, looking at this wave again, 5.77 is what's required to keep his qualification alive. I don't think he's going to get it, Joey, if I'm honest.
What an effort for Haleiwa Moniz. Put in a lot of different types of turns, and we have run out of time. Judge is making a decision. It is not enough. Haleiwa Moniz falls out of contention to qualify for the championship tour, as we see Justin Becret saving himself with a full rotation, and Vasco Ribeiro moving on into the next round. We'll take a quick break. Back for more at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
On the championship tour, the level is high. You have to absolutely rip. Every heat, you have to put up some big scores, and your equipment has to be dialed. You have to be dialed with the conditions. You have to be fully prepared at every event. And I think experience helps a lot. So, you know, hopefully next year I can bring a bit of that into the World Tour. Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's simple. It's, you know, when I didn't make the cut, I was frustrated. I was frustrated myself. I was angry because that's where I want to be. You know, I grew up watching the best surfers in the world, Kelly, Andy, Mick, being on the World Tour. That's what I want to do. And when I fell off, there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting back on tour.
You are watching the final stop of the Challenger Series, and this man on screen wearing the red is #1 coming into the final stop of the season. The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Leonardo Fioravanti, we've seen a lot from this guy. Highs and lows, injuries, you name it. But he calls October the best of his life. When he won Ericeira in Europe, in front of his friends and family, it's a day that he will never forget. Puts him in a great position. He's officially back on tour. as we say welcome once again, Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, Makua Kai Rothman. Great to see you, Makua. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having me. Like I said, I love being here, and thank you to everyone out there who watches and all the great reviews and stuff. I really appreciate you guys for wanting me back.
So special. Looking at today, different in wave size, but geez, it's buttery and clean and makes you want to go surf, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I was hanging out up there with the boys, watching them wax their boards and getting some information and coaching from Coach Reynos up there, and everybody's just kind of on edge, but really determined to get out there and qualify.
We love that. So we've already got some action in the water during the break. Leonardo Fioravanti threw down a 5.0, Rosie.
Yeah, good start for Leo, and starting early too, really taking control of this heat, making his intentions clear. Two-turn combo from him, but those big high-impact maneuvers are well rewarded by the judges. It's that 5, that's the benchmark for the heat.
Like that start for Fioravanti, as you see 2 Italian flags there. Jesse Mendez making the switch at the start of the season. As we have Joan Duro from France, Ryan Kainalo from Brazil. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat in a moment. He's just catching his breath. Powerhouse surfer. Vasco Ribeiro is just dismantling the lip right out front here at Haleiwa and turned in a 12.27 total. But we're watching the horizon at the moment. Joan Duro in blue, Jesse Mendez in the white, and that's the young 16-year-old Ryan Kainalo trying to get deepest on this one. The Grom gets it. And now getting to work. Set up, turn off the top. Foam climb. And probably not what he was hoping for, as it didn't have that nice hollow wall that ran in through the toilet bowl section. So Leo will still have the lead. Now we'll send it to AJ with Vasco.
Vasco coming out of the water, first heat in a few months. How did it feel? How did you get ready for this competition?
It feels great to be back. You know, surfing with my happiness and enjoying this beautiful island Hawaii. And you know, it's been a while since I felt like this, and it's really good. My preparation was mostly just a lot of surfing, and yeah, I've been here for almost a week now, and I just love this place. The waves are amazing. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be back.
How much did that week of preparation, being here in Hawaii before the competition, help you today in the heat?
Oh, it helped a lot, because here it's always changing, you know, the conditions. Sometimes it's small and then it's huge. So sometimes it's hard to try the boards, you know, to know which one you're going to surf. But I just feel comfortable on the Tocoras, you know. My shaper from Portugal is Semente, but here in Hawaii I surf mostly Tocoras, and I just love them.
Well, it worked out for you today. Congratulations. You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, queria agradecer a todos aí o apoio. Este já está, é bom estar aqui de volta. E este é para todos vocês. Obrigado.
Parabéns.
Thank you.
Great surfing, Vasco. Great job ripping in that heat as we go right into Ryan Kainalo. Got the 2.5 to start. Now his second wave of the matchup. Representing Ubatuba. He's got the air section. Lands it nice and clean. So getting a little bit of a start there. But quickly, as you heard Vasco represent Tokoro there, I just want to throw a shout out to Wade. Speedy recovery, hit the reef the other day at a spot on the North Shore. He's got some stitches, but looks like he's starting to heal up well.
Yeah, he's you know, that V-Land inside section there is no joke, and you know, I won my I won my World Cup on Wade Tokoro. So he's the man. He knows how a board should work. He surfs big pipe. He surfs Sunset, he surfs V-Land, and here we go, some more action out the back, Joe.
Backhand hacks from Joan Duro. A journeyman on tour. Loves solid waves, loves world-class waves. That's really where he finds his feet. Remember seeing him surf J-Bay for the first time. Big, long wall. You're going, oh my goodness, this guy's a contender. And it might sound obvious, you know, world-class conditions bringing out the best, but it's not always the case. Some people have skill sets and smaller waves in the old QS format. But now with things getting better on the Challenger Series, adding waves like Snapper Rocks, having events like Haleiwa to finish up the tour, a surfer like Joan Duro is probably going, hey, my career just got extended if all these venues stick around.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the locations we have on tour, just suits Joan down to the ground. I mean, he's dangerous in Pipe, Tahiti, the guy, like you said, on his backhand at J-Bay is something so fun to watch. And he's in the mix to look for qualification.
Young Ryan Kainalo tried to really get started quick, just kind of own the peak there. That says a lot when you're 16 and going, hey, I'm going deepest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could see him right there. He wants to get in the mix. Unfortunately, that wave didn't work out for him. But right here in white, Jesse Mendez got a beautiful start to his heat.
Cool to see the backhand of Jesse Mendez. Had an incredible event at the start of the year. Krui, that little zone in Indonesia. He went to town, picked up a win, and then soon after that, got injured. So he's been kind of doing that whole recovery, fresh off a huge win. But yeah, what a year he's had. Always giving his #1 support to his wife, Tatiana Weston-Webb, as she's turned in a couple of brilliant years on the championship tour. Back to Jesse's wave here, Rosie.
Yeah, Jesse, just loving this backhand flavor. Watching his positioning on his feet, you just see how low center of gravity and how whippy he is off the top. It's really fun to watch his approach.
Great in the air, a Triple Crown champ as well. As you see him just setting the lip up off the top and trying to just make sense of the power of this wave. There's a lot of different moods of the wave that when it travels down the line, Makua. We see a lot of like broad open face sometimes on the takeoff, but you got to know when it's going to shift gears and bowl up so you can attack the lip.
Yeah, well, you see right there with Jesse Mendez, he didn't waste any time. He put it all together, speed, power, flow. He was in the right timing, the right place. He seen where the wave needed to go ahead of time, and I really just put all those moves together almost in one motion. There was no real break in between moves, and the scores show.
And that's always such a compliment for a surfer when they know everything's in sync. You know, for a goofy footer, if they can get close to what Mark Akalupo does on a wave where it all looks like one turn from start to finish. I mean, that's where it begins and ends with backside surfing, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that whole thread with maintaining your flow and your speed. And really, my favorite thing to watch at the moment is these surfers that go into their maneuvers with a lot of velocity. I think John's been one of those guys that has just been laying everything on the line with a lot of speed. And I think the judges have started to really cotton on to that idea that you're not burning speed going into a maneuver. It just creates that high impact, beautiful caress of the wave.
Seeing these guys move a little bit, I just want to call up Strider real quick. What's your take on positioning right now, Waz?
Big difference from yesterday. Probably a football field, 100 yards at least, maybe a 9-iron for me, but it's definitely a big difference. It's just crazy. Like, you know, the sets are still coming, the indicator is still there, but you know, whether or not you can make it through that section and all the way to where they're sitting is a question. So you might see waves break further out, but you know what? They're not that steep on all the time that good. So they're just kind of sitting on a confident spot, more on the inside, so where they know that they can catch their wave count.
Thank you so much, Strider. Yeah, big difference for positioning. He also brings up that relationship surfers have with golf. You've been golfing lately, Makua?
Actually, I have. I did a thing with Oakley the other day, and this up-and-coming, you know, pro, semi-pro golf for Paris. And we did the Oakley golf tournament, and it was really, really fun. I mean, surfing and golfing kind of go hand in hand. If you ask all the surfers, they pretty much golf, and it's one of the favorite pastimes of surfers.
Why do you think that is? Is it the mental challenge that you have on a course? Can you relate anything to even surfing a heat?
I mean, it's almost like, you know, a bad shot or a bad bottom turn or a bad wave. You got to let it go. You really got to get your head back in the game. So it kind of does go hand in hand in the sense of you have to be strong-minded. You have to know that just because you had one bad wave or one bad turn, you can't let that dictate the rest of your round. You can't let that dictate the rest of your heat. You got to let it go, get back, do what you know you're supposed to do, and hopefully hit one in.
That's the magic right there.
It's hard, and it's all on you. You've only got yourself to blame, right? Like when you're surfing or playing golf, you hit a bad shot, you behind on the rhythm on a wave, it's all on you.
That's what's great about it. You can just look at your own mistakes, see how you can channel your own rhythm, and find the demeanor that you like to perform in. Not everyone wants to just be lax and cruisy. Some people like to have some fire before they go surf, and they know how to get themselves going so they can compete at a high level. Jesse Mendez, that smooth start, put him at a 6.33. Ryan Kainalo, 2 waves. The punt that he threw down, 3.73. Leonardo Fioravanti holding priority, looking for a season championship here in the Challenger Series. What a year it's been. Starting with Snapper, like we mentioned, 7 events in the series, counting your top 4 results. And Hawaii's become a second home for Leo. Really comfortable here. His girlfriend born and raised here. He's loving life on the North Shore. And with priority, the Italian is going to make a move. Jamming down the line quickly, hard off the bottom. There's a quick vertical. Regains his composure and just blows out the rest of the wave. I think once he got stuck off that first turn, he was ready to get out of there. And now our other Italian, Jesse Mendez, throwing down a couple of vertical backhand turns. It's looking sharp this morning. Didn't have the same type of wave as his opener, but he was ready to attack. So that last score will go with his 6.33. And the Bolito Pro Junior champ in motion. Kainalu just chipping that inside corner and really gaining a ton of experience surfing at big events like this. You're still at the junior level, and then you can surf in the main event. He was able to do that in Bolito. Got to compete at Sakuremo as well, and making a name for himself. You remember being a 16-year-old and already accomplishing a lot as we focus on this paddle battle quickly. Mendez right out front, Kainalu right behind him. Maybe thinking about advice you guys would give to Ryan, because there's so much surfing ahead of him, so many events, starting with Yumiko. What would you say?
Keep on doing what you're doing. Look at him, he's right there. He's putting the pressure on the old dogs. And just his fire, his his tenacity right now. He just wants it all. He's in the game, he's in the moment, and these are the times he needs to learn from, whatever mistake there is made. There's no losses when you're 16-year-old surfing this kind of event. It's all learning experiences. And any advice I could give to him is just enjoy yourself, take it step by step, and learn. Don't get distracted, don't get frustrated. He's doing everything right. I mean, look at him. He just turned in a beautiful wave on that last exchange.
Did you find yourself putting pressure on yourself, Rosie, at 16? Well, but more on that story, because Leo, what happened here?
Well, you mentioned just the misstep on that bottom turn. You see that board just kind of misfire on the bottom turn, and that really put him behind for the rest of the sections and meeting that lip line.
And the angle from the water here, really wanted to put it away off the top. He recovered well. And he's had some beautiful laybacks in competition in his career. Then to Jesse's wave, Makua.
Yeah, Jesse just a lot smoother face, putting the board right up there in the lip. And like I said, his turns are looking really smooth. And there's one thing, at the end of Leo's wave, when he laid back and the nose of his board dug, he fell off. Jesse Mendez almost had the same thing happen, but backside, you can push on it a little harder and pull that nose out. But nonetheless, the young kid out the back, like I said, really putting a beautiful performance on this wave. And I think that might have been the best wave of the exchange show.
Really loose. He's got a lot of range, 6'1", using all of it on that first section.
Yeah, and I'm even noticing there's a little bit more confidence in his surfing. His turns are looking a lot more pronounced in this heat. Yesterday, he had that buzzer beater moment where he relegated Cam Richards out of the event. So I think he's, drawing from that confidence and drawing from these experiences. And as he goes into the events, he's letting it flow.
Gosh, what's better than being a teenager getting paid to surf?
Nothing.
How good does that
That's why
feel?
we're all here.
Let's just simplify the whole thing, right? Go on and ride waves
Yeah.
and
Whenever
get a
you feel
paycheck.
it down, just remind yourself.
Look around. It's beautiful. You're traveling the world. I guess it's like you said in part of your advice, the enjoy yourself part. We can get lost in numbers and what you have to do and being away from home and jet lag, all these things. And then you just have to go, hang on, check yourself, enjoy it all. And it actually can be easier said than done when like all your dreams are on the line, and there's going to be a lot of losses in this sport of surfing, and learning how to move forward and become better.
Yeah, he's, like I said, his confidence is just building heat by heat, wave by wave. And you can see, some of the veteran surfers, every once in a while, they tend to hold back on a turn here or there, and it kind of throws them off in a sense. These young kids, they have nothing but confidence. They want to attack. They have something to prove out here. So they're really going to go into every turn 110%. And I mean, like I said, there is no failure. All he can do is learn and get better every day.
12:30 on the clock. Priority with Duru. But Duru's not going. It's going to be Leonardo from Rome, Italy. Clean snap off the lip. There's the vertical. Super smooth through those first 2 points and going incredibly fast. Nose pick reversed, incomplete. But I like the intent there for #1 on the Challenger Series. Love the variety on a wave. It's so hard to do, to change gears like that. First two felt great and decided to go for the big rotation. Let's have another look, Rosie. What'd you see here?
I just like that Leo's surfing like he needs to qualify. He's not kind of letting off the juice. He's really amplifying each one of his turns and surfing like he wants it. And I love that. He's kind of taking his blueprint for every event that he's surfing. He's surfing with a lot of heart, and that's what we expect from Leo.
Looking at 11:40 on the clock. Leo Fioravanti looking to close out the season with a win, but a young Grom named Ryan Kainalo is going to the sky to try to take down some of his heroes. Back for more after this.
Back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, the final stop of the Challenger Series. I'm here in the competitors area where the preparation is key to success. And one of the preparation is making sure you got some good traction on your board. And that's what Fu Wax brings us. We got the squad over here, Emrod, Edgar Grogia, Chumbinho, and Sammy Pupo. They're getting ready for their heats. Already have surfed some of the heats. Sammy prepared, and he's used the tropical Fu Wax for all his gription, gang.
We love it. Thank you so much, Kaipo. And great to have Fu Wax on board to keep you attached to your surfboard. It seems to be the popular recipe for a lot of the aerialists as well. Flying high through the sky, staying intact to their board, courtesy of Fu Wax. Just can't get enough of that mustache from Kaipo. It's amazing, isn't it? Like, he can grow that thing in 2 days.
I was going to say, I was wondering if you use some Fu Wax to stick it on.
100%. Multiple uses for Kaipo. 8:50 to go on this one. Mendez out in front, courtesy of a smooth backhand. 2 waves, 6.33 and a 4.2. The man who's had some major moments, probably top in the list. He'd have to Triple Crown champ a few years back. As we have Duru in motion, there's the vertical. Deep off the bottom, using a lot of the open face there. Quick transition to the inside. He'll sink on the finishing move. Chasing down a 5.24 to move into the top 2. But Duru and Mendez were involved in some big upsets in Karamas when they had John Florence. A couple of different seasons out there. Mendez did a crazy flip rotation as we go back to Duru's wave, Makua.
Yeah, nice off the lip. I mean, nice and smooth. He's not doing any jerky movements. He's really looking in sync with his board right now. Little bobble at the end, but he definitely needs to put another score on the board to get into advancing position, Joe.
Definitely needs to get moving. He's been hanging out with his girlfriend, Maud Lacar. She had a great performance yesterday on Coco's surfboard. Great to have good friends with equipment for you when you need it the most, and she turned in a wild card performance into a movement into the next round. But yeah, running into Duru on the bike path, he just has this lightness about him. He's seen a lot in his time on tour, and he's looking like he's surfing at the top of his game. That one is a 4.03, so he'll stay in 4th. but looking for a 5.24 to move into the top 2. But these guys charge. Johan Duru and the crew in Hossiger, even when it's freezing cold and it isn't that vacation type look to the place. It's got snow everywhere. The whole town shuts down. And he's out there just stepping off into crazy ones with guys like Mark Lackamar on the crew. And there's an event in big, heavy closeout barrels that Johan Duru would be a force to be reckoned with.
There's no frantic energy with him either. He always seems so calm, even keel. He's just that guy that, I mean, in a hectic situation, he's keeping his head about him. He's got his wits about him. So looking at that live leaderboard, you'd think that he'd be feeling the pressure. Let's see how he can fight his way out of 4th into that qualifying position.
Johan Duru, 4th priority. As we check out the heat recap, a classic one here. Jesse Mendez representing Italy these days. Growing up in Sao Paulo, Guarujá, Brazil. Moving quickly on his backhand, the 6.33. That opener is still the best wave of the heat so far, Makua.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave. Like I said, there was no unnecessary movements. Off the bottom, off the top. Super textbook. Right there, pulling it out on that last turn, on the 2-turn combo, and it's got him up in the lead, Joe.
4.2 for this backup, and he's just turning in such a steady heat. Leonardo Fioravanti, number 1 on the Challenger Series. Best wave of 5.0 so far.
Yeah, that was his opener and had to back it up to find himself in that 2nd place spot. So Leo's hoping to hold on to that position as this heat starts to wind down.
Such an accomplishment to be able to win a title in pro surfing, especially in the Challenger Series. And how about confidence when you make the Dream Tour again for Leo's case, and then you have all that confidence that he had such a successful season. 4.67 is his low score. And Ryan Kainalu, who's gone to the air, needs a 4.67, so this is incredibly close. But on deck, you're seeing some big names in this round. Yesterday was great to see the whole contest begin in some solid surf. But a lot of the championship tour heavyweights were all seeded here in the round of 64. Rookie of the year last year, Sammy Pupo's coming up next. He had some exciting moments throughout his rookie season. I think peaking, though, when he was in the final at Saquarema in Brazil in his home country, runner-up to Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, that was super fun. Even seeing some great matchups with his brother Miguel on the championship tour. So excited about Sammy's introduction to the tour too. His performance at Pipeline, I mean, his style just really suited the place. And I think it's always interesting when you watch rookies on tour because you're like, how are they going to perform at these marquee locations? And Sammy did so well.
Gosh, Makua, that's got to stand out a lot to you after you spent a lifetime at Pipeline. And when someone comes who doesn't have all the reps, but they have that unique ability to pick the right waves.
That's what I was going to say. Rosie hit it on the head. I really think his stand-up performance was his first event at Pipeline. He showed everybody that he's here. He's got what it takes, no matter what wave it is. I mean, finals in Saquarema, he was, really close to pulling it out at Pipeline as well. And I think that's what you got to have is versatility, and you have to be able to compete in all different types of waves to become the world champion.
Pupo coming up next as he takes on Sheldon Simkis. Keanu Singh, who is a former champ at the Quicksilver Pro in France. Also taking on Alonso Carrera with a red-hot backhand attack from yesterday. We'll get there in about 3.5 from now. Quiet times here in the lineup. Heat leader, Jesse Mendez, still with priority.
Ooh, watch this little cat and mouse, Joe. Johan Duru broke away from the pack and went deep on the peak. Let's try and find something. Looks like Leo might follow him down there. It's hard to find a score where Johan's sitting right now, though. Where's transition to?
Might actually get one. There's a little sneaky waves coming in. It's a pretty good theory.
So trying to break away from the pack since he's got back of the order for priority. Drew needs to find a 5.24. Remember, this is all about qualification for the championship tour. So a very important event for Johan Duru, who comes into the final stop 16th in the world, moved up 24 spots after Saquarema. Jesse Mendez, couple of backhand foam climbs to find some clear water. Huge windup, attacking the end section. But I feel like he's got 2 better waves than that. Now crunch time like we saw for Alejo Muniz in the previous heat, where his qualification hopes slipped away when he dropped down to 3rd. Joan Duros actually came in one position higher than Alejo into the final stop. At 16th, he's right behind Jacob Wilcox. And he's got 2 minutes left, Rosie.
This is going to be tricky. That section of the reef that he's on, Makoa, that's going to be really hard to manufacture a 5.24. It typically goes quite fat on that little section that he's at. It hits a lot of deep water.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if you're not out the back and you catch it, it's called peaks. And if you don't catch the wave at that peak and get the first 1 or 2 moves in, it really flattens out throughout the inside. And with 140 left, I think he's just going to stick it out and really, throw caution into the wind and see what happens.
And I suppose it's a fair gamble because he doesn't have priority. If he sits in the pack, he's not going to get a turn. So he's trying to create some space there. Minute 25 remaining. Joan Duro's got such a solid headspace. Sparring partner named Michelle Perez. Spent a lot of great times around the world. Guys like Jeremy Flores as well. As we go into the final minute, all eyes on Joan Duro. And not a whole lot of action in the ocean right now. And this is that tough moment for the final event of the season. There's a lot of celebrations for the heroic moments of going all the way to qualification. And then the tough part of watching the time wind down on a seasoned vet like Duro, who came in here with a shot. Now the rest of the pack has got to smother him now with 30 seconds. Nothing coming on the main peak they're sitting on. So they're all joining Joan Duro at 22 seconds. What a well-served heat for Jesse Mendez. Didn't really need to catch a ton of waves. He was effective on his first 2 strikes. And #1 in the Challenger Series, proving his rhythm this year, Leonardo Fioravanti. Those top 2 spots will see them start moving through the rounds as we're into the countdown. Ryan Kainalu, the young Grom from Ubatuba, finding some great experience in the Challenger Series, and a tough moment for Joan Duro as he's eliminated here in the round of 64, and his qualification hopes end today at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Coming up next, more action here at the Challenger Series. Take a quick break. Kaifu and Ross coming up next.
Back at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, round of 64 for the men. Heat number 5 out in the water as we fly by our site, Kaipaguro, along with Ross Williams to talk you through the action. And Ross, look at this lineup. Samuel Pupo, Sheldon Simkis, Keanu Singh, and Alonso Correa. all out in the water. We're going to start this off with the veteran in this heat, Keanu Singh, straight away. Finding a smaller wave, but wants to get a score in the books. Keanu, always smooth. Gets the finish. Kind of a surprise competitor on the Challenger Series. Took a role in marketing at a surf company at Billabong and went over to Bolito for the Challenger Series. Was able to get into the event and ended up with a third place finish. And then all of a sudden he's kind of like put his name in the hat for the Challenger Series.
He just competes too well. He can't help himself. Keanu is a smart competitor. And another one of my favorite surfers to watch on tour this year, both on the CT and the CS. Sami Pupo is insane. He's so fun to watch. Again, Kaipo, he's super aggressive. He's fun because he usually kind of turns up the volume and goes for radical maneuvers. And then Sheldon out the back. All 4 of these waves were pretty small. So I like it. These competitors are changing gears. They know, like, hey, we can't rely on big bombs coming in. We got to get a score any way we can. And in fact, Keanu Singh's last wave was all the way at peaks, that little section back there. So Keanu just getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, all those waves happened right during the break, right after the buzzer sounded, Ross. So I think, like you said, surfers starting to change their game plan, recognizing that there's some lully conditions and want to get at least secure a couple of scores before the halfway mark.
And that's going to be something for them to take advantage of, but it's also going to be tricky for the judges because they're going to have to go, okay, where does this fit in the scale? We just saw Keanu do 4 turns on a 2-foot wave. What if someone catches a 5-foot bomb out the back and does 5 turns? So it's actually pretty tricky for the judges. They're going to really have to figure out this scale as the conditions change.
Here we go. Sheldon Simkis opened up with a 4-point ride, and this is going to be his backup. Simkis from the Gold Coast of Australia. Started off the year with a bang, with a 2nd place, with a runner-up finish at the opening Challenger Series event over at Snapper Rocks.
That's right. That was a huge result, and he just seemed over the moon about it. What a great way to start, but he has slipped down the ratings, so you know, Sheldon, it's hard to keep that momentum up. These events are so stacked. You know, it's hard to be consistent and just rack up a bunch of quarterfinal finishes. A lot of hot and cold results this year by everybody.
As we turn our attention to the Peruvian, Alonso Correa had a heat win yesterday with that vicious backhand attack, but got a little caught up there on his opening ride.
Yeah, I like the way he surfed yesterday. He caught a couple beautiful set waves and just did some classic backhand surfing. It's on a brand new Eric Arakawa. It's looking really crisp under his feet. Alonso's fun to watch.
Yeah, speaking of fun backhand surfers to watch at Haleiwa, I'll put Jesse Mendez on that list. Jesse won his heat. He's with AJ.
Certainly had a lot of fun in that heat, Jesse, as you come away with the win. What was your mindset heading into this?
My mindset was a little different than what I usually been doing for the past probably 10, 11 years. I was very relaxed. I love Hawaii and I love every single wave around here, so I didn't do one free surf before I surfed my heat, so that was my first wave, and I feel like I have enough experience here to just go out straight to it, and I just tried my boards in other places and they felt great and I knew they would work here. So that was it. Like, I had amazing waves yesterday and all the days. The waves have been firing, so we've been having a lot of fun.
What was your strategy heading in? We've seen some guys take the attack mode of as many waves as possible. Some wait for the really great set waves. What were you looking to do?
Yeah, it's a gamble game, really. Like, I think my headspace was like, take the second wave of the set. Like, don't go for bad waves. I ended up getting my last wave, which wasn't so good, but it was more like of a priority block than anything. But yeah, in my opinion, a day like today, like, the sets make so much difference. So if you're not in them, rarely ever you're gonna make. It's most likely you're gonna have to surf your brain off, and other people are gonna have to commit mistakes because it's so much different. And I think João had a heat like that he got all the worst waves possible, but he smashed it. And guys got the good waves, but didn't surf as good, so he ended up getting first. But it's a gamble. It's a big gamble.
Well, it's a gamble that paid off for you today. Is there anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah. Thanks for everyone. I mean, English, Portuguese, Portuguese. Okay. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo, pela torcida, minha família, todo mundo que está, minha esposa, todo mundo. É isso. Valeu.
Fetterman.
Obrigado.
Valeu. Great interview. with Jesse Mendez as we look at a replay. This is Samuel Pupo.
I feel like we've reached another level with this wave right here. This is high level surfing from Sammy. So fast, really sharp. Nothing crazy. It's not like he did a big air reverse or anything like that, but I mean, that was as crisp as you can get on a small wave at Haleiwa. I'm just really impressed with Sammy Pupo. Again, big brother Miguel's been on tour for years, but he has so much speed when he surfs. He just whips through turns, doesn't really leave anything on the plate. He always kind of arcs his turns out, maybe even tweaks his fins a little bit at the end. Really high energy surfer.
Look at the numbers here. As high as a 7.5, low 7. Take the remaining 3 scores, average them out at a 7.07. Strong start for Samuel Pupo, our 2022 Championship Tour Rookie of the Year. Finished up 10th on the Championship Tour. A brilliant run by a rookie. 5th quarterfinal finish over at the start at Pipe, and then back at home at the Oi Rio Pro, runner-up finish to Felipe Toledo, Sammy Pupo. Let's take a look at some of the surfing that Sammy Pupo has done so far in 2022.
Hello, I'm Leo Waida, and I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Bali, Indonesia. I grew up watching Kelly, Mick, and then like a lot of professional surfers, and they're always here, you know, in championship tour. So I want to be like them. So this is really important for me. My goal is not only make the tour. I want to become like top 5 or like world champion one day.
Yeah, Rio Waida, number 2 on the Challenger Series leaderboard, and has already clinched his spot, making history as the first Indonesian surfer on the championship tour. We're going to see Rio Waida in competition here, and just as impressively, we're going to see Rio Waida at Pipeline for the start of the 2023 season on that championship tour.
And that's a bit of a question mark for me. I haven't seen Rio surf out at Pipe that much, but being from Bali, there's no shortage of barrels there. So, you know, I'd look for Rio to have a pretty good grip on Pipe, but it's a tough nut to crack, the old Pipe. To free surf out there is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, you got the rookies, they get thrown straight into the cauldron at the world's most dangerous wave, the Bonsai Pipeline. Sammy Pupo, the leader in this heat, you know, he had question marks, you know, coming into Pipe and performed. Like I said, he quarterfinal finish, had some brilliant heats there in big, dangerous Pipe.
He was really a great surprise. You know, the funny thing at Pipe, or the scary thing at Pipe, is you have priority. There's, you know, one-on-one heats, and you have to go. A set wave comes your way. If it's a 10, 12 wave, like we saw so much last year, huge sets coming your way. Imagine that, Kaipo, where you're like, it's my turn. There's nowhere to hide. And you'd have to deliver. And I want to say Sammy did that. He, you know, he put down some great barrels in some really spooky conditions.
Yeah, and so with the new format there on the championship tour, just hats off to the whole crew at the league for making that happen. We're going to end the year here in Hawaii for the Challenger Series. We're going to start the year here in Hawaii, the mecca and birthplace of surfing. I love it.
Yeah, it's different. You know, it's no matter what, an event at Pipe, an event at Haleiwa, an event at Sunset, but an event at Pipe, it's going to make a huge impact, as it should, on tour. Whether it's the start or the finish, it's going to test your ability to read the ocean. It's going to test your ability to take on a really scary wave over shallow water. And then it's also, there's performance, there's tube riding. It's a multi-layer cake, the old Pipeline.
Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, former championship tour surfer, wants to get back on the big show. He's going to be in the next heat. Here we go with Alonso Correa, live action. The Peruvian taking his time, little deep water section there, and you can see that wave just dissipated.
And I want to give credit again to Sammy Pupo. That 7, I feel like he surfed up a couple points. That was about a 5, and he juiced a couple extra points out of that wave just by surfing so fast and crisp. The judges rewarded him.
Here we go, Anu boy, Keanu Singh. Husband and father, has just grown up in front of our eyes in professional surfing, and now giving back as a coach and a mentor, as well as a competitor. So Keanu Singh, just solid. You know, that's what you expect from Keanu, just solid fundamental surfing.
I really appreciate you know, this new role that Keanu has taken on, I think, is a great step for him. He's got a super steady brain in between those ears. You know, he's really built to be a coach. He doesn't get too excited. He's very sure of himself. Great competitor. Remember that big win in France, the CT, where he took out John and took out the whole event, took out all the big dogs, and just little Mighty Mouse there just ran through everyone on his wicked backhand. And it's a testament to Keanu's his brain. You know, he's just a smart competitor, but he's also very smooth. He's got a great rail game, Kaipo.
Yeah, sure does. It's illustrated here from the water.
Yeah, he's low to his board and just really rips through those carves. Nice style. Just pretty easy on the eyes, the old Keanu.
Yeah, Keanu was saying that was 2016 where Keanu took the win over John Florence in France. Speaking of John Florence, he's arrived.
Yeah, and I was getting a little worried because we have construction going on our Camp Highway, and sometimes it takes about an hour to get from, you know, Pipe to Haleiwa Beach, which typically takes 20 minutes. So nice to see that he's here in time.
Sammy Pupo, our heat leader, with a big strike there, and another hooking turn. Board under his feet, just look at money. Dad Wagner shaped that board. Ohana Pupo's the brand, and second generation pro surfer in the way of Sammy Pupo. He's made for this.
That's insane. Wow, that was really good surfing there. And Anu Boy got a nice 5. Well, that's a keeper. It's a good backup score for Keanu. And but Sammy's turning it up, isn't he? I mean, he is going to really separate himself after this score drops.
Yeah, he's running away with this at the moment. I mean, things can change. We're only halfway through the heat, but I'm feeling Sammy Pupo. And the other thing, too, when we look at this replay, he's got 0 pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. He's qualified. But jeez, that kind of reminded me a little bit of Xian. He just ripped through that carve. A lot of torque. Winds up the lower body against the upper body and unwinds through those carves. It's just like a crack of a whip. Really fun to watch, and he just gets extra speed and velocity out of his carves compared to your average pro surfer. Again, just a snap, but it's really pretty. And Haleiwa, it likes speed. You got to match speed with speed. It's a quick wave. You got to be agile and quick, and Pupo's delivering.
Yeah, Strider, what do you think about Sammy Pupo surfing?
He's on fire. I just feel like you know, the way that his speed and flow, and also a little bit of drama thrown in there. I feel like, you know, we see it out of Kelly, we see it out of all the great surfers, but they add in that element of, you know, I'm not sure, and making things, and that's what I think you need to get those big scores. You know, I think we saw like John Mel this morning. He was throwing up those big turns, but he just looked real surfy and clean. And you have to have a little drama in your surfing, and the mix that Pupo has in that technical surfing, going really fast, and, you know, putting together all the technical side of surfing, but then also kind of making it look a little dramatic, which I think is playing through, and he's got a pocket 7 heat right now, looking good.
I agree with you, Strider. Sammy Pupo, but, you know, we would expect that as we look at, you know, statistically and look at the history of this event. Just last year, Sammy Pupo, he made the final here, 4th place in the final, so he already has that winning feeling. I mean, not a Haleiwa local, but this wave suits his style of surfing.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out, really, he flies under the radar, doesn't he? You know, he's been pumping out some big results. Rookie of the year, top 10, making the cut, and yet he doesn't get talked about a whole lot. So, you know, if you're out there and you're a big fan of surfing like we are, Kaipo, you might want to start putting Sammy Pupo on your radar, because, I mean, this kid delivers a lot of highlights.
Yeah, just 22 years old, got a lot of space in front of him in the world of professional surfing. Well, we got 13 minutes on the clock and counting down. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Sammy Pupo on fire, Cole Hauschman getting ready.
My name is Samuel Pupo. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Marzia, São Paulo. It's a dream come true for sure, especially with my brother on tour. We're really happy. My dad's really proud, my mom too, so it's gonna be nice. I would say he's a way better version of me, you know, bigger and stronger. Just my biggest goal would probably be have a shot at the world title in my first year. It's a big goal, but you know, you just gotta go for it.
Oh, the Pupo brothers and the youngest here, Sammy Pupo up and riding Haleiwa. He's our heat leader, and he's scorching through turns, showing a lot of control, a lot of flair, a ton of speed. So opening vision of Sammy Pupo already has a 7.07, a 7.4. He's running away with this heat, Ross.
That was insane. That was one of the better carves I've seen in this event. Just a beautiful snap there from Sammy Pupo.
Alonso Correa, the Peruvian surfer, on the backhand. Nice little snap to begin with. Leads more down the line. Another stab to the lip for Correa. A little late to the party there, but is able to finish it off. Keanu Singh, wave 3 of this set. Anu Boy, double pump off the bottom. Glides through that first section. Little air under his board there, and impeccable timing and just quick feet to be able to fit 2 maneuvers in on that wave.
Small kind flex too on that claim. I like that from Keanu. That was nice. And you know, we talk about critical sections all the time, but that was a nasty little toilet bowl section, and Keanu pinned a nice little finishing turn there, so that felt good for him.
As we take this wide shot, you can see the rights here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park just reeling down the line. And with the dropping tide, it looks like we've had an improvement in the surf quality. Sheldon Simkis on the answer back and got a little ahead of himself, unfortunately, after that first top turn.
Dang, just caught that outside edge. Easy to do at Haleiwa because it really forces you to look down the line, and you can take your eyes off the prize sometimes and get a little too distracted by the wave itself and catch those edges. As we see Keanu is seeing here, first off the lip, projecting down the line. There's Haleiwa. It's such a tough wave. It's so fast. Both those waves are just off the tops, but again, look at the lip. This is a good angle too, because watch how this lip throws at you. It's basically barreling. And he's just putting his board on the lip line, projecting down the line, fitting in 2 turns in a really quick wave. And this carve right here is basically 6.5 points. I mean, that is beautiful. 6.5, pretty much just got the 1 turn. A couple little tiny snaps in the soup, but this kid's looking really sharp.
Yes. Sammy Pupo. So we're waiting for that score for Keanu Singh as well as this score for Alonso Correa.
Really sturdy on his heels. You know, he's just got a rock solid bottom turn. No frills, just goes off the bottom, straight to the top. But he's up against Sammy right now, who's just showing tons of variety and flair. And that's gonna be tough for Alonso if he tries to claw his way back into the heat. Keanu Singh dropping a 5.9 for those 2 quick snaps. And that's the beauty of competing at Haleiwa. You can get a score really fast on an inside bowl.
Yes, a situation. Keanu has climbed to 2nd place in advancing position. Here he goes again. And that starting turn just went wrong for Keanu Singh. He'll remain in 2nd place for the moment. Set coming through here. Sammy Pupo looking down the line. Pupo loading up. What?
Wow.
That all I could say was what on that turn.
That was nuts. I want to give credit to his dad. Did you say his dad shaped that board?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
He's looking good.
Here we go with Alonso Correa on the backhand. And Correa in 4th place. Needs a 5.88 out of this wave if he wants to move into 2nd in advancing position. Got a little impressed by the end of that wave.
It was nice. I mean, Alonso, again, he doesn't get too you know, punch drunk on trying to surf out of his skin. He stays right in his wheelhouse, and that's from the bottom to the top, and goes for those big turns and throws a lot of water. He did it, what, 4 times on this wave? And a lot of times if you connect nicely on your first turn like he did right there, you get excited, you get confident. Number 2 felt great. Number 3, just a little snap. He does another turn in here, bang, tons of spray. Again, that board looking really nice and flowy. I think Alonso was just super stoked on that. That felt really nice. He's going to get back in the heat with that score.
Just the skip and the flex of the fins and the board for Sami Pupo.
I was just about to say when he took off on that wave, Kaipo, that he's looking for an air because he's already got his scores. He's probably feeling really freed up. Like I might as well just go for it. But there wasn't really a ramp on that wave, so he went for just a kitchen sink turn. I mean, he threw everything at that wave, and the board skipped out a little more than he anticipated.
Yeah, rookie year, made a final, like I said, at the Rio Pro, runner-up to Felipe Toledo, and I feel like Sami Pupo, the younger brother of Miguel Pupo, kind of nudged Miguel a little bit, because up until then, Miguel, his best finish on the championship tour was just a semifinal finish. Well, big brother came out on top at the end of the year. Miguel Pupo surfed all the way to a victory at the final stop in Tahiti. So the brothers' dynamic really working on tour.
That's a good call. 100% that's what happened. He was inspired by his brother, Miguel that is, you know, kind of lit a flame under his feet, and he said, you know, it's almost like when you own a dog and maybe your old boy is getting pretty old and you get a puppy, and all of a sudden your old dog's like, whoa, wait a minute here. They start running around the house together. They're hiding bones, they're doing whatever. So that's Miguel Pupo and Sami. That's the story there. Definitely inspired. And I've never seen Miguel Pupo, who's been around for a good decade, surf better than right now.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, he had his best year on championship tours, finishing, I want to say number 8, I want to say. I got to take a look at that again. But yeah, best year on the championship tour for Miguel, like after a decade, like you said.
Incredible win in Tahiti. Crazy highlights of them surfing the pool in Sao Paulo. Big airs for Miguel Pupo. I mean, he just looks really fired up.
Yeah, you missed the session we all had together in Melbourne.
I did.
We had the Brazilians on one side of the pool, and we had the GOAT on the other side, and you had an invite. And
I know. I farmed it. I stayed home and was sleeping in my hotel room like a little barnyard. Yeah. It was cold. I'm a wimp.
It was cold. We had a nighttime session in the pool there. It was pretty cool.
Kind of blew it. I agree.
4 minutes and 50. I was just happy for the invite. 15 seconds counting down, and Reynolds Hayes with some words of wisdom to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Luana Silva right now.
Yeah, Reynolds is really good. He's so inspirational. You know, he feels like he comes from the world of boxing. You know, he's really good at ramping people up, and he's good at like big passionate hugs and, you know, pat on the back like, you got this. He's just a great inspiration.
I like the fact that the women are not on today, but those two are here studying heats, talking strategy with a coach. That's great preparation.
Well, just to be clear, I'm Betty Lou's coach, but
yeah, sorry.
I'm just kidding. He's hanging out down there and definitely sharing his wisdom, and it looks like they're having a good time. And here we go, Sami Pupo definitely throwing down some highlights, and he's got what, a 7.07 and a 7.4. And he looks like he's having fun at this point. 3 minutes left. I hope Sami gets another closeout because I want to see him go for a huge air just to put a little stamp on his heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, we love the entertainment of it all. Back to live action here. Sheldon Simkes needs a 6.77 at this moment. Good start for the Australian. Little rail catch there. That might cost them a bit. It's definitely cost them some momentum down the line, but is able to really kind of force a couple of closing turns there. So nice little comeback at the end of the wave.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you got to get rid of that board. That's his second wave in a row where he caught an edge, but he found the sweet spot.
Let's see if you get your wish, Ross. Sami Pupo just throws that one away.
Got caught between two moves there. Looked like he wanted to go to the air. Instead went for the snap and got a little airborne when he wasn't ready for it. You can see he's a little bummed. He's like, man, I should have just popped the big air.
Yeah, and take a look at the conditions. Looks like we have a little bit of a breeze starting to kick up.
A little sea breeze, but out of any surf spot on the North Shore, Haleiwa does well with a sea breeze. A little onshore doesn't really hinder it too much out here because it's all about big moves and performance, and so a little crumble's fine.
All right, well, we're under the 2-minute mark, and you can see the reef here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park and some of the different sections of this wave.
Yeah, you can see it's super shallow by that jet ski. That's all the way on the inside. That's the dreaded toilet bowl where it just goes below sea level. You see the surfers in the middle of your screen. That's right by the takeoff zone there. Pretty traditional today, not quite as far back as yesterday.
Samuel Pupo looking down the line, maybe looking for a ramp, finds a ramp, gets the pop, but just unable to keep that board all together.
Yeah, he wants it. He wants to entertain. You gotta love that, and that is a big part of pro surfing. You know, at the end of the day, there's people on the beach, there's judges in the tower. You want to put on a show, as you should.
Under a minute, and Alonso Correa could be his last chance. Needs a 5.31, and he knows that. So a little bit of a desperation move for the Peruvian. Keanu Singh in second in advancing position, sitting out there with priority. So Keanu with some control in this final 35 seconds.
We didn't really make note of it, but a 5.6 for those 4 backhand snaps from Alonso earlier on in the heat. A little surprised by that score, but I think the judges probably nailed him a little bit for being repetitive. But those were some nice snaps. That's a, you know, he probably would have been questioning that score a little bit.
Yeah, he needed a 6-point ride, I think, at that point. Got that 5.61. Well, here we go, down to 10 seconds. And maybe one more chance for Sheldon Simkus if he can sneak away, but it's not going to happen. Buzzer goes, and it is decided. Simkus eliminated from competition, as well as Alonso Correa. We're going to see more of Keanu Singh because he's moved into the round of 32 along with Sammy Pupo. We'll be right back after this. Isn't it beautiful? This is Haleiwa. This is a Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands with a new heat out in the water, and Jordy Lawler kicking things off here. Solid backhand surfing by the Australian.
I'm excited to see this heat. I really want to see Ian Gentile, who's been putting together some good results this year. Smooth cat from Hawaii. This is an interesting heat here.
Yeah, this heat we're going to stick with. Here we go. On order, Ian Gentile. And Ian, a little bit too deep on that one and just throws it away. Michael Rodriguez also had a ride, just a 1.83. Not going to factor into anything going on in this heat. 26 minutes, 55 seconds counting down.
Yeah, no priority at the start, so they were kind of scrambling, hassling each other pretty deep.
Here's our lineup and our surfers. Ian Gentile from Maui, Michael Rodriguez, Emrod from Australia, Jordan Lawler from Brazil, I'm sorry, Jordan Lawler from Australia, and Cole Hauschman, who had some impressive surfing in his opening round, youngster out of San Clemente, California.
Yeah, Cole put together a couple nice waves yesterday on his backhand. Pretty solid, goofy footer. So a little bit of everything in his heat. Kind of a fun mixed plate here.
Yeah, there's Cole. Big, powerful, goofy footer, 21 years old, out of San Clemente, California. Best result so far this year on the Challenger Series was a 9th place finish at the US Open of Surfing. Ian Gentile in the red jersey in this heat, Ross, is just inches away from qualifying for the championship tour. He could have done it in stop number 6 at Saquarema. He needed to be in the semifinals pretty much, but lost in the quarterfinals. Here we go. Michael Rodriguez, he's also has some qualification possibilities. Oh, but pokes the nose of that mayhem and goes down. So unusual for Emrod to make a elementary mistake that way.
Keep an eye on him, though. That's an exciting surfer. He's got a lot of speed and flair.
Sammy Pupo was on fire out there. I want to hear from Sammy. He's with AJ.
Sammy, Kaipo just said you were on fire out there. Your surfing certainly looked so loose, so free. How did you surf that way today?
Yeah, I came here just to support my best friend, Joao, which is almost qualifying again, and all the Brazilians just cheering for them. And also because I want to make heats. You know, I love competing, and it was hard to leave home for just this contest, but it's always good to be here, and the preseason has started. So.
What about this wave makes it one of the ones that you really want to come surf?
For me, it's just the best wave on the Challenger, really. Every year we come here, there's really fun waves, and this year is not different. You know, we're here yesterday was pumping, and today is super fun too. So it's a right-hander, which I love. So it's a place that I feel like I can get a win too. So that's one of the reasons I came here.
And we saw you just going for some big moves out there as well. How much of this is you just trying out new things and feeling out the power that you have?
I feel like I got a little bit heavier than last year and the beginning of this year too. So I got a little bit bigger and a little bit heavier. So I feel like rail turns are getting better, and I'm trying to get better and better at it too. And know the tour is really gets that from us. You know, it's all right-hand point breaks. You know, there's not many air waves anymore, so I need to get better rail. Trying to do that, and here it's a special place to practice.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Sure. Obrigado a todo mundo assistindo. Minha mãe, meu pai, minha família inteira, minha irmã, minha namorada, todos meus amigos, e vamos continuar avançando. Espero que dê tudo certo.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Well, great start for Samuel Pupo, and already proven here at Haleiwa. Last year, his finals appearance at this event was key for his qualification to the championship tour. Then he took it to the championship tour this year, ended up as the rookie of the year. So he's going to be one of the bigger names in draw.
Absolutely, and that was a big year for him. And interesting too, in that interview with AJ, it just goes to show you that it takes a lot to travel. You know, these surfers on the tour, they have to travel from far and wide to get to these events.
Ian Gentile, our top seed in this heat, taking it easy at the beginning of this wave. Just swinging through a couple of turns. Wave giving up a little bit of fight back to Ian Gentile, but he's able to slap it at the end. So better effort for Ian Gentile.
Yeah, he's a really interesting surfer. He's pretty lanky. He surfs different from your average tour surfer. He kind of stands a little taller. You actually mentioned in that wave just now, he sort of swings his arms around a little more than your average tour guy, but he really surprises you. He's unassuming. He'll be going down a line and you won't be ready for it, and he'll produce these crazy turns.
Hey, Strider, you got some weather for us?
Oh, yeah, we do. You know, I feel like this wind that's come up is more of a traditional trade wind. You know, kind of east-northeast coming across, you know, from the top to across you can see it on your screen. So it's going to be making that kind of above the lip air maneuver, a lot harder than it would look, but I feel like the velocity of some of these surfers like John, like Emrod, they can still stick to their boards even with the wind going with them. So we'll see what happens above the lip today, but right now it feels like it's about 5 to 10 out of the east-northeast.
What are you seeing from Ian Gentile right now, Strider?
I feel like Ian just wants to get going. You can see him on that last wave, a little frustration, but I feel like once you see him light up on a set, you're going to see why he's doing so well. He just has this big, lanky look to him, but he's so quick and technical on the lip, and he really knows how to place the board perfectly. So he's had, a great, kind of junior career, and right now he's just pressing for the big time.
Thanks for the report, Waz. Yeah, Ian Gentile, I mean, he came out with a video part at a very young age, and the late, great Andy Irons called him the best 14-year-old surfer in the world at the time. Here we go. Jordy Lawler. And you could see that wave was just a mess from the beginning.
Yeah, that was a weird section. He sort of got cramped for space.
It's out. Look out for Michael Rodriguez. Emrod just up and out. So the changing conditions presenting more of a challenge to the surfers at the moment, Ross.
Yeah, and I would still consider this like sea breeze. It's not, trade winds is a little more offshore, so it's kind of down and side. But if you look at the face of the wave while these guys are surfing, it's clean. So that's good news. It's not up the face. When you get the wind coming up the face, it's just a nightmare. There's just too much chatter. But these faces are clean. But to Strider's point, it's not that great for airs because you don't have the wind holding your board to your feet. So if anyone's going to do an air today, it's going to be a high-level aerialist that's going to really grab the rail and sort of stick to their board.
Yeah, I kind of have to yank it in, I think, with these winds and these conditions. Cole, again, that power that he's able to put together, but even with all of that power, he got bucked off for that final maneuver. Ian Gentile looking down the line, building up some speed here. Gentile throws a tail, and that loose, lanky surfing coming into play. Ian Gentile, like I talked about, he's right there. He's number 5 on the Challenger Series leaderboard as we came into this event. So he's at the precipice of qualification right now. You can see our leaderboard right there, 17,470 points. He already has 2 ninths, a semifinal, and a quarterfinal on his scoreline. So to improve upon his number, he's going to need better than a 9th place finish as we take the top 4 results on this Challenger Series.
Okay, so that means he's going to have to make the semifinals to better his scoreline. 1 turn for Ian Gentile, just a big old tail blow. This will be a cool angle. Watch the fins out the back. Bang, wow. I mean, half of his board was out the back, really loose. Kind of got backwards there for a second. Super agile Ian Gentile is, but it's just the 1 turn, so we'll see where the judges go with that.
Yeah, and with Gentile too, I want to get back to that point conversation. With that 17,470 points, depending on what the other guys do, that might be enough.
Right.
Like, he doesn't necessarily have to improve upon his lowest score,
right,
his lowest finish, but you don't want to leave it to chance,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, that's kind of like Betty Lou in the women's side. Like, you're kind of locked, kind of not. If he gets unlucky and 5 other surfers pass him up in this event, never say never. It could happen. So he's going to try to control it by getting a big result.
And that's why this heat is so important for Ian Gentile. Hey, here's last year's champ, John Florence.
He seems confused by this jersey. Not sure where the front and the back is.
It's been a while. It's been a while since he put a jersey on.
What is this thing?
He's going to have to relearn that.
Kind of matched it with the red trunks, though. It's getting coordinated.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence. That's merchandising.
John's been surfing, I would say, 6 hours a day. I mean, he is on full Grom froth mode. So he's super fit, and I can tell you, he's really excited to surf in this event.
Well, can't wait to see what John's going to have. He's going to be up against Gatian Delahaye, Taichi Wakita, and Wiggly Dantes in Heat 7 right after the conclusion of this Heat 6. Ian Gentile, his last wave was a 4.5. Here he goes again. That's to skip through that section with a nice highline float. Throws it with some flexibility, but unable to get that board back under his feet. Michael Rodriguez, Emrod, currently in second place. Rodriguez. And the conditions continue to present a challenge because Michael Rodriguez is a really fast surfer, and that wind somehow held him back from making any progress down the line.
Yeah, just the wrong angle on this set. It's really straight, so these waves shutting down. The wave prior Ian, that's just a fourth priority deal. He's just staying busy. One of these waves is bound to line up there. No one caught this last wave right here that he just dipped. That actually looked not too bad, so really gonna have to pick the eyes out of it today and avoid those closeouts.
Jordan Lawler, too deep on that one.
Another straight one, another closeout. So just the wrong angle on this particular set.
Yeah, I mean, you get right-handers, which Haleiwa primarily is. Sometimes you get left-handers out here, but right now this is a set of straight-handers, and nobody wants those.
And everyone was out of sync because the first and the third wave of that set were okay, especially for one big move. Keep in mind, you do a big maneuver, the judges can throw you like a 6 or something like that. It can be a keeper score, so you don't have to link together 2 or 3 turns.
Well, that's going to keep this heat really tight. We've got Ian Gentile with a 4.5 and 3.33. Michael Rodriguez with 4.07 and a second wave with just a 1.93. So Jordan Lawler, he can take that second place off of Emrod with just a 2.51. Cole Hausman, he's way in the conversation. You can see him in the green jersey. He's got priority. A 4.17 will take him into second and advancing position. And so this heat is a tight one at the halfway mark here, 15 minutes and 10 seconds. Who's going to make it through? We're going to have that answer on the backside of this commercial break. Stick around for more from Haleiwa.
Welcome back to Turtle Bay.
Thank you. I'm so excited. What are we doing on the east side of the parking lot today?
Well, this is the location of Paradise Helicopters. So I'm going to take you on a helicopter ride. We're going to see the Pole Mountain Range. We're going to see the North Shore all from high up above.
I can't wait. Let's do it. We're going to go see Oahu from the bird's eye view. Oh my gosh.
What do you think, AJ?
I'm on cloud 9. This is unbelievable. There's Turtle Bay.
Coming over here to the cove, beautiful swimming area, and the lush grounds here at the beautiful Turtle Bay Resort. You guys want to go check out some waterfalls and valleys? Yes, please. Little secret waterfall for you, AJ.
You know I love waterfalls. This is beautiful.
We got Haleiwa here. That's where we're going to be seeing some surfing going down. That's beautiful Waimea Valley. And we're back to Turtle Bay.
Unbelievable. unbelievable. You like know how pretty it is here, but to see it from the helicopter, totally different appreciation. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Paradise Helicopters, and thank you, Turtle Bay. Give me a high five. Gotta check out the new Turtle Bay Resort. It is absolutely beautiful. A ton of amenities and activities. Live action here. Jordan Lawler wants to claw his way back into advancing position. Just needs a 2.51 on that effort, so might have got there. Ross, you know this guy.
Yeah, and he's there with his buddy Eric Knudsen, who's films for John, and his shaper right there off John's left shoulder, Paizel. Keeping him loose, taking a look at the fins. Yep, they're all screwed in, got some wax on. And John, you know, he can miss some details every now and then with the wax. You can see he's just a big old puppy dog. Just wants to get out there and fly.
I mean, you got to remember, you know, he's a two-time world champ. He's a citizen of the world, but really, he's born and bred a country boy.
Absolutely, yeah. He's so comfortable here at home in the islands. And out here, Cole Auschman from USA throwing some buckets. A couple of nice snaps there. Really late to the game, but a 5.4 will do the trick. And at the 10-minute mark, Kaipo, a lot of mediocre scores. The seat's pretty open.
Yeah, coming back from that commercial break, we saw Jordan Lawler surf his way to a 5.17, so the situation in the water has changed. Lawler out in front. Ian Gentile has dropped to second place. Cole Hauschman is now way within grasp of taking that second position off of Ian Gentile. Cole just needs a 2.43 to do so, and Michael Rodriguez, we know what he can do. He doesn't need a big number either. He's in the blue jersey there. He just needs a 3.77.
Yeah, this is exciting. It's all gonna come to the end here. There's gonna be buzzer beaters, and Kaipo, I just want to say real quick, just to back tag that segment we just watched. It all makes sense to me now. I know why you grew the stash.
Why?
Because you're in the Magnum PI helicopter.
It was appropriate, wasn't it? It was actually, you know, one of the best days of the year for me. I channeled that Tom Selleck. I felt right at home in it. Yeah, thank you, Turtle Bay. Only at the Turtle Bay can you fly with Paradise Helicopters in that Magnum PI helicopter and ask for the doors off adventure.
It all makes sense now. Yeah, the selfie mode that you did with the GoPro with the stash, it was legit. I mean, it looked spot on.
Yeah, I'm here to save the day anytime you guys need me. 9 minutes on the countdown, and that's another type of helicopter. That's our U.S. Coast Guard patrolling our shoreline every day.
Make no mistakes about it. A lot of those pilots surf, and they purposely buzz the tower. They love to check the surf. They're having a look.
That's right. Thanks, Rob. Good looking out. Wow, we got a lot to talk about, Ross, in that it's a very tentative heat for Ian Gentile. Like I said, he looks really good for that qualification, but he'd feel a lot better about his chances if he's able to make it out of this round of 64.
Yeah, he knows that. And the position he's in now with priority, he's shifted out the back. He's in that mode where he's trying to be slower, be a little more patient, wait for that set wave.
Here are the guys behind him breathing down his neck. You know, I mean, look at Morgan Siblick right below the cut line. Michael Rodriguez, number 12. So Michael Rodriguez can really make a play at this with a good finish here. He finishes second or better, he clinches his spot, but there's other scenarios for Michael Rodriguez depending on how some of the other surfers do on that leaderboard in this competition. That's what makes this event so important and so exciting.
Yeah, you saw some of those shaded names, and that's people that dropped out.
So Ian Gentile looking to replace his 3.33 with a single turn there in the live action, scratching into this one. Here we go with Emrod. Loading up and just sees nothing down the line. A little bit of frustration in the body language as he exits the wave.
And I want to give, you know, credit to these guys in terms of, you know, how tricky it is out there. And it's easy to be in the wrong spot, but both Ian Gentile and Michael, you know, they shifted too deep on the peak and took off on those medium waves that go into that deep spot. So a little out of position there. Let's see if they can read the lineup here and get in the right spot.
Here we go with Cole. Looks like he's got some space on this wave. One hook on the backhand. Gets another foam climb there. It's going to be 2. And the fist pump means that he thinks he improved upon his scoreline. I think he improved upon his scoreline. All he needs to replace is a 1.83. Emrod, live action, big snap off. One more time for Michael Rodriguez. Here he goes, working down the line. He's going to get 3 in here. Nice finish for Emrod.
Smart surfing. Smart surfing there. He purposely threw spray on those turns. He instead of electing for tail slides, he went for the buckets. He's trying to throw smoke signals to the judges, looking for scores. And this was a gift too. Remember the waves prior were in the middle of Haleiwa, just no man's land, and this was over towards the channel. Now they're in the money spot. And this turn right here, watch the tail block. Boom, he pushes on it, sort of like shoves it. And he's really doing it on purpose. He's trying to throw spray into the air. So clever move there from Michael Rodriguez, trying to be visible to the judges. First opening turn there for Cole was really nice. That wave shut down pretty quick.
I appreciate the analysis right there on surfers being conscious of what turn that they're going to do in the appropriate situation, and for you to pick that out.
I mean, these surfers, they know how to produce a score, and they know it's not cheating, but they know when to like kind of manufacture a score and when to be visible to the judges. And nothing beats spray. I mean, spray is so visible, and it's not like it's easy to do. It's not like he pulled smoke and mirrors out there. You know, he created some nice turns there, but you could tell he was purposely looking to throw buckets.
Strider, we've seen some closeouts. What do you think about the direction on this swell?
Well, let's watch Ian and figure out what he thinks about the direction. He looks like he's got an open face. Nice floater right there. Comes around the corner, slashes into the corner. Oh, bummer. Commentator's curse right there. Poor guy went down. Just the direction of the swell, I feel like it's coming around a lot more north. So there's a few more northeast sets, and then the west comes back. So there's not a lot of great waves out there. So actually just being in position for those open face, that's so important right now. I mean, Ross can touch on what the different directions do out here, but to me it seems like when those more north ones come, it kind of shuts down the outside bowl.
Thank you, Strider. All right, so 4.5 minutes on the countdown here, and another wave coming through, Ross. It's going to be Cole, who's gone up into the lead, getting some momentum in the final 5 minutes of this heat. And he picked off another gem, and it keeps giving for him. Given the conditions and framework of this heat, Cole Hauschman, that was a diamond, looking to improve upon his 4.8. What do you think?
It was nice. You know, he's got that type of surfing where it reminds me of Nat Young, or he's just like really meat and potatoes, you know, off the bottom straight to the top, and pushes really hard with his legs, throws a lot of spray.
Michael Rodriguez needs to make a run here. First turn's nifty, second turn's sharp, third turn throws a bunch of spray, and fourth turn with an explosion. Why not make it 5 for Emrod? That's exactly what he needed. Look at him look back at the judges' tower and give out a roar.
And judges just now starting to drop scores for his wave previously, and it's looking really good for Michael. This heat's going to turn upside down here in the last few minutes, Kipes.
Yeah, big pressure on Ian Gentile, and as you say that, Ross, a 6.87 for the previous of Michael Rodriguez pushes him into the top. Cole Hauschman still with a strong showing, and we think is going to grow on his two-wave scoreline with his next score that the judges still owe us. Lots of pressure on Ian Gentile at the moment. 3 minutes remaining. Gentile in the red jersey has priority, but there may be a big ask for the Maui boy.
Yeah, he's going to have work cut out for him. You can tell he's been stuck between a couple different lineups out there. It's really easy to do. You can get kind of sucked up to the top of the peak where guys were surfing yesterday, and it's kind of a no-go zone today. It really puts you in no man's land. So that's sort of been Ian Gentile's heat here. He's been a little lost in his lineup today, which is surprising because he's a local boy. He surfed Haleiwa 1,000,000 times, but you know, the waves are a little tricky out there.
Yeah, Ian Gentile again with 2 9th-place finishes, a 3rd and a 5th in his 4 results that we're counting this year. Needs to do better than that 9th-place finish. That would be an equal 7th in this 4-surfer format. That's the semifinal.
Right. And so if for some reason Ian goes down, he's going to be spectating very closely. There you go, Kaipo, a score from Cole.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman, 5.17. It does improve his two-wave scoreline. Still one more score for Michael Rodriguez that the judges owe us. Ian Gentile, priority, 1:45. Gentile needs a 6.07.
It's not out of the question. He's got priority. He's got a 1.5 minutes. There's a little bit of lumps out there. And the reason why Michael Rodriguez is winning this heat, it's a speed. You know, he's surfing a lot faster than everyone else in the lineup right now. He's got more zap in his turns. He's throwing lots of spray like we talked about. So it's a nice heat here for Emrod.
Yeah, at the moment, Michael Rodriguez in first place, relatively safe. We're going to see him in the round of 32. Big story is who's going to join him in the round of 32. Will it be Cole? Will it be Ian? Ian still has an opportunity, 1 minute remaining and priority. Haleiwa's got to deliver, and looks like we got some lines, Ross.
Oh boy. Pressure is on. Just looking out though, hey, there is a small set coming. And you can see Michael Rodriguez is in 4th priority. That's why he's kind of going deep. Maybe just begging these guys to follow him, but they're not falling for it.
Now, Ian, you can see him in the red jersey. He really needs to position himself. He might be pretty deep on this wave as I see this wave present itself.
I don't know, it looks good, Kaipo. It has a nice shoulder on it. He's gonna have a chance.
Oh, well, there you go. We're gonna go to peaks here with our heat leader, Michael Rodriguez. And so that's all for Emrod. Ian did get up on his wave, so we're gonna cover that wave as we go to Ian Gentile. This is gonna be it, swinging for a 6.07. Nice snap to start for Gentile. Little chatter off the bottom. Struggles through that second turn, but wraps the third turn around. Cleans up on the inside here. And works to the end. Gentile throws it around. Finishes with a reverse. Buzzer beater? What do you think?
I think he personally did enough. That was not an easy wave to surf for Ian. It was really bumpy, but I believe there's another wave to look at out the back. And Jordan Lawler, who's not out of this heat as well, look, cleaner wave here, smooth face. And he's putting a lot more grunt into these turns. That's a lot of power, that's a lot of spray, and that's right away, it looks much better than Ian Gentile's wave, so.
Sure is. 8.7 for Jordan Lawler. Now Ian Gentile needs a 9.37 on this one. And he surfed this wave for all it was worth, Ross, but I don't think this is a 9.37.
No, it's just a little too bumpy. You could see he was trying to control his board. He surfed well. I believe he would have gotten the score he needed to bump into second, but Jordan Lawler, he just made that irrelevant. Beautiful score there from Jordan.
So eliminated from competition. He's going to have to sit on the sideline and see how things play out. Brilliant buzzer beater by Jordan Lawler. Finished off in the final seconds with an 8.7. He's moving on into the next round with Michael Rodriguez. When we return, John Florence will be out in the water.
You're watching the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Heat number 7, much anticipated matchup. Seeing Wiggly Dantas take on Taichi Wakita and Gatia and Delahaye. And also one of the biggest names in pro surfing, John Florence, making his return. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Makua Kai Rothman. Makua, John's back. What are you expecting?
I'm hoping he's bringing that pickle mango back from last year.
And that was the call from Makua last year when John dropped the 10. And smaller conditions, did about everything you could imagine on one wave. He got barreled, did a rotation. He's back from another injury. Those poor knees. He's been through a lot. Went on a nice sailing trip, but now we get to see if he's match ready and ready to start off for another world title campaign.
Last time we saw him was G-Land. So what was that, May? I mean, we haven't seen him for a number of months. So I can't wait to see a healthy John and probably pretty refreshed.
Been surfing a lot since returning home from that long journey across the ocean. As you see a quick up and out from Taichi Wakita. And still digesting that loss from Ian Gentile. Number 5 on the Challenger Series, still hanging on to that spot. We'll keep you posted on the live rankings as this round continues. That set came through at the end. Jordy Lawler was on the one behind that allowed him 3 big backside verticals. That got him into second. But it was all about Michael Rodriguez, who took the win. Emrod is with AJ.
He's here, he's catching his breath after a heat that had a ton of action. What is your mentality coming into this competition to put the pressure of qualification out of your mind and just surf as freely as you did in this heat?
To be honest, it's been pretty hard to try to sleep. I spent the whole night thinking about this heat. This time of the year, you just want to qualify and do your best no matter what. And I never have good result here in Hawaii, so I have been trying to think about my family and my daughter and don't think about the event because it's really, really hard and the pressure is right here.
How much did thinking about your daughter, your family, take the pressure off in the heat and lead to the surfing where it just looked like you were having a blast and in sync with the ocean?
Yeah, exactly. When I'm there, I try to think my daughter when everything looks so hard. I try to think about good things, and that time is working, and hopefully this keep going.
It worked today. What did you learn you want to take forward?
About today? What? You'll never give up. You always have been trying. You have to try all the time, no matter what, and that's what I'm doing.
Congratulations. You want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, sure. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo. O primeiro passo já foi dado e vamos concentrar e vamos para a próxima. Obrigado, minha família, minha mulher, minha mãe, meu irmão, minha filha, todo mundo, meus amigos. Tamo junto.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Thank you so much, AJ. Michael Rodriguez, he's been on the big stage in the past, and he knows how important this event is. Couldn't sleep last night thinking about it. Coming into this stop, number 12 on the Challenger Series. The cutoff is 10. So he's trying to hunt down one of those spots in that top 10 picture. Job done today as he moves on to the round of 32. As we had just a little bit of activity in this one. Taichi just up and out a couple of times. Wiggly Dantas just a .23. Florence takes off on a 1. Gatien representing Guadeloupe. Also trying to get his start out here. And this is what John Florence just did, Rosie.
Yeah, wow. John just trying to bury that rail. Oh, that was the 1-point ride. So not quite what we used to, but still, his intentions are clear. Ooh, a lot of the guys falling victim to that opening section.
What are you thinking about the conditions at the moment, Makua?
Looks like the second wave of the set is much cleaner, is what I'm looking at. And looks like if you pick the right wave in these conditions, it's really, really rippable. And I really think guys need to put the pressure on John if they want to win this heat.
Pretty special when you see John Florence healthy and in sync. It's in the conversation of best surfs of all time. Free surfing in outer reefs, big water sessions, and in the Jersey. He's in that fine list of people who will be always talked about as maybe some of the greatest surfers ever. And the hard part for, I think, his fans is just seeing the multiple injuries that he's gone through. It's almost like he's pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the water, but also what the human body can take, because he's landing so hard in the flats, pushing as hard as he can with his power surfing as well, Ro.
Yeah, and you think about how much pressure he put on himself to get healthy, to be in the Olympics, and he did that in a short span of time. So, you know, he did the Olympics, and then obviously in G-Land he re-injured himself, so, or it was his other knee. But yeah, he's just putting his body through so much. He's getting so beaten up, and he's doing it in all kinds of conditions. But Ross Williams, his coach, also our fellow commentator, is saying he's been surfing 6 hours a day. Like the last couple of days, the waves have been firing, and the guy's been logging some serious water time.
Well, let's flash back to last season at the Haleiwa Challenger. This wave's so important to John. You always talk about pipe with him, or even sunset. He said Haleiwa, it meant a lot to him to go all the way to the podium and take out this event title. We're going to see that moment, Makua, that perfect 10.
Yeah, right here we go. Spin it to win it.
I just had deja vu.
Dropped
There's
his
the carve.
wallet, pulled in, and then here it was, Joe. What did he do?
Big rotation to finish, and that's just like mind surfing in your head, what you dream of what you'd want to do on a wave like that, and that's real life for Mr. Florence, taking yet another prestigious title, and he's happy to do it at home on the North Shore of Oahu. Florence now, he's going to be trying to get in the hunt for a third world title, something that Medina's already achieved. He talks about a healthy rivalry with Gabriel. When Gabriel won a title, he'd want to work harder to win one. It's one of the greatest rivalries in surfing. And Healthy John will be fun to watch through 2023, Rosie.
Yeah, Healthy John gave back. I think, you know, a new world title, world titleist, Felipe Toledo. What's that going to do for his confidence? So there's a lot of players in the mix that we're looking forward to.
And what a great heat to get started. These are all insane competitors. Wiggly Dantes, he's like a part of your family, Makua. Can you talk about meeting Wiggly? Always had a lot of talent when he came to the North Shore.
Yeah, I've known Wiggly for a long time. I mean, his sister, his brother, they've all stayed with us for a long time. And he's, you know, he has natural raw talent like no other, especially the way that he puts his board up in the lip. It's real different because the spray that comes off of his fins and his board is just unprecedented. You don't really see that very much. And, you know, right now he kind of started off, I'm not sure what that first wave was, but he has priority. Like I said, right now is the time to put the pressure on John if you want to make a statement.
It's like a fire hose when he hits the lip. Some people talk about power and how to get a lot of spray off the top. I think one of my favorite things is watching his timing. It seems like his board hits the lip at the right time for the lip to explode. Let's see if we'll get a bit of that in this heat. This goofy foot is Taichi Wakita. As we see him go up vertical, kind of push through that turn to extend it a bit. That wave's going to shut down on him. The goofy foot growing up right here on the North Shore. There's that big twist off the top. Staying low to his board. Wiggly Dantes will kick out there and start seeing that backhand start to heat up, Rosie.
I feel like for Wiggly, he might be at a bit of an advantage being a goofy foot in this heat too, because when you're looking at John on his forehand, it's pretty hard to compete with that. But then the point of difference here for Wiggly is just how powerful, you mentioned that timing, Joe, but that whip through the lip and just the way that he's able to connect with the section and really pinpoint the part of the wave that he wants to release on.
Yeah, Rosie, it's, you know, right here, there's a big difference between the front side and back side surfing, especially in these conditions. You see how he can get his board so much more vertical on the backhand and really throw it up in the lip and come down on top over his board. He's three beautiful moves. You'll see in the difference in the surfing from the backhanders, how they can get really vertical in that tight pocket, whereas the front handers will have to do a more, see how he gets his board right up there, and a bit more round turn on your front hand than the backside right now.
Just rolling out of that one, Taichi Wakita wearing the white jersey. Wakita, a big name in pro surfing, especially on the North Shore of Oahu. Seen a lot of his father at Pipeline. Absolutely charging, taking some wild wipeouts and getting some crazy barrels. And now it's a father-son combination at Pipe these days. Takayuki and Taichi out there together, trading out barrels. His father said it's hard to put into words what that feels like to share Pipeline with his son. And he said it's almost like another surfer. He feels like Taichi's turned into his coach. He gives his dad advice, and he goes, hang on, I'm getting better waves now listening to my son. So a ton of respect for his son, to his father, obviously, but Taichi always says his dad will always be his sensei. He looks up to him, and you've seen a lot of that over the years, Makua.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Wakita, to have his own bowl at Pipeline, you have to do special things. I mean, coming from Japan, he made a name for himself. I mean, like I said, I don't have a bowl in the North Shore. I've been in my whole life, and Wakita has his own bowl. He's stuck it out, and now the camaraderie between him and his son, and just that Japanese, honor that they have between each other. Good communication, like he says, he learns from his father, and you can see it.
His dad is so humble. Like if you bring up that section of pipe to him, he always has his head down and he starts naming, Marvin Foster. He starts talking about Liam McNamara and how he always helped him get waves in the early days. So he's always pushing it to everyone else, to, the late Uncle Derek Ho. He's never putting it on himself. It's just that beautiful honor and respect for everyone that's given him so much. And Takayuki's doing a lot of commentating in Japanese as well. Always fun running into him in the surf. And always putting a lot of love towards both his son and daughter in their hopes of qualifying. Wakita 417. Dantes, just like that, 6.33. Anytime you can go right and show off that backhand attack, it's incredible. But one thing you also remember too about Wiggly, kind of like Medina, they're great friends. They think about opportunities within the rule book as well. How many times have people got an interference against Wiggly? It's amazing how well he can play that into his hands and create opportunities for himself.
Yeah, the guy does not give an inch in the lineup, especially in a heat situation. You meet him on land, he's super friendly, has the biggest smile, he's got a huge heart, but I like that tenacity as a competitor because you're here to do your job, you're here to achieve something. You said it yesterday, Makoa, when you're out in the water, you're backing yourself 100% and you're not worried about anyone else. It's all about you and making your mark.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, especially, where they come from as well, the upbringing and what they had to work with in the beginning, strength, determination, and making sure you do what it takes no matter what to achieve your goals.
These guys have achieved a lot in a short period of time. 16 on the clock, still anticipating a big start for John Florence. Went down on his first turn. John's always happy to be home here in Hawaii. Yesterday, Makoa, I think I asked you about food. What about music? Some of your favorite local artists for people to listen to when they come to Hawaii, what would you say?
Oh man, I mean,
besides yourself too.
It depends the genre as well. I mean, you got everybody from Is to Kili Raichel, Emi Hanai, Li'i Brother Kaz, and then you got Josh Totofi, The Green, Common Kings. You got Kapena, one of the best to ever do it. And there's so much great talent out here in Hawaii. It's part of our life. It's part of our culture. It's how we introduced ourselves once upon a time with song and dance. And you stated your lineage and. There's different ways of saying not a hi, I'm Makua. You actually, bring something with you, song and dance, to bring as a ho'okupu or gift to wherever you were going. And part of it was song, so it's in our culture big time.
We love that. It's a great list to get started if you guys haven't heard of those bands or those artists. With now 14:50 on the clock, let's get the froth factor with Strider Wazalewski. So much anticipation to see John back. Here he is, Waz.
I know. Well, John, one of those guys that we all want to see surf, and he's got a secret training regimen right now. I watched it go down. It was about 10 feet out of the north, and him and his crew decided they were going to try and paddle out of gas chambers and try and get out through the lineup. It was pretty impressive to watch him, Ivan Florence, it was Brandon Wasserman, Eli Olson, and they just got completely annihilated Koa Rothman, but he actually made it out with Koa, got some, big bombs, was kind of toying with it, but, that kind of just surfing all day, I feel like will get you in the right rhythm and get you in that place to where you really can just do anything on a wave. Unfortunately, out here right now, it's a little slow, deteriorating conditions, but I feel like he's going to come through at the end of this thing.
You love it. Strider, it's all about your crew, right? No matter if you've won 2 world titles, if you're known as the best in the world, your crew is there to humble you at times, to push you in sparring crews. Brothers do that, and also friends that turn into brothers. It's pretty special when they all get to compete together as well, which is going to happen very soon. The Vans Pipe Masters, December 8th through the 20th. We're going to enjoy a great pipeline. That's always the first and foremost part of the show, the wave itself, and then the Florence brothers in action at the heaviest, most beautiful wave in the world. Looking forward to that. A lot of different types of heats to look forward to starting December 8th, Rosie, and a cool new format as well.
Yeah, I love, the invitees, Makoa, you touched on yesterday, just the fact that There's an air section that's going to come into play at Pipeline, which is really cool because I think when you mix formats up like that, you really get an idea of what's possible at a break that we've kind of had tunnel vision on.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and the forecast right now is looking a little north. There's sand on the reef. It's going to be a different style pipeline unless we get a really big west wall to come in and clean it up. So I really think the format is going to suit the conditions.
So much to look forward to on the North Shore, and still plenty of action right here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Mikey McDonough preparing for Kalani Ball, Eitan Osborne, and Ramsey Bookham coming up next. Christmas is right around the corner. Time to check out WSOstore.com and join us in the WSO Holiday Sale. There's incredible discounts on the official jerseys, event merchandise, posters, and more. You know what? You're going to get free shipping from now through December 31st. Order by December 9th. Get delivery by Christmas Eve. And if you order, you're going to get a free Hydro Flask with every jersey purchase. All kid sizes, 50% off. Join us on WSLStore.com. 10:30 on the clock here in this one. Heat number 7 of the round of 64. Celebrating the return of two-time world champ, local hero John Florence. A man that won the Eddie event at Waimea Bay when it was gigantic. Makua in that special event. One of my favorite ones that I got to actually see personally because it was bombing closeout sets. And that just added to John's whole profile, winning that event and then winning in Brazil about a month later in about 2 to 3 foot surf, just showing his depth. But speaking of that Eddie specifically, how amazing was that seeing Waimea at that size?
It was crazy. I mean, to share the podium that day with John, you know, made the final. I mean, I made the podium that day with him and some of my favorite surfers of all time, you know, Kelly. And the waves are just as big as Waimea gets, as crazy as it gets. It doesn't get any better than that. And we had a little up and down ride for Taichi Wakita there, but you know, Waimea was crazy. I mean, I don't think I've seen it like that surfed since, and especially in an event.
Unbelievable performances from all you guys standing on the podium and beyond. It was just heroic and such special meaning to that event. John was beyond himself, taking the title there, the event that he dreamed of winning his whole life. There's a big hammer there from Florence, flowing off the top, setting up a nice frontside arc. Jams it again in the pocket. This is what we've been waiting for. Inside section, he'll throw some water out the back, incomplete for the last turn. But his best wave so far, just his second look in the heat with 8:50 to go. Getting some speed now, Agati, and Delahaye is just gonna throw some water on the first section. Flowing through this inside corner. And we'll kick out in front of John, and the priority battle will get started between those two. And now Taichi straight up vert to start. Fits in one late on the climb, but centered over that board. He'll ride out. So Taichi got rid of a 1-3. Gatien added a second scoring ride to his 4.5, and John's about to get his best with 8:10 to go. John's an incredible paddler. Paddled the channel with his good friend Kona Johnson a few years ago. Kind of part of his recovery at the time from injury. He just got even stronger for more elements of his game. As we take another look, starting with John's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, John just spring-loading this first section, knifing through it, throwing the tail and doing that tail slide. What I liked, though, was the transition between those two maneuvers, because he got out of that first maneuver in time to meet the lip and make it functional and keep that speed. Goes for the layback on that slower inside section. So good variety and spice from him. What did you think, Makoa?
I really like this first move, just jamming the tail and being patient up there as it drifts. Smooth, one motion up into that next foam climb there, wrapping it back into the powerful section of the wave right here. He's looking smooth. You know, I think that's going to be a really, really good score.
Also watching Gatien. Anything you liked out of this one, Ro?
The first turn was definitely the highlight for me. Unfortunately, that second one, he didn't really get to engage that rail. The fins kind of skid out and put him off kilter.
And then 2-turn jams for Taichi on this one, Makoa.
Yeah, I like how vertical he got on that wave. You know, really straight up. Little late to the game on that next turn, but nonetheless, beautiful surfing.
Well done there for Taichi. 4.17 and a 1.3. Gatien had the 4.5. And John waiting for his number to lock in. Gatien had a lot of success at the Challenger Series in South Africa this year. Over in Bolito, finishing runner-up in the final to Rio Waida. One of the biggest results of his career, and carried that momentum, and then won a QS event, a regional event in Anglet. And beat Ramsey, who's currently in 4th on the Challenger Series. So a lot of success for the man from Guadeloupe this season. And now numbers starting to drift in. 6:10 on the clock. After a serious lull, John fell on his first turn on his opener. And now turning in a serious number. Remember, Wiggly had the 6.33 nice and early. That's their comparison. And it's going to go just above Dantas. So now John turns in a 6.93, and that gets him into the lead.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. Like I said, that first turn was the money turn. Really laying everything on rail, sliding the tail, being patient enough to hold on, and then just working that thing out to the finish.
Well surfed wave. Now he's out there with 3rd priority. So Gatien got the jump there. And Wiggly just holding his position with now 5:22 to go. Wiggly had some key heat wins early when he qualified. Had one of those long stories of trying to get the jump and make it into the top 34, and got there, and he's trying to get his spot back. Numbers now in for Gatien, 4.2. That's enough for a lead change. So Florence down to 2nd, needing a 1.77 now, Ro.
Yeah, interesting little flip-flop there. I think, you know, when I'm looking at the picture of this heat, though, I think Wiggly is really the guy that's in a lot more control than Gatien at the moment. He's got that priority. He's got that 6.33. So I don't think Gation's feeling very comfortable in that first place position. But here we've seen another shuffle.
Another shuffle there. So Taichi, that 2-turn combo, 4.03. That takes him to 2nd. So John's now in 3rd. Wiggly down to 4th with priority, but they're not needing much. Just one Rangers with 4:30 to go. Strider, every heat is completely different. This one with a serious lull, and it's incredibly tight at the moment.
Yeah, you know, and something else I wanted to touch on with John, I didn't see him here this morning warming up, and yesterday he was surfing pipeline and really heavy hollow left, so I don't think he had time to adjust, and I think we saw that on the first wave. And then, you know, on his last wave where he came up with almost a 7, it looked like he was settling in and starting to feel the board and the surface of the water out here, and I feel like he's just going to improve on his score if he, you know, if and when he catches another wave. So, you know, maybe not being here this morning might have worked against him a little bit as he went down on that first wave, but, you know, he's always battling back, and he's a, you know, local boy, so he's confident and he's comfortable. Just got to get him on another wave.
So true, Waz. Thank you so much. Why don't you come in and dry off? We'll bring you to the booth for the rest of the afternoon. Strider Wazalewski with up close and personal condition calls, but also thinking about just John maybe being in 2 minds with the event starting up, but then you look in front of your house and it's absolutely firing. And you got to do a little bit of both. Manage your energy, get completely barreled, and come over here to try to win the event. 6.93 and a 1, so he's dropped to third. Needs a 1.27. Very interesting situation with 3:15 to go, Rosie.
This is interesting, and I think as we're seeing the swell start to die off, we might see a reposition. I think we'll see. I mean, I don't want to jinx the commentator curse, but I'm hoping to see another flurry of action. Otherwise, John, with that 1.27, is he going to do the grovel onto the inside and catch like a little reform at the keiki little section? I don't know.
I mean, he's not just going to sit there needing a 1.27, knowing that, you know, get up and do one turn or something. He's going to definitely have to try his hand at something. I really don't see John or Wiggly sitting this one out and just letting it go by when there is, you know, little waves that have scoring potential.
It'll be pretty funny to watch. Sorry, John.
Oh, no, it's insane when you look at the situation. I mean, for Wiggly, you'd rather be Wiggly, you know, having priority when you're chasing a 1 and some change. So right now, he can definitely go on a wave if it comes. For John, he's going to have to maybe create some space. Because at some time, Gatien might be feeling the pressure and might sit on him, knowing his reputation out here.
I mean, John's got third priority anyway. Catch one of these little ones, get the 1.2, and get right back out there. I mean, unless a set's coming, I'm not sure. This is going to be, it's funny because we're in here in the booth, but when you're out there, it's definitely not funny right now.
Yeah, no, right? Yeah, this is like, this is serious business.
Oh, yeah, Ross Williams is pulling his hair out right behind us as we watch Wiggly. One connection there, so that's what he waited for and used priority on. He needed a 1.87.
John's in second priority now.
And even though he did get a little tap in, I'm almost thinking that's under.
I can't see that going over 2 points, Joe.
So now Wiggly lost priority at 1.63, moves to third, not enough. Gatien with first priority and the lead is probably going to try to track down John. Wiggly's going to try to make up for it here. Now needs a 1.87. Attacking the first section, fits in 2 turns under pressure. Now John thinking about scrapping through a small insider. Florence, first turn, a solid forehand jam. Second effort, attacking the whitewater the best he could. This is probably one of the more scrappy finishes we've seen as far as conditions are concerned, not needing a whole lot to turn the heat. 2 important scores coming in for Wiggly and John, and they're not chasing much.
Yeah, that was interesting to watch. It almost flashed back to his heat, John's heat at Narrabeen, where he had to go down the beach and really try and manufacture something. Yes, getting scrappy at the end there when they're looking for sub 2-point rides to rearrange the... There we go.
Interesting situation. Wiggly turns in a 2.13. He got enough, but then so did John. 2.6. Florence to first. That bumps Wiggly back to third. Gatien holding down second and priority with 10 seconds on the clock. What a finish. Welcome back, John, to the jersey. What a great moment for him to test that heat strategy. Ross is breathing again behind us, his coach. A win there to move on into the round of 32, and he had to think on his feet. Tough loss on the other end for Wiggly Dantes and Taichi Wakita as the round of 64 continues. All eyes on Ramsey Bokiam coming up next with his hopes of qualifying for himself in Morocco coming up next.
My name is Ramzi Boukhiem. I'm from Morocco and I'm 28 years old. Well, I've been doing this for quite a long time now, so I've been kind of close a few times and I feel really confident. I know that I can mix it up with these guys up there, so that's why I keep doing it. It's time for me, you know, I'm 28, turning 29. I feel like I'm in my prime, you know, physically, mentally, and in my surfing, so it's time for me to get up there and show the people that I can mix it up with these guys too, you know. It's time to prove it.
You're watching the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Round of 64, heat number 8 has just begun, featuring Kalani Ball, Eitan Osborne, Mikey McDonough, and also Ramzi Boukhiem, representing Morocco with a big shot at qualifying for the Dream Tour, as he is current world number 4 on the Challenger Series. Has got a nice aerial view of a nose pick reverse thrown down from Ventura, California zone, Eitan Osborne. Mixing up to the inside section and just lays it down in a stylish way. You can see he's got a lot of people he can look up to in that part of California. No one bigger than Dane Reynolds, who he's good friends with, pushes him a lot in free surfs. Recently, Eitan threw down maybe one of the biggest airs ever recorded on a boat trip. I think the biggest part of it was the size of the section he willingly decided to hit head on and pulled it off with grace. A big rotation. Eitan's in a great position as well to go all the way to qualification, Rosie.
Yeah, Eitan has been so fun to watch. I mean, definitely his name, when I think about his strengths or what I'm used to seeing him in, is air shows and just massive air parts and being blown away by his free surfing. But to see the way that he approaches the strategy of a heat situation, it's been really cool to see him as an outside shot for qualification this season.
Yeah, I mean, that first turn on that wave surprised me. I was like, whoa, that was sick. Even his finishing turn on the little part of the wave just laid into that thing.
How nice is that in surfing? Because there's sometimes you're kind of mind surfing with the surfer, and when they surprise you and do something bigger, it's epic. But this is how we started off this heat. A little bit of a paddle battle and over the falls for Eitan and Ramzi.
Like you said, 2 guys in contention, 2 guys putting it all on the line. Nobody's just going to give an inch out here, you know, and that's what it used to look like.
Quite often, especially at this event. Here comes a nice glide and power and flow from the Moroccan. And he'll step off. What a weapon of a backhand he has. And now Mikey McDonough on the replay, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, smaller wave, really just going through this milky section. When you're looking at, you know, Eitan's wave, Ramzi's wave, and how much bigger it was in comparison, this really isn't going to factor in come the end of the heat. Kalani Ball, this one was interesting because that was the first wave of the set and it was super messy and a lot of chunky water to kind of get through.
Exciting times in pro surfing. John is back with a wonderful beard and he's hanging out with AJ.
John back with a wonderful beard and a heat win here at Haleiwa. First time back in the jersey in a few months. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it felt good. Definitely a little bit just shaky. It's just getting in the heat again and kind of warming up out there. And it's really hard to do when it's like this today, when there's these like 10-minute lulls in the heat, and so you have like one opportunity at a wave, and I had my first opportunity and then fell and then just sat for so long, and it's really hard to kind of warm up into an event like that.
You're no stranger to having to sort of mentally get back into it and stay into it in a heat, but knowing the situation at the end that you needed just such a small score with the final minutes winding down, what was your strategy?
I was kind of thinking in my head, I was like, okay, at 2 minutes or so, I was going to, just because of how long the lulls had been, at 2 minutes, I was just going to lose my priority and go on anything and just do anything I could. And so that kind of opportunity came to go on that tiny wave, and I got lucky to just went flat behind it. And but it's a hard one to do because, you know, you go on that wave and then all of a sudden there's a set or something, and so it's a hard decision to make, but I'm glad it worked out.
It certainly worked out. How's your mindset going into the rest of the event?
Super good. I'm excited to be competing again. Yesterday I thought I was going to go surfing yesterday, and I was like all excited and stuff, and then I had to like calm myself down. But I'm super happy to be back in the jersey and just competing, and the whole mindset and the preparation and the process and everything. It's I don't know. It's what I love about competing, and so being here again and doing it and going through the motions is awesome.
You feel like you're rejuvenated a little bit going into this event?
Yeah, definitely. Just been competing so much my whole life, and then finally this year I just kind of took a big break and just this year, but yeah, took a big break, and so it feels, I have a lot of excitement coming back to it now.
Well, we're excited to see you continue on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We love it. Thank you so much. John Florence, what a journey Took his wife, his great friend, Eric Knudsen. I think his
Okay.
family showed up at different parts of his journey sailing, and he was in charge. He was making all the decisions, and boy, he ran into some wild weather in the middle of the ocean. Always learning more about his favorite place to be in the world, right in the water. This is what Eitan just did, Makua.
Oh, this boy is really loose on his board. I never really seen him surf waves like this in an event like you were saying, Rosie, but this bugger's got some pop, some speed, and some flow.
It's just that element of being spontaneous, huh, Rosie?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the times we're like, oh, if you kind of miss like or bobble on that first little section, maybe kick out, readjust. But Eitan did so well there because he looked out the back to see what was coming. He kind of readjusted his feet and really got busy. That first whip and then the closeout turn again. I think when you have that surprise factor, you're like, what is this kid going to do? He has that spontaneity to his surfing, which is so refreshing. It's probably going to keep the guys upstairs pretty engaged in what he's doing.
What a fun place for the man from Southern California to be in. 13th position into the final event on the Challenger Series. Remember, the cutoff is 10. We saw Michael Rodriguez a couple of heats ago get a heat win. Eitan right behind him. Luca Messinas in 14th, so a stellar season on the Challenger Series. And he's capable of a lot of cool different things. He absolutely charges. He's a lot of variety above the lip. Really cool turns. It's almost like you're watching a little movie part. Make sure he surfs like that all the time. I just remember when he was a little kid in these events. Remember he lost a heat and he was so bummed on. The look on his face, he just didn't know why he couldn't keep surfing. Just the mini grom going, what do you mean
I know
I'm
that
done?
feeling.
What do you mean? And I remember just the idea of losing. It was like, it took him a couple of years to be like, I'm still not okay with this, you know? He just had that pure natural, like, aim at just surfing all day. He still wanted to play, be a part of the event. And everyone had to say, hey, okay, next one's coming up soon. There's always another contest. But that's a constant talk with coaches and mentors when young kids are coming up, is like learning how to move on to the next one.
Someone that had such an interesting idea, listening to the Lana podcast with Dave Prodin, they had Travis Logie on, and he said in his professional career, he'd give himself 24 hours after he lost. And no matter what it was, he had 24 hours to mope around and be sulky and a sookhead, and then that was it. Like, you had to forget it and move on to the next one. And I think with how quickly these events come around, you do have to just regather yourself so quickly and move on to the next event and not get too down.
And there is something healthy about letting it out, right? You have that time. Do whatever you want, whatever you need to do to let that out of your system to move on, and everyone finds a different system that works for them.
Yeah, I never really got the chance to let it out. Like, I had to get it out before I got to the beach and suck it back up again and on to the next.
I thought you were going to say you never got a chance to lose.
No. Oh, plenty of those.
Always winning.
But, you know, for me, it was always never a loss. It was always a learning experience.
Yeah.
You know, I never really took them as losses. And, you know, there's a few times that I was bummed, but, you know, I figured out, hey, there's something I can learn from this. And here we go up and riding.
Eitan Osborne with some speed. And he'll just hop out of that one. But Eitan has a 6. He also has a 3.57, and he's leading. Any improvement through rounds for Eitan, we'll see his position improve on the live rankings. Mikey Madonna, clean over the top of that roof as well. 2 tidy maneuvers for Mikey, chasing a 2.18. Exchange continues with Kalani Ball. How smooth is that? Great connection right off the lip. 2 maneuvers on that right. And that'll be Kalani's best wave so far. Seen a lot of Kalani Ball over the years. He's picked as a super talent at a young age, but definitely growing and maturing, traveling around the world. I think he's in the best position he's ever been in competing. So yeah, this one just getting started. But as I was saying before, for Eitan, for what he's done this year on the Challenger Series, he's in a great position now, because if he makes the round of 32, he's automatically going to see that improvement. To discuss that further, we have 4 events that you keep out of 7. So some surfers need to make quite a few more heats before their seed will actually change, where Eitan's in a great place. A spot in the round of 32. We'll see him move up the rankings. Back to Mikey's wave here, Makua.
Yeah, just beautiful climbs on this wave. A little bit late on both of them, but nonetheless, those are beautiful maneuvers. Really technical to get your board up and onto the lip in that situation. But here you go. Kalani Ball just laying into that, like you said, Joe, so smooth, on timing, just back to back, bang, bang, and they're going to show in the scoreline there.
Someone whose bottom turn like really comes to mind and whose technique is just so good off the bottom is Julian Wilson. And there was kind of shades of Julian and how low he got to the face of that wave going into that first maneuver. Just the fundamentals there really set him up for some nice rail work.
There's certain surfers where, and especially certain waves like a Haleiwa, where Julian's done incredibly well, finaling in the past, where you have so much time to enjoy that maneuver with the power that this wave has, and the right surfer can lay it down where it's sometimes your favorite maneuver to watch on a whole wave.
Well, talking about bottom turns, I want to shout out one of the greatest. I want to send some love to my big brother, Sonny Garcia. Talk about a bottom turn. I mean, his bottom turn led into some of the gnarliest power hat gouges we've ever seen. And you can't think about Haleiwa or the Triple Crown without thinking of Sonny. And I want to just send love and aloha to him and his family right now.
So beautiful. One of the best to ever do it. 2000 world champ. Best ever in the Triple Crown. Ray Shito, beach marshal, offering some words for Kyle Livas and Jet Schilling. Also Riley Snyder doing the beach marshal responsibilities for many years now on the North Shore. It's a great time to come here to the North Shore of Oahu, especially if you look up Alaska Airlines offering more flights from the West Coast to Hawaii than any other airline out there. You can join us here in the next couple of days. You got to move quickly though, because the spot looks incredible to potentially finish Friday, Saturday. But join us here in Paradise. Some of the best waves in the world, and the place where surfing all began. Been offering some tips from Makua on what to do, where to eat, what kind of playlist to listen to. Before we get to more of that, we'll watch Mikey. Came off a 5.27 on his last, kind of left fishing there. Chasing down a 4.31. So a lot of people, Makua, are kind of seeing surfing for the first time. If they want to come to the North Shore and surf, maybe for their first time ever and ride a wave, is there a place for them to go, and who should they call?
Oh, there's a bunch of good surf schools out here. You know, Uncle Brian, obviously, the best of the best. Brian Surratt, he's been doing it for generations. He coached me when I won the World Cup in Sunset. He was my coach. He was coaching a lot of these kids that you see nowadays from a young age. And, you know, you got Kalal Grace, who's a Honda Surf School. And there's just so many great teachers out there. You should definitely, if you come to the North Shore for your first time, get out there with a teacher, with a school, somebody that knows the water. You really got to make sure you're educated on the ocean. That's the most important part, I think, Joe, in these surf schools as well, is teaching ocean awareness, teaching ocean safety, and knowing your limitations, when and where to go out. So I really couldn't stress more the fact of not trying to get in the water yourself, but actually going with someone that knows what they're doing, especially if it's your first time.
Great advice from Big Wave World Champ and local boy Makua Rothman. And thanks for everyone joining us down here on the beach for watching some of the best in the world compete on the Challenger Series, the final stop of the year, to see who's going to qualify for the championship tour. 14:40 still to go, and Eitan leads Mikey McDonough in second, Kalani Ball in third. And remember, the man that we're watching, Ramsey Bochiam, in the fourth spot in the world, is also in the fourth spot in this heat, with priority, one wave ridden, with a 4.5 to his name. It's amazing how you can add so much pressure when you know the scenarios behind you, how close you are to qualifying, and try to zero that out and do what you do best and go surf, Rosie.
Yeah, Ramsey's doing it so well here, and pretty cool to see a Moroccan flag on the beach. A lot of some people coming out and supporting him. That's got to feel good, and knowing that you're flying that flag for your nation. I know there's lots of people watching and supporting Ramsey all over the place, but especially at home in Morocco. And he's done so well this year, and he's so close. I mean, watching this heat with such keen eyes. He's in fourth place position at the moment, looking for a backup. He's got priority. Let's see what this guy's capable of.
Only guys above him on the rankings have already officially clinched, so he is just right there, standing by for official updates as we go through the day on Ramsey's position. At the moment in fourth, chasing a 3.11. We'll be right back. The Challenger Series this year kicked off at Snapper Rocks. Are you kidding me? What a wave. It's a dream location. There was a little bit of stormy weather and some currents to deal with, but he kicked off the season with a quarterfinal. That backhand was hot and right in rhythm as he kicked off a couple of great heats at the U.S. Open, but a big moment for him was going to Sakurama, finishing runner-up to Gabriel Medina and really putting himself in the position he is in today of almost qualifying for the championship tour, Rosie.
Yeah, solid consistency from Ramsey. He's had a couple of hiccups here and there, but the way that he's able to make finals and really meet those big moments is seeing him in the position that he's in right now, just on the precipice of qualifying.
Back in live action, Kalani Ball needing a 1.1. If he pulls that, he's got it. Incomplete, so he stays in third. Going for that reverse, ends up sinking there. Mikey McDonough will start flowing down the line on this right. Cool version of a tail slide. And you can tell his fundamentals are sweet, even in small waves, springing off the bottom into little 1-foot sections. And he'll fade out of there. So he's trying to better a 2.33. Kalani Ball still third. Ramsey just sitting quiet with priority. It's starting to remind me of how the last heat wrapped up. Wiggly had priority forever, just needed a 1 at the end. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more action than that, McCool. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. The conditions look like it's just falling apart heat by heat. And, you know, right now for Ramsey, that's not what he needs. He needs some waves to come in. I guess he's been this patient this long. Might as well stick it out, wait for that set to come in. I mean, there's 10 minutes left, Rosie. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And you think about Ramsey and his arc in this heat. He had that little bit of a tangle with Aton in the beginning. Then he kind of takes off and he rectifies things. He gets the 4.5, but super quiet since then. So I think he's sitting out there and stewing. I think he wants an opportunity, and I think it's going to be hectic when he finds one.
It's such a great sound of preparation. Just thinking about getting great waves, waxing up a surfboard, jet chilling. What a talent from San Clemente. Great in the air, great student of the game, and turning in some great moments for himself this year on the Challenger Series. Used to run into young Jet through the little towns in San Clemente, driving a golf cart sometimes, but he'd always slam on the brakes, and his voice was a bit higher when he was a kid. He's like, how's it going? You know, he's just so happy and just living the dream, you know. He always says hi and wants to talk about surfing, but he's coming up next. 9 on the clock here. Ramsey with priority is noticing the activity in the lineup. This is what we've been waiting for. Mikey on the first. He's just up and out. Next wave already crumbling out the back. And Ramsey's going to take it. Needs a 4.88. Knifes it right over the top of Mikey McDonough. So he had to try to find a point to hit with Mikey going through that wave, and he ends up being complete. Here's Kalani Ball's opportunity. Powerful forehand hook. Quick tight jam there and taps it for a nice completion. So very interesting set there, Makua. So Mikey just took a look at it. Unfortunately for Ramsey, that was really the big moment to try to put himself into the top 2.
Yeah, I think being that patient that long was a blessing and a curse, because right now, like I said, the second waves are the better ones. That second wave that Kalani Ball got after Ramsey's wave, if Ramsey would have waited for that wave, home run, because it was so wide open and smooth. It's so tough out here, especially in an event, to wait and let a big wave like that go by. But you got to remember, at Haleiwa, the big bumpy wave is very hard to surf. It's going to get that inside section like you've seen on the toilet bowl section where he was, and the next ones are going to slow down and give you that little less wall, but a lot more open face to work with.
Solid breakdown there with 7:25 on the clock. Priority stays with Aton. He had a front row seat for that paddle battle, and Ramsey's upset he didn't win it. I think he thought he was for sure going to get second priority there. As we see the last of Kalani Ball, Rosie.
Yeah, interesting from Kalani here. I mean, this could shake up the situation even more and push that requirement for Ramsey. Yeah, let's wait on that score, because that was a tidy ride.
Yeah, real quick in a tight space, throwing down variety as well, changing gears as the wave got smaller. Kalani chasing down at 2.87. Very, very close heat. Ramsey, number 4 in the world. Remember, we lost Ian Gentile from the draw, number 5 in the world. We see how close he was here to Mikey on that attempt off the lip, Makua.
Yeah, I mean, right over his head. Mikey just kind of sat there, nothing he could do. I mean, he tried his best to stay out of the way. He actually did. Didn't look like he hindered that very much. And I just really think that wave selection was poor. I think he should have waited. And it just goes to show, you know, Kalani Ball's wave is definitely going to mix it up again.
And judges actually go through that same thought process that Makua just explained. They look at someone paddling back out into the lineup. They look at their intent on where they're moving to see if they're making sure that they're trying to get out the way. But look at that live rankings here. Ramsey in 4th. You can see those green triangles on the top 3. They've already officially qualified. They're safe. They're on the championship tour next year. Unfortunately, that shaded name Ian Gentile lost earlier today. So a lot of names still in contention, and Ramsey wants to just make it official himself and get through some heats. Still in 4th, Rosie, with 5:30 to go.
Yeah, this is so tricky. I remember the year that I qualified, I actually fell out of the event early and had to watch from the sidelines, and other people kind of control your fate at that moment. You're really watching the other key players, and there we go. Heat lead change.
Kalani Ball to first, 6.5, and a 6.37 are his top 2. So the last one, the 6.37. Eitan to 2nd. Mikey to 3rd. Ramsey still 4th. And here goes Kalani Ball, our heat leader. A little wedge to work with. Whitewater, he'll just throw that turn into the soup and try to pull it off. That was amazing. He's still standing on his board. Not going to be much of a score with a soft section like that. Ramsey takes another look and straight out.
I don't think it's at that point in the heat yet for Ramsey where he's got to get that desperate. I mean, when you're looking, he's looking for that, it's gone up to a 5.08, but that wave is just not going to give it to him. It's a waste of energy.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can kind of tell surfing, you know, these many heats, what wave, if it has scoring potential. I think it's going to work into his favor if he stays patient again and tries to get one of those second waves out the back.
Eitan Osborne, snap already. There's the float. He's got some nice speed. Snap over the whitewater. And he'll just kind of check that last section and avoid Kalani Ball on the inside. But he has to get right down to paddling to make sure he at least gets priority over Kalani, which is tough to do if you're the guy that just rode the wave. Usually they try to keep a nice rotation going, but if you beat him on a serious lead on the paddle battle, sometimes you can get it right back.
It looks like there may be some waves out the back again. I can see some action at Avalanche, and I really think Ramsey's stressing himself a little bit right now. I can see him jockeying and trying to get some of those inside waves, Rosie, and he's got to wait. The waves are coming, and I think he just got to really be patient again.
Take a deep breath and just refocus. 3.5 minutes remaining though. I mean, it's so easy to say here, like armchair quarterback and watching this all unfold, but when you're at the mercy of the ocean and like you said, the conditions are so tricky, yeah, it's a tricky thing to do, to change that mindset around and really will that opportunity your way.
Makua, how much did you rely on looking at Avalanche during heats at Haleiwa?
Every time. I mean, that's definitely the indicator, and you know, I say what I'm saying is because I've messed it up so many times doing exactly what I've seen him do that, you know, Ramsey's a good friend of mine. I want to see him qualify, you know, nonetheless, and I just hope the ocean, you know, brings some waves and he can will himself a set here and give us a little show at the end.
We just saw a quick glimpse there of world number 5, Kanoa Igarashi, who's taking on David Silva, Jet Schilling, and Cowley Vost coming up next. What a year it was, or has been, for Kanoa. It's crazy we're still in 2022 with the drama of the World Title Race finishing now early in September. But Kanoa's not afraid of an event. He's often doing double duty, winning a qualifying series in the past, taking on the Challenger Series. He actually changed the rule book a bit because he didn't want to take points from people, but he likes to stay match ready and sharp. He's coming up in 2 minutes from now. Kalani Ball's gonna roll in, the heat leader. Building up some board speed. There's the first jam on that opening section. Nice vertical hack there with the lip coming down. been controlling those climbing type hacks throughout this heat. But he's gotten better at 6.37 to put pressure on the competitors with 1:40 to go. All eyes on that red jersey. Ramsey, second priority, still fourth. Chasing down a 5.23. Really important heat for Eitan as well, just outside qualification. And the other guys just trying to mix it up and create some drama and some upsets here at the final event of the season. 1:15 to go.
Yeah, that's the thing is like when you look at the scenario here, I feel like Kalani Ball's pretty safe in that first place position where it does come down to Eitan. Oh, here we go. This is an important wave. Let's see.
Mikey, big float. Right into a bottom turn. Nice composure for a two-turn combination. And now next one's going to go to Ramsey. Uses his priority, needs a 5.24. Nothing yet, and he's got a kick out.
That was a shame right there, man. That wave just did not give anything on offer.
And I mean, everything that we've been saying, the second wave of the set, Ramsey got it, and it was that dud. So poor guy is trying.
Eitan up and out. So Eitan hangs on to second, but he just threw away his priority, didn't change his total in second. So it's been a very challenging heat. I mean, the last two heats have been that way. I mean, John saved himself getting a 2.6.
Let's look at Mikey
dying
Madonna
seconds.
because this could be interesting, Joe. That score required.
Mikey needed a 4.47. He did the float to that hack. If he gets it, that takes Eitan out of qualification.
Wow, this is some important scores right here at the end, Joe.
Yeah, right there. So one score left. Ramsey's already officially out of the contest, but remember, he's still number 4 on the live rankings. This is the score we're waiting for. Is it enough to take Eitan out of the event? Makua, first, your thoughts?
My first initial thought would be no, but, you know, I've seen weirder things happen. There it is. He made it.
Scores coming through right at the end. A two-turn combination.
Right there on the line.
A 4.87. Eitan Osborne drops to third on the final wave of the matchup. A tough one there for Eitan Osborne, who came in with a fighting shot. Came into this event number 13, and he'll lose out on qualification, but a huge buzzer beater moment for Mikey McDonough as we continue the round of 64. Kaipo and Ross coming up next.
The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands as we buzz by Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, the venue of the 7th and final stop on the Challenger Series, where we will finish off and start setting our roster for the 2023 Championship Tour. Big names, big upsets. It's Kaipo along with Ross Williams. Ross, I mean, this is when you go to work.
Yeah, you know, it's the tricky part about today is it's slow. You know, there's not a ton of waves out there, and it creates this pressure-packed situation where, you know, you're going to get 1 or 2 waves and you have to deliver. Yesterday it was a little nicer for the surfers as far as getting into a rhythm. You can fall in a wave. It's not that big of a deal. You just get right back on the horse. Today it's like, you know, there's a big discrepancy between a set wave and a small wave. So you don't necessarily want to go on just any old tiny wave. But that being said, you can't be that patient either. The clock won't run out on you. So it's pretty tough out there.
Yeah, pretty radical last heat. We saw 2 hopefuls, Eitan Osborne and Ramzi Bukhayam, bow out of competition. Ramzi Bukhayam, however, number 4 on the leaderboard for the Challenger Series, still mathematically has a really, really good chance of still making that cut and still finding his place on the Championship Tour. But now we're going to have to wait to see how some of these other surfers do.
Yeah, we're seeing some big names really high in the rankings drop out now. It's getting super interesting. I did see Ramsey walking around the comp area this morning, even having a chat with Marty and Travis Logie, thinking, hey, you guys, what if the waves get worse this afternoon? You're going to call it off? And so maybe, you know, Ramsey's frame of mind wasn't in the right place for these conditions. You know, he didn't just put his head down and get to work. You know, he might have been a little too concerned about the conditions, and it got the best of him.
That's true. Once you kind of visualize that or even speak those words, sometimes words are powerful and they can equal. Look at this, what's happening. Open priority and a scrappy. Kanoa Higurashi wants that one, battling with Jet Schilling. So the youngster, the teenager, Jet Schilling, challenging Kanoa Higurashi, who would be, you know, the high seed in this heat. And so a little tussle to begin with. Again, I'm feeling no harm, no foul, Ross, in that we have open priority to start this heat. Take a look at this.
Insane. Well, so Jet Schilling is the Grom compared to Kanoa, even though they're not that far apart in age, but that was a good little scrap fest right there. Kanoa is known for commanding the peak. He's really scrappy. He's known for being a gritty competitor, so I'm not surprised to see him fight for that control. And here we go again.
Yeah, Kanoa testing the teenager. This time, well, maybe have got sold a lemon at that point, so Kanoa will go to the back of the line as far as priority. Really aggressive for our top seed, Kanoa Higurashi. David Silva, Brazilian, out of Guarujá, Brazil, wants to claw his way back onto the Championship Tour. He was a victim of that mid-season cut in 2022. Silva, Ross, would need to take out a win here in Haleiwa to do that.
Small chance, you never know. David Silva's explosive too. He's gotten some big results, so he knows how to go deep into the draw here. But interesting, you know, and for the other competitors watching Kanoa and Jet Schilling sort of scrap around, they're perfectly happy to just kind of squeeze down the lineup and let them do their thing and sneak off a wave. And that's exactly what David Silva did.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Jet Schilling a little bit. 19-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Jet in the same boat as David Silva. Jet, if he was to win this event, he would find his way onto the Championship Tour. Coming in here, number 29 on the leaderboard for the Challenger Series. Remember, we got 7 seats available, and at the beginning of the day, we had 45 surfers mathematically in the running for those 7 seats. So as it plays out, we're gonna see how it goes. It played out well for Kalani Ball. He won his last heat, and he's with AJ.
Yeah, Kalani, talking about this heat, coming off that 5th place at Saquarema, what was your mindset coming into the Haleiwa Challenger?
Yeah, first of all, I was just stoked to be here again, and yeah, getting that good result in Brazil got me into this event. So yeah, I love coming over here, and yeah, just happy to be surfing good waves and finally have some swell.
We've seen the conditions change from heat to heat today. What was your strategy going into it, and how did it play out in the water?
Yeah, I kind of just had a pretty good idea of what waves I wanted and a few good lineups, and yeah, luckily one of the waves that went underneath Eitan, I had second prio for, so that kind of like consolidated my lead, and yeah, I wanted to get as busy as I could, but yeah, you got to pick the right waves.
Yeah, it's a challenge when you have this conditions changing like we've had today. How did you pick the right waves?
Yeah, just coming here for a long time, I just had a pretty good idea of what I wanted and what those waves looked like. So just try to wait for those ones, and yeah, luckily they kind of came my way.
They certainly did. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Kalani Ball has had success here at Haleiwa, also coming off his best finish on the Challenger Series. Had a shocker of a year on the Challenger Series until he made that quarterfinal there in Sakurama at the Corona Sakurama Pro. No big scores as of yet on the board, so a little tussling happening in the water for the beginning of this heat number 9.
Fun, kind of fun to watch. I mean, it's slow out there, and that's what happens when waves get slow and inconsistent. People start scrapping, and interesting, no interference call too. That was really, they were pretty connected and tangled up.
Yeah.
So
I think it's due to open
looking at it.
Yeah, I think it's due to open priority right here. I mean, they're just really not, you know, they let the surfers surf this one out. There wasn't an intentional block. There was some elbows getting thrown right there. That was the first one. But here's the second one where Kanoa actually goes, hey, gotcha, Grom, but didn't quite work out. I think Kanoa was so, you know, concentrating on possessing the wave, he didn't see the fact that the wave just ran off without him.
Yeah. It's also a sign of respect. Jet Schilling is dangerous, and Kanoa knows that, so he's trying to command the peak and not give the kid an edge.
Yeah. Jet Schilling in the last event at Sakurama actually finished 17th, but it was more than the finish. Jet did beat Gabe Medina in one of those 4-man heats at the beginning of that event, so that was a confidence booster for the goofy foot out of San Clemente. Here we go with Kanoa Igarashi just forcing the issue on that wave. So again, no real scores of consequence yet on the board. Patient Kaoli Voss, our Tahitian competitor, is sitting out there in the green jersey, and Kaoli is happy to let all this drama play out, keep it smooth, keep it focused, and then execute on that priority when a good one comes through.
Absolutely. And this is a really fun heat. It's very mixed, different styles, different approaches, different stances. There's a little bit of everything in its heat. It's very interesting dynamic between these 4 competitors. I'm super interested to watch Kaoli Voss surf today. I love the way he surfs in smaller waves, Kaipo. He's got a great performance-based type of surfing. He's known for big barrels, being from Tahiti, but you know, he can shred too.
Yeah, he got a 9-point ride yesterday in the opening round, Kaoli Voss on the backhand. And I want to thank all the viewers out there locally watching this show on the Surf Channel, on Spectrum. Thank you to Greg Fujimoto and the crew over at the Surf Channel, Channel 20 and 1020 in high definition. Remember, if you've missed any of today's action, at the end of today's competition, we will be replaying the entire day's event on that Spectrum Surf Channel. We're back to Kaoli Voss, and the conversation about Kaoli is he's just 20 years old. He's got a bright future in front of you. You talked about some of his surfing in beach break conditions as well. So, you know, a citizen of French Polynesia, he's from Waiau, over there near Teahupo'o, in Tahiti. But he spends a lot of time in France competing in those regional events too. So he's a well-rounded surfer, and you pointed that out. I don't think a lot of people realize that, Ross.
Ooh, big spray, David.
David Silva, known for his lethal backhand, and just gets a little caught up there. Here we go with our top seed, Kanoa Igarashi, up and out.
David Silva's kind of from the school of Wiggly Dantes. He is addicted to that magic little space on the wave where he's going to throw spray everywhere. That's sort of his money maker. He can do, you know, some big aerials, but yeah, he really relies on that spray turn.
Yeah, sure does. You know, Barra de la Cruz over there in Mexico 2021 at the championship tour stop, surfed his way all the way to the final for a runner-up finish behind Jack Robinson there with that brilliant backhand surfing.
Yeah. Hey, judges love it. You can't blame him. He's just in a perfect spot, critical section, throws buckets. It's an easy scoring maneuver. Here we go. Looks like green paddling.
And we're going to turn our attentions to Kaoli. Good-looking wave and a big snap on the backhand. Can he get back up there again? Yes, he does. Make it 2. Wave with beautiful speed down the line. He picked a gem.
Wow. I mean, that is just an easy, excellent score in my eyes. Be surprised if it doesn't break that barrier. We'll see what the judges do and how much credit they give him, but that is 3 quality turns on one of the better waves we've seen in the last couple hours.
He did it again.
Glassy wave, look how clean that face is. And again, he was relying also on his version of a spray turn. Second one, really nice, spray flying everywhere. Third one, again, stomps on that tail just to shove water everywhere. So smart competitor. It's hard to believe that Kaole Voss is only 20 years old. I mean, this kid makes some veteran moves.
Okay. Semifinals out in Tahiti, he did a Slater on Slater where he just put the GOAT right in the corner with some excellent scores right off the bat. Kelly didn't even know how to respond.
Right.
It was one of the few times that you saw Kelly Slater in shock and awe. That 20-year-old Tahitian did that.
He really did. Like he went way inside. It was that tricky in-between size at Chopu where you don't know whether to sit outside or inside. And Kaole, being just, you know, the ultimate local, went to the inside and stayed busy. And Kelly is notorious for staying busy and finding those backup scores. And that's what he did to him, to the GOAT.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look back at opening round yesterday. And this is Kaole Voss, the 9-point ride, Ross.
Again, quality wave. And again, Kaole Voss is sort of like, makes veteran moves. He knows how to pick that tempo with the wave. Don't over surf it. You get a good wave, you just surf that thing to the channel. And that's exactly what he did, producing quality power moves, lots of water. Pretty easy 9 for the judges, Kaipo.
Yeah, the patience off the bottom and picking his spot off the top on the backhand is something to be applauded. And well-earned, excellent score. Kaole Voss, Maitairoa, and Kaole, he did it again. Another excellent score for the Tahitian, an 8.17 checks in.
There he goes. And look at it, he also has a confidence about him, doesn't he? He kind of, you know, he just doesn't look like he's nervous or no weird energy. He's very chill in the water.
Hey man, switch stand sparrows at Taupo. That's pretty, you gotta be pretty confident to do that stuff.
Yeah, and growing up too with the Polynesian, with the French vibe too, you know, you have that little bit of that confidence there. So watch out for him. That dude makes a tour. He could cause some damage.
Oh, given the schedule, I concur, like 100%. Let's look at this 817 again, Ross.
Again, just a beautiful wave, and Kaole knew. He knew that he got like sort of a lottery ticket, and he took advantage of it. Didn't really get crazy with throwing the fins or anything like that. He just stayed within himself and threw buckets. Smart.
Smart surfing and paced surfing as well, putting those turns in the appropriate spot and having the maturity, like you said, to be patient with a wave.
I mean, at 20, I couldn't even sit still.
Yeah.
I was trying to do the best turn of my life on every wave with a jersey on. It was just ridiculous. So, you know, these youngsters now, they grow up watching WSL broadcasts and they just go to school early and they come in so tuned in on how to compete well.
Yeah, I mean, the World Surf League broadcast is actually a great tool to point that out, Ross, in that, you know, because we have replays in slow motion, if you really want to break down and emulate the world's best surfers and their technique, this is the place to do it. Well, 14 minutes, and we're going to take a break right now. We're going to come back with the conclusion of this heat. So far, it's been Kaole Voss in the driver's seat. Maxime Husno, he's getting ready for the next one.
You have sponsors and you have a whole country and fans waking up at 4 in the morning to watch you compete. You have so many people riding on you. I've carried that weight on my shoulders my whole life. When I win, we all win, you know, like my family win, you know, all the people around me. But that means when I lose, we all lose too, you know.
A little bit from Kanoa Igarashi, episode 4 of the 7-part series, Make or Break on Apple TV+. This happened during the break. This is going to be Kaoli Voss with a backup to his excellent ride of 8.17, Ross.
Okay, so judges still deliberating on that one, but smart move from Kaoli trying to get a second score. Wow, speaking of spray, David Silva is crazy. That was a lot of spray right there. Nice second and third move, so he's feeling it. This heat is starting to cook now, and during that break too, I believe Kanoa hooked up with a good wave, and let's see right here, Kaipo throwing a kitchen sink right there. That was crazy from him. A little angry right now too. He probably got a little ruffled from that little encounter with Jet Schilling, so he is fired up right there. That's going to be a big score.
The Grom fired up Igarashi, and he fired back. Kanoa Igarashi ended up this season on the championship tour number 5. Also, Olympic silver medal winner and last year's Challenger Series champ. Kanoa Igarashi, for just 25 years old, has already accomplished a lot.
Yeah, he's a strong-minded competitor, very confident. You know, he just walks around like he's got work to do, and he executes. Just really smart, knows how to really manufacture a score. He's a smart competitor.
But I'm going to use the word swagger. On land, walks with a bit of swagger, you know? And so I can see when, you know, someone like Kanoa maybe getting into it with a younger surfer and stuff, like you don't mess with Igarashi, you know?
Yeah.
And he's ready to fire back, so we'll wait for what that score comes through at. The backup for Kaoli Voss came in at 4.4, so that's a nice backup for the Tahitian. Still waiting for David Silva's number, as well as Kanoa Igarashi to set the situation in this heat.
Yeah, you know, and Kanoa is fun to watch because of that. You know, he just comes in with this like, I'm here to destroy. Everyone will get out of my way, and it really is a fun element to the tour. It's needed.
I mean, I love the personalities on the tour, and that's, you know, highlighted in that Make or Break series that you can find on Apple TV+. There we go, Ross. 8.93 for Kanoa Igarashi.
I think the judges just really fell in love with that first turn. He threw so much reckless abandon into that turn and recovered almost seamlessly, and then backed it up with a couple more turns. So a big wave, big move, that equals big points.
Yeah, so situation, David Silva 6.17, and another look at this 8.93.
And sharp eye board, looking really fast too. He's just jumping all over the place, tons of speed. And backed it up too with another tail release. Kind of a sketchy move, but again, Kanoa's got super good reflexes. I've said this before, but he reminds me of a gamer. He's just so switched on mentally. He's really fired up, and he does a great job recovering when he throws those big moves. He always just kind of handles it nicely.
Yeah, I mean, smart guy too, speaks about 5 languages. Igarashi, you know, really identified as a surfing prodigy very early in his development as a surfer by the surf industry, and he's really grown into that that role. So, yeah, Kanoa, and he's just here gobbling up points. Again, we've been pointing that out when we're looking at the qualification and all the mathematics scenarios for both the men and the women. When you have these championship tour surfers come on board and they get big results, they take those points out of play.
Yeah, and that's a lot of points, 10,000 points. And Kanoa is the kind of guy that can win this event, so it's a lot of points to take off the plate.
Yeah, stop number 6, Gabe Medina did that. He took 10,000 points with his win over there at Sakurema. He wanted to have vengeance back there again after having a disappointing showing at the Oi Real Pro. Went there with the win, but took those 10,000 points out of the math.
Right. It's an interesting dynamic that we have in surfing. You imagine like major leaguers just dropping in every now and then to a minor league game. Like, you know, I feel like pitching tonight. You guys mind? And it's just like the biggest name in baseball. I'm not a baseball guy, but like, you know, that's the cool thing about surfing. You get these big names and like John, whoever, they're like, you know what? I really like Haleiwa. I think I'm going to come eat today. And they just take advantage of it.
And rightfully so. I mean, I think it's also a tune-up for a lot of these guys. For John for sure to get back in the jersey, this has to be looked upon as a tune-up event for him.
100%. Yeah, it's been a while between heats for John. Last was all the way back in Indonesia when he got hurt. So he is really desperate to get back into that rhythm and compete.
And the same thing was for Gabe Medina at the last stop, where he injured himself at Itauna in Sakurama for the CT event there. He did the same thing where he went back to get revenge and prove to himself that he can conquer that wave, which is very smart in that that stop will be on the 2023 championship tour.
Right.
So it's going to be important to be successful there in Sakurama.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing there. You can go there and have a warm-up in a big event that's not the actual CT.
Igarashi looking for a backup. That's not going to do it, but no harm, no foul. He'll remain in second place, a strong second place at the moment, because all he needs to improve upon is a 2-point ride.
Interesting note, too, from Gabriel Medina. From what I saw, that was like a 5 out of 1 through 10 for Gabriel, and he still won that event. You know, he just competes so smart. He didn't look like he was surfing at his best by any means, but he was just having real grindy heats, and man, the guy just refuses to lose.
That's what makes Gabe Medina force. It's a high heat IQ combined with a killer's intensity combined with incredible natural talent.
Yes.
You put that
right.
all in one bowl, and that's a Gabriel Medina. So, yeah, I'm glad to see Gabe back. I'm glad to see John back. We're shaping up for a great tour next year. David Silva up here, 4.77, will give him second place. And advancing, floats over that first section, throws that away with some radical intent right there. You would think with that requirement, he would have toned that down. What do you think, Ross?
Yeah, I mean, that's his other go-to move. He either goes for huge spray turns or he'll go for a big air. He's not afraid. So that's his 1-2 punch in a heat.
Here we go to our Challenger Series Tour leaderboard, and you can see David Silva sitting at number 25, Jet Schilling sitting at number 29. Of course, we were talking about they win this event, and they are qualified for the tour. But the second tier is if they finish at the end of the year 11 to 20, they get seeded into next year's Challenger Series and can forego that regional qualification.
Yeah, a lot of points, and you know these surfers have studied those rating sheets at night. They know, they go to bed with it like it's a lullaby book. They study those ratings.
Yeah, I do too. just I'm over there with a calculus. Here we go. 2 big bangs, tail throw into revert, and that's going to be the backup. You know you weren't safe, so a smart competitor, Kanoa Igarashi, and that was a brilliant manufactured backup wave to his excellent score.
That's what makes him so great. He's just a really switched-on competitor. He never loses the moment. He really stays engaged and makes the right decision. So he went hunting on the inside, stayed pretty far in, looking for a backup score. I also love Haleiwa for Kanoa. It really matches his style of surfing. He likes to do those sort of Adriano de Souza types of moves where he does the pin, floater, fin kicks. He's like, remember the event he won in Bali at Karamas? Same kind of maneuver. Does those like floater little tail kicks, and he's so good at them, and he's very consistent, you know, with those maneuvers. It doesn't feel like a hard maneuver for him, but they're high-scoring moves. So just a wily competitor.
Yes, those subtle adjustments that he's able to use to accentuate those floaters, and it just makes it so much more impactful, right?
Yeah.
5-point ride, so Kanoa goes to the lead. 3 minutes, 20 seconds, situation in the water. Kauli Voss in a strong second place. David Silva, he's a 6.41. Jet Schilling may have got rattled at the beginning of this heat with that tussle.
I think so.
With Kanoa Igarashi, because he's comboed out of second place right now.
What happened? He's just sitting in the corner. He's stunned.
Silva, smooth across that section, and just gets caught up on the second one. So, yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, Kanoa gave him a timeout for a bit. Here we go. Schilling back up. Nice little snap on the back end, getting those fins free, and an aggressive second turn. So late charge by Jet Schilling.
And in his defense, it's slow out there, so he figured out, you know what, I'm going to wait for a good wave. He's run out of time, so he decided to pull the trigger on priority. He looked a little mad in those 2 turns, which looked nice to me. You know, there was some anger in those turns, a little extra power and zip. Small wave, but I think he manufactured a score out of it.
We'll start with Silva on the replay.
Trying to get rid of a 4. Not going to happen there for him. So Jet Schilling trying to throw his hat into the ring here with 2 minutes to go. Kind of a crazy little tail kick floater thing, and then again, little anger. He like ripped that turn down.
Yeah, teenage angst on display here. And another one. All I wanted was a Pepsi mom, and she wouldn't give it to me. That's what happens right there.
Yeah, he threw a little angry claim even too. You know, so Kyle Vost has 12.57 points, but he's still holding on to 4.4. So he does have a tall task ahead of him, the old Jet Schilling, but I think he really was affected by that transaction at the start of the heat with Kanoa.
Yeah, well, he got out of combo.
He would have not done that.
Yeah. He got out of combo. He needs 8.01, so he's halfway there. Unfortunately, he's in the back of the line priority-wise, and there's 1:20 remaining.
And we talked about how smart Kyle Vost and Kanoa are, and they're holding first and second priority. So that is a boa constrictor just hanging around your neck.
Calm, cool, collected. I think Kyle Vost, you know, anytime he's been making our heats, he's been gaining fans. I mean, I think his performance in Tahiti obviously put him on the map, but I just think you're gaining fans right now because you're showing how wide your skill set is as a surfer.
Exactly, that's what impresses me, his skill set. I've seen Kyle Vost pop some really cool technical airs too. He's very well rounded. So pretty impressive here.
Smile from Igarashi, recognizing that he had a rough start, but came back, and that's got to, as a competitor, that's got to feel good as well.
Oh yeah, he's giving like the old knuckles in the hair for Jet Schilling. He's feeling like an old uncle, even though Kanoa is a young Grom himself. That was a nice little flex moment for him in that heat.
We'll be back. So Kanoa Igarashi and Kyle Vost moving on to the round of 32. We'll be right back after this.
We know that the ocean here needs help. The coral, a lot of it's gone compared to where it had been, previously. And we brought our partner here, Kuleana Coral, to help us plant new coral for the fish and ocean environment. WSL Pure this year was gracious enough to give us a grant. All that support just helps us to get stronger, expand our programming, impact more children.
We are One Ocean, and show us what you're doing on social with the hashtag We Are One Ocean, and remember to tag WSL and WSL Pure in your post. Great activations, and we try to leave every single place that we visit on tour, whether it's a Challenger Series or the Championship Tour, better than we found it. I'm Kaipo. This is former CT surfer Ross Williams. It's been my partner throughout here, and we've got a special guest, Strider Wasilewski. Thank you for joining us, Strider.
Yeah, boys. Stoked to be here. Out of the water, drying out a little bit. It's a little weird, but it's okay.
Your thoughts? What have you been seeing, Strider, today? I mean, the personality here at Haleiwa has changed a bit. And actually, let's check this out, because this is a young man who just got shook in his heat, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know what? Being out there, like he's throwing water around. He came up hot behind Kanoa right there. It's a tough go out there, you know, and when there's no priority, you can collide.
Yeah, I was wondering if they're going to scrap right there.
So this is the beginning of the heat. So this is an open priority right now. So there is going to be a little bit of a hustle again. Coming up with this is Crosby Colapinto. Crosby picked up a good one in the open priority, getting 1, 2, 3 off the tops and the finish. Right behind him, Chris Zafis. Zafis, excuse me, out of Australia. A workman-like approach here for Zafis as he kicks out. Dylan Moffitt, who's in the blue jersey, opened up with just a fractional ride early on this heat. And Ross, this is our lineup. Maxime Husno, Dylan Moffitt, Crosby Colapinto, and Chris Zafis.
Again, the ratings are in play right there. See that number 10 next to Dylan Moffitt? He is at the door of the party, Strider. He doesn't want to let anyone in that precious top 10.
Well, and Maxime, you know, these guys battle. It all comes down to these kind of conditions and having to deal with it. And the biggest thing about it is everybody's in the same sandbox, right? So no matter what, you can't complain. You just have to go out there and get your job done. And even though it's not less than ideal, you're going to scrap like this to make sure that you're getting through.
Paddle battle for priority right now between Crosby Colapinto, and Chris Zafis. So the race back out to the lineup to establish who's going to get third priority in this four-man heat.
That was nice. That was scrappy there from Colapinto. He was even zigzagging a little bit, kind of blocking Chris.
Who's going to get it? And Crosby pays off on the paddle battle, gets third priority.
Aggression has been winning so far today.
And I think, you know, the reality is there's not a lot of great waves out there, so your priorities, everything in heats like this.
Well, the scores are in. Chris Zafis coming in with a 6.83. Crosby Colapinto on his opener, 5.17. They are 1 and 2 respectively right now. We got a lot of surfing to do in the next 24 minutes. First priority to Maxime Husno, who's out there in the red jersey, and it looks like we're going to see some surfing from Dylan Moffitt. And the surfer from North Narrabeen, unfortunately, catching a rail right there on his second wave ridden. So he's going to have 2 fractional scores in his score line to start off this heat.
Seen a lot of that today. A lot of Doug Silva out there digging the rail. Man, that's a bummer when that happens. A lot of those ribs coming up the face, really hard to power through. You even saw John do it.
Maxime Husno, smooth off the bottom, smooth off the top. Fades again, beautiful lines from the French surfer. One more time, glides it through the toilet bowl section. Maxime Husno wants it. This is an important heat for Maxime Husno, coming in number 6 on the Challenger Series leaderboard. Crosby Colapinto backing up this 5.17 with this effort here on a frothy second wave of the set, but gets the finish, and we'll see what that score comes in at.
Wow. I mean, that's going to be maybe the biggest score of the day right there from Maxime. That was crazy. It was such a great wave, and he timed it well, too. He capitalized, took advantage of each section. There was 3 really nice sections. It's going to be a massive score.
Exerting dominance in his heat was Kanoa Igarashi. Let's hear from Kanoa. He's with AJ.
Kanoa setting the tone early in that heat. What happened at the very beginning there?
Actually, I started the heat pretty late. You know, Cowley got the 8, and so that kind of like fired me up. You know, it's when the waves are slow, you get tangled up a little bit, and me and I think it was White, yeah, we like got into a little bit of a paddle battle, and that's just like competition. You know, we want to catch waves, and there's not many opportunities, so you want to kind of make the most out of every single one. And then there's also that thing of like, hey, if I'm not gonna get it, like he better not get it too. And that's what he was thinking, and that's what I was thinking as well. So it's all strategy. But yeah, I mean, you know, that was a good heat to get going. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous, and you know, it's kind of nice to feel that nervous energy again. I haven't felt that in a while, so yeah, it was really fun.
Speaking of taking advantage of opportunities, you're out here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. What's your motivation?
My motivation is just, you know, to stay sharp. This is my last event before Pipe, before we start the season. So yeah, looking at it like that, I really want to make the most out of every heat. There's a lot of things that I worked on since Trussels in terms of strategy and in terms of surfing. So this is kind of my test run event before Pipe, Sunset, the whole year pretty much. So yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm focusing on myself, but at the same time, you know, I'm staying with Kaoli. You know, we're staying together, and we just had a good heat together. And there's so many good implications towards the you know, top 10 qualifying. So I mean, for me, it's like, you know, instead of being at home watching it on the couch, I'd rather be here and be a spectator. I'm a huge fan of surfing. I'm a huge fan of obviously qualifications and everything. So yeah, I mean, I want to be here firsthand and enjoying it and watching it, and you know, and see it for myself.
What are some of the things you've been working on between Trussels and now that you're trying out?
Just like some technique stuff that I kind of, just as a, I guess as a surf fan, you always watch tape, watch video, and try and better yourself. And at the same time, strategy stuff. You know, I want to be a lot more aggressive, and I want to kind of attack more in my heats. And yeah, I guess like this is a perfect time to kind of implement, I guess, apply that. And you know, there's a fine balance of attacking and kind of, you know, making good decisions at the same time. I felt like in that heat, I kind of I was attacking a little bit too aggressively. I made a lot of really bad mistakes in the beginning of the heat. I probably missed like 2 good opportunities by taking 3 bad waves. And so it's just like cleaning that up, and you know, luckily I was able to kind of realize that, and I got away with a lucky wave. And hopefully in the next year I can kind of yeah, sort that out and have less mistakes, and I can, you know, be 100% for Pipe.
Another chance to learn in the next round. Is there anything else you want to say to your friends and family?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everyone back home in California. Hi to my friends in Europe. いつもみんな日本のファンもいつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今回の大会は一応練習の大会としてなんだろう、一応来年の WCT のための練習って感じで、一応やっぱり集中してるけど、一応なんだろう、ちょっとリラックスの感じでやってるので、本当にこれからも楽しみなので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go, Kanogarashi. Basically thanked the whole world on the way out of that interview. California, Europe, and then Japan at the same time, Ross.
He is definitely a man of the world, and that's pretty cool. And shots fired too to Jet Schilling. Just said, yeah, I don't know, I had some interaction with white, the color white. I was like, ooh, wow, you know Jet Schilling, come on. That was pretty awesome.
Crosby Colapinto, currently in second in this heat, looking to back up his low of a 4-point ride. Floats the boat, hits the lip, puts it all together in some crumbly Haleiwa. Maxime Husno throws the tail. Can he overcome that drop? And the answer is no. However, during that interview, that score dropped for Maxime. An excellent start, 8-point ride for the former world junior champ.
Busting down the door. He wants in. He wants to stay there. You have to be aggressive. I loved what Kanoa said in his interview. I want to be more aggressive in my heats, and I think you know, it's a key factor. You have to have that kind of authority within your surfing to make the difference and make people notice. Most importantly, the judges, and that's what Crosby did right here, Ross.
Break down some replays for us, Ross.
Man, you know, we got a couple of really nice styled surfers in this heat between Chris Zaffis and Crosby. These guys are buttery, man. They really are slinky on the wave and got good style, very fluid. That would have been so next level. Had Maxime pulled that tail slide down, that was a board waft. I mean, he had 80% of his board out the back. Very cool. Nice flexibility too for Maxime. Impressive, but couldn't make it. And out the back, really clean wall here from Dylan. Again, can't say it enough in this heat, you guys. He's sitting at number 10. And right now he's got a 5-point ride. This was just a gift from heaven right here. 3 major sections, nothing too crazy, but very solid moves and easy, excellent score.
Beautiful projection and flow down the line on that.
I'd like to touch on your point there, Ross, on Dylan Moffitt coming in number 10, right on the cut line of the Challenger Series leaderboard. Needs to make the semifinals to really consolidate that position. Same with Maxime Husno, who's number 6 coming in here. So actually for Dylan to guarantee it, finals is what he needs. Maxime, he's got a shorter road, semifinals, and he is in there. And really impressive. I mean, you look at a young man like Dylan Moffitt, who's coming into his own, has had some wild card opportunities, started off this year with a quarterfinal over there in Snapper, had another quarterfinal in Portugal. A surprising year probably for him on the Challenger Series where he's been successful. And then Maxime Husno, in contrast, 10 years on the qualifying series, and this is the year that may just pay off for Maxime Husno. 30 years old, so it's been a long road for the French surfer. As we can take a look at our current rankings, darked out, Strider, are the surfers already eliminated from competition and just gonna have to watch the math play out.
Unfortunate for Ramsey Buchain, but you know, he sits back, he'll say inshallah, and you know, and let it happen. You know, it's just so rough. And Ian Gentile had a horrible heat. I mean, just never gotten a rhythm. But the real, I feel like, you know, numbers are the ones you can't see. The guys down in 11, 12, 13, you know, down below that can jump into the top 10 and take these guys out.
Yeah, it's interesting. Those are the guys trying to guard their position, but a lot of scrapping. And like you said, Kaipo, mathematically, what did you say? There's 45 potential.
At the start of the day today, yeah.
At the start of the day, yeah. It's been unfolding all day, so it's cool. If you get a chance and you're just geeks like we are here, go to the website and pull up the ratings, look at all the possibilities, and it's really fun to get lost in that math because, you know, it'll give you a window into the nerves that these guys are feeling.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a hint for everyone looking at that math. Remember, it's your top 4 results, and the math is also you have to look at the surfers' lowest finish out of those top 4 results, and you don't start changing your scenario until you do better than that lowest finish on that top 4 results. So that's kind of how you do the math right there.
They call it a throwaway, right? Like, what is your throw? What's your worst score in your top 4? That's the number you're improving on. And I mean, we all did it. I remember being a kid back in the day, and you know, you used to wait for magazines or printouts, and you know, you look at the ratings, you look at all the possibilities, and you start looking at the scores, and it's just so fun as a geeky competitive surfer. You know, it's really cool to see all the drama that's in the numbers.
Strider, you have any idea where you think the cut line is going to be as far as number-wise when we look at the top 10 for the men?
Well, it looked like it was right around 18,000, right? And if
it's a safe number.
Yeah, and I feel like the possibilities are so exponential with, you know, like you said, there was 45 possibilities at the beginning of the day today, and it's all going to just boil down to that final day, really, to be honest. And you know what? Probably going to hear me sing again.
You gonna sing?
Yeah. I don't know if you remember, I think it was Sunset when we started singing that it was too late to qualify.
Ah.
It's too late.
Okay.
I'll finish that off on our finals day.
I like it. We're going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
In the channel, no less.
I'll pull it out.
On the ski.
It's
maybe Larry Haynes can chime in a little bit.
A duet?
Yes.
All right, back to the seriousness of it all, though. I mean,
back to 4 guys sitting in the water.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, honestly, I'm lucky I live in Hawaii, and I'm feeling at home in the islands. I want to thank the Hawaii Tourism Authority for what they've been doing here and supporting the event. They're a presenting sponsor of the Haleiwa Challenger. You can check out their Malama program at gohawaii.com/Malama, and it's a way that you can help preserve Hawaii as a pristine destination with ocean conservation, shoreline cleanups, and restoration of native Hawaiian fish ponds. Local ia, we actually have a native Hawaiian fish pond right on the other side of the Honolulu Bridge right here, across the street from Surf and Sea, and it is really a historical place. It's one of the many features of the Ahapua'a system in which native Hawaiians were so successful in cultivating both fish as well as farming. Here we go. Maxime Husno. This is the backup for his 8-point ride. Smart surfing, keeping it together. Dylan Moffitt right behind him. Moffitt slips up on that one, but Maxime pulled it and did it just at the appropriate time to back up that 8 before we got too much time off the clock.
Yeah, really flowy. You know, he just seems chill out there and kind of connecting the dots. So now that he's got his, you know, backup score, I'd like to see him pump it up a little bit. I've seen Maxime throw down some pretty good airs and stuff like that. There's some big ramps out there. I know it's a bit downwind, but you can do those grab rail airs. So, you know, it's time to turn it up a little bit for Maxime.
I feel like the judges hold the scores back when they see the surfers hold their energy back on waves, and it's you know, you can see when a guy doesn't surf to the potential of a wave, and it's so hard because you just want to finish off a wave at that point.
Zafis, long wall in front of him, skips through that first section, off the top one more time. Great flow down the line, little caught up there, but makes the recovery. And continues to ride through all the way to the inside. Well, we'll wait for a score for Chris Zafis, a score for Maxime Husno. We'll find out those scores on the other side of this short commercial break. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. We're talking about the local ia, the Hawaiian fish pond, ancient Hawaiian fish pond. That's exactly what's on your screen right there. Fish are farmed in that area for back 1,000 years, in which water from the river and the terraced kalo or taro would fill down into there. That's where it would end up. Little holes in the wall would allow little fish to swim in. You grow up, you get fed inside that fish pond, and you can't swim out.
Smart. Just farming your dinner right there. And it's been resurrected over the last handful of years, too.
It's protected, yeah.
It's kind of getting overgrown, and they've really taken care of it and rejuvenated that pond, which is great.
Yeah, and it's awesome. So, you know, if you are on the North Shore, take a look over there. I think there's some plaques that explain exactly what's going on in there. But a typical part of ancient Hawaiian life was fish farming. And Hawaiians did it very well.
Yeah.
All right, 8 minutes and 10 seconds, counting down. I'm Kaipo along with Ross Williams and Strider Wazalewski. We're in heat number 10 here at the second round of this Haleiwa Challenger. And Maxime Husno in a clutch heat for the French surfer, and he's out in the lead. Dylan Moffat, an important heat for this surfer from Australia as well. Couple of hits off the top, that's all he was going to get. Moffat's looking for a 6.9 to go into second place, Strider.
Oof, wave number one of the set, usually pretty bouncy and hard to ride, huh? Just so much, you know, face bump and just really hard to drive into a nice turn or really pick a big lip line section to get vertical.
Crosby Colapinto, nice wall. Big float for Colapinto. Crosby, quick feet at the end there. He liked it too.
Oh yeah, that felt good. A nice extended off the lip combo into a floater. Pretty cool move there. Smart for Haleiwa today. It's, you know, it's so fast and racing along the reef. So very functional turn there.
You just see him forcing it in there. You know, like you just a drive from behind.
Replay here, Ross. Dylan Moffat.
Like Strider said, I'm not sure that was a wise decision, burning priority on this wave. Kind of chunky, chundry. So Dylan Moffat is going to have to get back into rhythm here in the last 6 minutes, but smooth, glassy wall here. This is what you want. Again, wise decision by extending that turn into a float. Another float projection, and then whips his carve down, or turn down. So he kind of made that exciting. It was just a tag, and then he ripped it down to turn it into more of a scoring maneuver.
Action on North Shore continues after the conclusion of this Haleiwa Challenger. Crosby Colapinto, he has a chance of being a pipe master. The Vans Pipe Masters starts December 8th through the 20th. It's an invitational event this year, and Crosby is on that invite list. Both men and women invited into this event. We're going to see Cole Smith there, Mason Ho, Nathan Florence, Michael February, Tosh Tudor, Noah Beshin. Craig Anderson's going to come back to the islands.
It's going to be a wild event, you guys. I mean, you got half the field are local Hawaiians, then you've got no priority, and you know, then you got pipeline, and then you got the emphasis on aerials. It's going to be so many factors playing into that event.
What do you think about airs at 10-foot pipe, Ross?
I just think it's almost like a marketing thing. Like, airs are irrelevant unless it's small enough to do an air. So, I mean, good on them for saying that, but it's just like, we'll see on the day, pal.
I have to say,
the no priority thing too, I think, is kind of weird. I'm not a big fan of that.
The tube
love
time,
the words from the coach here.
The tube time coming out to the air, because their boards are so small now. You know, like what John rides, a 6'3" out there.
6'2", yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy with the, you know, what they can actually do with that much speed off the end of a wave. So possibilities are, you know, it's there.
Oh, on the right day, it's one of the best air waves in the world, both backdoor and pipe.
Dylan Moffat, his requirement has grown. He needs a 7.9 now. Doing a good job of placing some turns. Just don't know if the wave had that number in it, but good surfing from the surfer from Narrabeen, Ross.
Yeah, and a 6.57 drop from Crosby, so it's the order's a little taller now for Moffat.
Our heat leader performing under pressure, Maxime Husno. And as I said that, he goes down on his second turn, but he will remain in the lead. Chris Zaffis. Nice snap off the top. Good projection down the line. Another big snap, throwing a ton of spray. Zaffis a 6.07, and we're going to see a change in the situation. What do you think, Strider?
I don't know. It's hard because, you know, you saw Crosby. He came up with that score, and that's basically what, you know, Chris needs. Was it better than that wave? And do you really, you know, Crosby's shoulders never really turned and got the full rotation in the, you know, in a turn, but he still got a pretty solid score. So it could be there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There is some waves here coming in, but once we get a chance to look back at it, we'll really pick it apart, see how many points Chris should be rewarded. But he does have that 6.83. That was his first score. That's a pretty big score. And that's what's really keeping him in the hunt here in the last 3 minutes. It's close. He could get that score.
Well, we've seen situations change. We've seen buzzer beaters all day today within the final 2 minutes, up and down till the final ride of the heat in some cases. So nothing is secure. Go ahead, Stroud.
Well, just talking about the score and what he did on that wave. It's interesting because Colapinto did 3 kind of lateral maneuvers on his wave. That wave he only did 2, but I feel like the judges really love the 2-turn combination.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like they play into that a lot. So it's like, there's a question mark on that score, and that's why it's there, because we've seen it go both ways.
Yeah, he went vertical, so he was pretty aggressive with his angle. He punched through the lip, and no doubt they're watching replays.
Dylan Moffitt, 5.93 on his last wave, not enough. Here he is, back up and riding, looking for 6.97 still. Layback there and incomplete. He's going to continue his search. 2 minutes, 25 seconds counting down.
Nice consistency right now. We had a couple of slow heats lately, so there's been a lot of waves. Score starting to drop.
7.27 for this one for Chris Zaffis, and he takes the lead, Ross.
Yeah, critical section there. A lot of speed and whip to that first turn, but this is the probably higher scoring of the 2 turns. That's on the toilet bowl. It's really inverted. It's a gnarly section. Judges always fall in love with critical sections, and if you can nail a big turn where there's power and where it's a little sketchy, they'll reward you, and they did. So now you got Crosby sitting down in 3rd. Wow, that was unexpected. Crosby's been kind of cruising in this heat. Now he finds himself needing a score.
Here he goes, Crosby Colapinto. Can he answer? Nice start there for the youngster from San Clemente. Let's go combo it up for 2 maneuvers. What does Crosby need? He needs a 6.54 at the moment to get into 2nd, and that would be tragic for Maxime Husno. Maxime holding that valuable 8-point ride, but his backup of just a 5.1, Ross.
Wow. Ooh. And these are all, Strider, these are all very similar scores.
Yeah.
Between Crosby and Chris, it's really tough to pick all those waves apart. You got the clear 8 from Maxime, that's fine, but a very debatable heat. That should be fun for, like, all the friends in the peanut gallery at home. This is a wild one. You get, everyone's fired up.
I definitely like Chris's last wave the best, though, out of him and Crosby, just because he went straight up, more vertical, and you pulled that out when you talked about it. I think that's where you're going to kind of separate yourself. You're going lateral, you're going to get some points on the board, but going straight up into the lip like that is going to give you a higher score.
The maneuver on a toilet bowl.
Yeah.
That was a pretty critical section.
Yeah.
But again, no clear error or giant hack, or it's just pretty similar. So it is kind of a tough afternoon for the judges. They really got to dissect these scores.
Here come the numbers for Crosby Colapinto. Maxime Husno in jeopardy at the moment, but not coming in at the number needed. 6.1. Crosby remains in 3rd, and Maxime remains in advancing position with just 10 seconds left.
Whew. Crosby Colapinto just went to the running back mode and just didn't come away with it.
Yeah, so Dylan Moffitt, who's going to be out of competition, number 10, entering this event. He's going to have to be on the sidelines to see what happens. Meanwhile, Maxime Husno, his road to the championship tour continues here at the Haleiwa Challenger. We'll be back with more after this message.
Mics are no longer pointing at the ocean.
You're watching the round of 64, heat number 11 just getting started. 4-man heat, top 2 move on into the round of 32. After that, you get to the quarters. Things are moving quickly at this contest as conditions have dropped a bit, but it's been very scrappy. Last heat got really rippable towards the back end, and we just lost Dylan Moffitt from the draw. Came into this event number 10. Qualification is getting intense. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski dried off well. Enjoying the call in the last heat was pretty intense. Still feeling for Dylan Moffitt in that last heat.
Oh, it's just so tough to watch. I mean, these guys, it's all on the line right now. And, but Maxime, it was at number 6. He's coming out of that heat, just flying colors. So it was, some solid surfing going on. I feel like the waves, as scrappy as the conditions seem to be, are really rippable. There's a lot of potential out there. 8-point ride for Maxime coming out for that heat. Solid.
So cool when you see surfers like Maxime just still giving it all they've got, seeing how much they've learned over the years. Remember when he won the World Junior title? That was so long ago. He had Jadson Andre in the final when Jaddy was a junior. Gosh, it was a long time ago, and he's always just put in the work to get better and better. Brand new heat here, Rosie. Nat Young, Connor Coffin representing California. Got Edgard Gragia from Brazil and Kehu Butler from New Zealand. Who's the standout for you?
I mean, you got to go with Nat Young for a championship tour surfer, and then Connor Coffin. I mean, he's looking to make his mark. He hasn't had the best season on the Challenger Series, and obviously fell victim to that mid-year cut at Margaret River on the championship tour. So there's a lot to prove for Connor.
As we get things started now, setting it up, Ed's got a little wrap to throw in there. Slopey start, and still trying to manufacture something on the inside, just throws it away. Rosie, you were talking about positioning earlier, especially at the start of these heats where you just want to go to that deeper peak. And sometimes you end up with a wave that doesn't give you too much.
Yeah, it is an interesting thought trying to jockey for position out here at Haleiwa, because you do get drawn a little bit deeper and you're off the peak and you're out of the zone to get that little chip shot in and really set yourself up with a nice line. So there is a fine line between pushing it too deep and being behind on the section. So you've got to play it smart.
A lot of coaches hanging under the tent there, and then Mike Rahal was just telling me, he's like, yeah, it's pretty obvious when you watch someone who's done their homework and who hasn't, as far as finding their landmarks and knowing where to sit, Strider.
Yeah, it's interesting because you see everybody go out and surf and kind of in the free surfs, and you watch them surf and they kind of think they know where they're at because of the crowd. And instead of surfing in a crowd, you have to just pretend like there's nobody in the lineup and look at where you are every time. I mean, we surf all over the world, and I do it every time I'm in the water in a new wave. I find landmarks, I understand where the peak is, and, I'm an instant local.
How good is that? That's the recipe, you guys. You can follow suit. One man who looks like he's done that is Australia's Chris Zaffis. This kid is impressive. He's hanging out with AJ.
Yeah, very impressive. You had to surf yesterday, Chris, and made some changes for today. What was the change in strategy that led you to the glass today?
Just dropped down a board size. It's like a 6'1". It was a bit more feathery out there today and a little windy. It honestly felt really like my hometown home break, so felt comfortable and just wanted to go out there and surf good.
When you got out there and you realized, oh, this feels like my hometown, my home break, how much confidence does that give you for those 30 minutes?
Yeah, it definitely gives a lot. Also a bit unnerving nearly because you expect yourself to go well, but I felt comfortable and it feels good.
How does this affect your mindset moving forward? What are you going to take from today into the next round?
I'm hoping the next round is going to run in big waves. It looks like it will. So, I'm just really psyched, really excited. It's a big Haleiwa. I love getting out of big boards. So I guess I'm just going to keep attacking and give a red hot shot.
It worked today. We'll see if it works in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And shout out to everyone at home, Mum and Dad watching in the North End and in Gary crew. Thanks heaps for all the support. Chew.
Epic human being, Chris Zaffis. Just getting to know him, but he's incredible. Happy disposition, absolutely rips. He's in the round of 32. Kehu Butler going the distance, swipe through the whitewater. Hard off the bottom, nice jam off the top there. And just getting a warm-up wave in heat number 11. 167 before that. As we see Connor Coffin getting started. Man from Santa Barbara has given us some glory moments on the championship tour. Snaps it over the roof. There's that fading cutback that he's done 1,000 times. Connor's whole story is getting caught at the midseason cut this year. And kind of had that moment where he's like, hang on, what am I going to do? Because the previous year he was featured at the Rip Curl WSL finals. Almost, you know, trying to achieve his first world title and then so quickly having a turnaround of looking to requalify. But sometimes that just change of plans can be really healthy. He's been up to a lot of fun things at home, fishing a lot, surfing a lot, seeing his old friends, but still on the grind on the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah, it is a total perspective shift. I mean, 1 minute you're looking for a world title and the next minute it's back to requalification. And I think it shows how much a championship tour season can take out of you. I think for someone like Connor, he gave it his all in that top 5. Here we go, Connor on this wave. What do you think, Stride?
That was just a tough wave to ride. There was so much bump on the face, but he did really well once he came around and squared up right there. Just the wave kind of let him down in the end. There wasn't anything left, but there was one good turn on there, good way to get going and feel the board. I really like this kid. He's from New Zealand and just solid surfer.
So powerful. He's got a lot of weapons. Get real creative above the lip, but did well just to get through the downtime to get to that point of the wave.
Yeah, we highlighted, you know, the veterans in this heat, but Kehu yesterday was super impressive to me. Today it looks like he's still running on that same confidence. So it's really just so fun to be involved with these Challenger Series events because you can tell the point of separation that this whole new generation is starting to bring in and that new energy that it's injecting into the tour.
And I feel like it's fun to see the speed and how much power these young guys have coming onto it, you know, and the mindset. I was talking to him earlier, you know, about, you know, because he's staying down at by Pipeline and he can see it from the yard, and he's, you know, he's just got the blinders on. He did not surf there. He came down here. He obviously got some work done here and is just focused on the prize right now, which I love to see, just, you know, the mindset and the focus.
That is really hard to do when Pipe is absolutely firing and it's in front of you and you've got to go get your contest grind on.
Kehu Butler just up and out. 317 on his start. First party with Nat Young, just waiting for a wave to come through. Great time to join us on the North Shore of Oahu if you're not here already. Good time to check out Alaska Airlines. Alaska has the most flights from the West Coast to Hawaii, more than any other airline. With routes to all the best surf hideouts, Alaska is your go-to airline for chasing waves. Get in the water even faster when you sign up for their award-winning loyalty program, mileage plan, and get $50 off your first flight. Check out alaskaair.com/WSL. We'll see you here. Split the peak with Rosie and Strider and hang out and watch the world's best compete. So much great energy this time of the year as you're closing out the Challenger Series and dreams are on the live, and it's tangible if you come down here to watch it all go down, especially on a big finals day when the waves are supposed to be pumping. There's nothing else like it, Rosie.
Yeah, think of all the amazing qualification moments that we've seen. I think about Griffin Colapinto. I think about Dusty Payne. I think about Michelle Perez winning this event twice. There's been so many just giant slaying moments, and it's so exciting feeling that energy right here on the beach.
And just to note, I'm going left if we split the peak.
Every time. Every time, unless the right looks better. You've switched it up on me before. Update on these wind conditions, Waz. How's this affecting the performance?
You know, I was checking the actual app, you know, the Windy app, just to make sure that I knew what was going on and on Surfline. And you know, it's a northeast wind, and it's just you know, unfortunately, it's not the favorable wind. The east-northeast is better, but it kind of comes across the wave while we're out here, but it kind of makes it super rippable. So it gives you the opportunity, but you do need to have that first wave to come through and clean up the face a little bit. So, you know, it creates a little chop, but then once that first wave comes in, that lip line's kind of crumbly, and it almost makes it more approachable.
Also, a place like Haleiwa, it's got the power. So, like, even though that wind's whipping up the face, it's still got the push coming at you. So, yeah, you got to think about all the elements here, and these guys are well equipped. I mean, you're going to have to bring your whole quiver to Hawaii. You never know if you're going to surf 15 foot all the way down to 2 foot. So you got to be well prepared.
Oh man, I was up at the Quicksilver House, and the kids, you know, going through their boards, and I was just blown away. How do you actually figure out which board to ride?
Yeah.
Jackson Baker, it was just way too many. I said, dude, just take half of those and take them home.
I mean, you brought.
I mean, I'm not going to comment, but it was just too many, I thought.
It was too many.
Yeah.
More than 15?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot of decisions to make.
Well, he brought them all down, to get ready for the heat out here. And they were all like on a smaller size. And then he came down that morning of competition. It was way bigger yesterday than we thought it was going to be. And he's like, I didn't ride any of those boards, you know?
You love it. You definitely have to be prepared. This is a location you can go through multiple boards in the same day. Edgard, you see there in the blue jersey, in a solid position on the Challenger Series, representing Brazil. 18th in the world. Unfortunately, we saw Alejo go down, Joan go down. Eitan lost in a close decision earlier today. That was a tough one to see him walk away from.
I think he stole the jersey, too.
Pardon?
He stole the jersey. He walked out of here so fast. He was so, I mean, you can imagine the frustration and the emotion that goes through that.
Oh, just think about your entire year, how close you were, and then it's a very close heat that, in my mind, could have gone either way. As we continue with action, Kehu Butler, hard off the bottom, will throw that one away. It's back to Edgard quickly. If he makes the quarters, his situation improves on the live rankings. Nat Cy Young throws the vertical. Attacking down the line and tags it again. All patience for the Californian and creates some space on the inside. He's got such a unique attack. That backhand was famous because it put him in the top 10 as a rookie on the championship tour. Finaling 2 times that season. Once at Bells, once in Portugal. As we take another look, what do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a late decision to get to his feet. Luckily, he maintained that speed down the line. Just kind of going through the motions on that wave, I feel like I think as soon as Nat gets a little bit more vertical, the points are going to rain down on him. That was a nice little kind of warm-up wave, get the feet in, and he's looking lively.
Yeah, fun to watch his approach. Quick on small waves as well. He was such a solid amateur competitor, won a big national title at lower trestles, and then right into the Coldwater Classic. Won the main event in front of his hometown crowd. A lot of great goofy footers from up there. You surf a lot with Anthony Rufo over the years, Strider?
Oh, yeah, a ton. I love Anthony. Roof. He used to just say, I'm going to fear you. You know, that's like a little, terminology in Santa Cruz is next level. And he always used to say, I'm going to fear you, which means I'm going to take you down, you know. And it was just so fun, you know, like those guys are awesome. That whole, Peter Mel, he grew up in that zone and he's still up there holding it down. It's just the banter never stops.
California culture, it's like, don't be afraid of being a road warrior, huh? Even no matter where you live, it's pretty common to just drive up the coast and try to get yourself some great waves, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, I live in my little San Clemente bubble, but I have noticed, further north from California, they are not afraid to drive up and down that coast. It's just a wave-rich region, so yeah, not afraid of a road trip.
A lot of trucks with the shells on it, carpet kit, sleeping bags, just in case you're pulling off, finding a secret wedge. As we look at Kehu Butler, front side sweep in the pocket, rips it, the power source again, clean little re-entry, throwing some water, and still attacking, end section approaching. Butler gives it to it again.
See what happens when you're not standing on your leash?
Gosh, that's maybe one of the worst feelings.
That's what happened on his first wave.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed at the end of the wave, he took the leash out from under his foot.
Oh.
And he was like, but that was great surfing right there.
Does not feel good at all. This one must have felt much better. Strider, what'd you see?
I just saw him opening up right here, redirecting completely with the board, then coming back into the corner to push again. And, he had a great rhythm, and that's something that's really hard to do when the waves are choppy. So, and that's where we've seen the biggest scores come from, is when you have that rhythm and you can continually wrap up into the bowl and hit that corner.
Nat Young setting up his second effort in this heat. First score of 4.4. Snap to start. Clean bottom turn, drills it again. Perfect timing. Nice backhand hack. Delivering some water to the sky again. So a smaller wave that looked hard to surf when you see it coming through, but he tagged it well. Now this one with a bit more size for Edgard. Chips it quickly off the lip. Extended bottom turn. Goes off the top, right into a fade and slides out.
That was looking good, very much so. Wow, those first two turns throwing a lot of spray. How much speed did he get out of the lip on that second turn too? just losing the fin engagement there.
So exciting matchup, still with 13 minutes on the clock, and all anticipation to see Indonesians' first qualifier for the championship tour. Rio Waida takes on Josh Moniz coming up next.
We're looking at 13 minutes remaining at this point.
We were able to kick off the event yesterday in unbelievable waves here at Haleiwa, and Kehu Butler just dug in. He absolutely took apart this heat. It featured some super talent. Josh Moniz was involved there, RG3. Luan got in as a wild card, but it was Kehu's heat. Taking apart some big walls, managing his speed well, mixing it up with variety, and he looked incredibly solid, Rosie.
Yeah, he's got that frame, that body type that really suits this wave. He looks like he's very comfortable in right-handers, and he is just one of these guys, you know, I've heard whispers of him on social media. You see little edits here and there, but wow, he is so fun to watch live, Strada.
Yeah, great surfer, and the thing I liked about those highlights was that one wave was bumpy and the other wave was smooth, and he really negotiated them both really well, and that's something that's hard to do when you're out there, and it's all different conditions, and he looks solid in both. So
Rhythm's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know, when someone's in it, it's just magic in motion. Doesn't matter what the wave looks like. Everything is just connected and seamless. Let's see if he can continue that here on day 2 of competition. During the break, Edgard got this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, Edgard, I mean, that vertical approach, putting it to work on this wave. So, wow, just ditches the fins there. Talk about a powerhouse. That guy just using that thigh quad combo of power to really knife his way through that wave.
Okay, Butler, messy wave here, but trying to manufacture a score. Pushing hard through the finish. Did well to get there. Chasing a 4-1-0 for a top 2 spot. Just fun to see the activity of these guys, depending on their strategy. Kehu's catching a lot of waves. Meanwhile, Connor just 1 wave ridden so far, 4.17, as he's just trying to pick the best waves of the heat. But yeah, interesting role for Connor, just having so much success, finding his feet on tour, everyone enjoying that power-based rail line, great tube rider as well. But then adjusting to a different type of format, seeing different surfers that you might haven't really thought about in a long time to get your spot back on the championship tour. Surfing with, you know, 4-man heats. You know, he was used to, you know, a lot of one-on-one heats, a lot of different types of locations. So this year he had to rethink the formula a bit. And I think for fans, it's fun to see surfers that you love to watch go through that, because you want to see them change gears and be tested in different ways. A wave like Haleiwa just makes so much sense for a guy like Connor Coffin to do well in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right-handers is really what comes to mind when you think about Connor, think about his rail game, but it's been fun. I think for Connor, even a break and a bit of a perspective change for him in his career is probably also a good thing. It's just kind of gives you a refresh and really anchors you in where your heart and your head is at and where your goals are kind of directing you in life.
perspective, I like it.
Good to have great perspective, and Comes from a beautiful part of California. Surf with Tom Curran a lot up at Rincon, Strider?
Oh man, if you're lucky enough to see him out there, it's a pure pleasure moment. Let me tell you. Look at these guys.
Then Micro Hall talking to Jacob Wilcox. Micro, world famous coach. He's actually helping the entire Australian team. Wilcox from West Oz, sparring partner to Jack Robinson. And he has come so incredibly close to qualifying. Now a couple of times now in his young career. Saw him get a lot of opportunities on the main stage on the championship tour. From Super Tubos in Portugal to Bells Beach to Margaret River. Just feels like we're just waiting for him to make it official. Will it be this year? We'll find out very soon. His first heats with Rio Waida, who's already qualified. He's got Adore Amatrain and also Josh Moniz. Wilcox is dangerous though. He looks like he gets bigger every year, very strong. We'll see how he performs, Joe.
Always does well in Hawaii, but also looking at what's happened in this event so far. Eitan Osborne out of the event. I know Ramsey Buchheim and Ian Gentile are looking pretty good, but you know, those, and Dylan Moffat. Didn't Dylan Moffat also fall out? Yeah. So those are all names on the rankings that are above him. So it's a huge opportunity for him to make some strides if he can get past this round.
Remember some years when there's guys in contention and they lost out, they would just have to leave. They didn't know what to do. I remember one time Mitch Colburn just like, I'm out. I just booked the flight, had to leave. I couldn't even think about it anymore. People are trying to send you messages. You turn off social media. It's just so much to think about when it's actually out of your hands. Here comes a ride for Kehu. There's the vertical through the first section. Off the bottom, nice timing off the lip. Speeding through that last section. How did he find that extra crease to go even faster at the end of that wave, bro?
Yeah, that last little karate chop. The quick transition, too, for someone so tall to keep that compression and climb up into the lip and really maneuver that longer surfboard, too, because you think a taller guy, he's going to be riding, what, like a 6'0", 5'11", as a shortboard strider?
Yeah, I think he's about 5'9", maybe. He's not that tall.
He's not that tall?
He looks tall.
He looks tall.
Well, yeah, but he's not as tall.
So about
but he's
7 inches taller than you?
Oh. he might be 1 inch taller.
Jokes.
These guys are athletes, man. It was fun. The other day they were playing footy, like rugby, out over in the field. He was playing with all the Australians, and watching him, Jacob Wilcox, and the whole crew, Sheldon Simkis, they were running so quick. And you're kind of going, hey, guys, you got a heat coming up. But they just are natural ability to turn on to competition mode.
I love seeing that reaction time, too, you know, when they're hucking the ball across at each other. It's pretty fun to watch.
And competitive.
Huge. Oh.
And just about everything. Yeah. Looking at the 5-minute mark in heat number 11, and a great view here outside the harbor. You can see all the skis coming through. Great job to the entire Hawaiian Water Patrol each and every year, keeping a close eye on all the competitors, all the people on the beach, making sure everybody's safe. It's a tiny harbor here, only about 64 berths. Long waiting list to get in there.
Joe's waiting.
There's one fishing hoist that, you know, is very active with all the fishermen around here.
Are you waiting for a slip?
I'd like one day, but not holding my breath, you know? But look how beautiful that is. Even just sitting on your boat, enjoying that pristine beauty.
Joe, I've been coming here for almost 40 years. And every time I come here, I'm delighted. I feel something new. I feel this great energy. I find something new. I see something I haven't seen before. I mean, it's just the best feeling in the world. Something about Hawaii I just love.
Ah, it's beautiful. That's why we love this event. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. As we look at, a wave setting up for Connor Coffin. Waited a long time for this second effort. Big forehand sweep. Great wave selection. Connor throws out the tail and stomps it. Packs it quickly over the white water. He's running out of wave, but he wants to kick out with control. He'll just snap it shut. Worth the wait for Connor Coffin. That board from JS Industries looking spot on. And things will be changing quickly here, Rosie.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. I mean, Connor just not holding back at all. There was a moment where you're like, whoa, no, not on the second turn. He regathered himself and refound his footing, and maintained speed down the line.
I did not predict that second turn on that section when he was winding up. I love that. Edgard, this guy is powerful. Searing down carve, picks up the rail for a moment, sinks on the second turn.
Gosh, you know, oh, sorry, get back to that.
Edgard going down, but Kehu's got an opportunity. Pops the fins out and just wants to stay incredibly active. So he's capped the most waves in this heat, a 5 and a 5.57.
The numbers aren't really there, are they? They're not really big numbers, so this heat's pretty wide open. I mean, even though we only have a couple minutes left, things can change real fast.
Such a good point. As we go back to Connor's wave, Strider.
Yeah, he found himself, you know, he waited really long. That was a great first turn. Big carve down into the bowl, redirected. That little skip out right there was a great recovery. Really impressed with that first turn, though. Beautiful big arc in the bowl. So something I think the judges really are going to like is that first turn. You know, Rosie, from the water, what do you think?
Well, especially the fact that you look at all the ribs up the face. When someone's able to bury their rail and you don't see a hitch in that first maneuver, you're like, wow, he really powered through the face of that wave. And then obviously almost lost on that second turn, but the regathering of himself was impressive.
Also back to Edgard's wave, Strider.
Yeah, you know, nice clean carve right there, but couldn't follow it up, and the aggression wasn't there on that wave for him. I felt like he could have had a little bit more out of it.
Now throwing a big punt, tail to the sky and pulling it off. Edgard mixing it up after falling on that last finish, goes to the sky. It's kind of giving me some feelings of Adriano de Souza, even with that first carve and how in sync that first rail line was and how spontaneous he went to with that air. Adriano, a world champ, now a coach of Italy, but minute 15, important moment for Edgard as far as qualification is concerned. We'll start with some replays, starting with Kehu's, Rosie.
Yeah, this was fun to watch too. I feel like, you know, the natural footers are all just showing us their own brand of power surfing, just throwing and drifting that second maneuver. But, you know, Connor had that strength of the rail. Even Edgard on that maneuver where he was able to hold the rail line, and here just showing us the air reverse and sticking it. When you have that one maneuver option, he's really throwing everything at it. But I'm enjoying the fact that we're seeing different approaches on the forehand. I like the fact that he was so whippy on that air maneuver.
Spring out of that step was amazing for Edgard. I like that. It's amazing what we saw it earlier today, but just those one maneuver waves can change everything. And it's like, you know, throwing it out there like that, big airs like those, they can change up the whole playing field. Where our Californians have been pretty sleepy in this heat, but definitely coming away with the best wave of the heat so far was Connor.
Yeah, Nat Young being pretty selective. Connor too, just the patience game, and the opposite story for Kehu and Edgard, just getting a lot of different looks at the waves here today at Haleiwa. About to run out of time in heat number 11. This wave won't count for Edgard, just a little bit after the horn, but we're still waiting for the big number from the huge rotation. Had the 3.5 when he fell in the combination, and then went way above the lip, chasing a 5.63 to move into the top two, and they're about to make a decision here. Oh. Last score for Edgard on the punt, a 5.53, not enough.
Oh. Wow, it's heartbreaking.
Kehu stays in second with a 10.8 total. Edgard loses with a 10.7 total. Incredibly close. And a tough moment for Edgard as he was hoping to make a run to qualify. Connor takes the win with some classic power surfing, and we'll take a quick break before the round of 64 continues right after this.
Hello, I'm Haleiwa, and I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Bali, Indonesia. Start from my parents, that's why I start surfing. They're both bodyboarders, and I start from bodyboarders and then start stand up on the bodyboard. To be honest, I was scared of ocean first, but I don't know, they take me every day to the ocean, and I saw all my friends start going to the deep ocean, so I start to follow them and start surfing, yeah.
We can't stop celebrating. Rio Waida is officially a rookie on tour in 2023. He'll compete in the world title race. We've seen him there a few times already, from G-Land earlier this year, Mexico the year before that, Karamas. He's even had a call up, but now he's going to have a full run at the championship tour. You're creating history for us, Rosie.
Oh, this is amazing. I mean, to have an Indonesian on tour, I think I touched on it yesterday. I mean, coming from South Africa, I know what it's like when you really have to think about visas and how far your money is going to go in certain locations. So for Rio to be the guy flying the Indonesian flag and to be going up against it, it's just so fun to see Indo support him, and it's so fun to have that representation on tour.
Really cool heritage for Rio Waida. Born in Japan, moved to Bali when he was 5. So an Indonesian father, Japanese mother, both surfers, saw the talent from Rio at a very young age. And on the Challenger Series at the #2 mark, but went back-to-back wins on completely different locations, from Manly to Bolito. As he headlines this matchup, Jacob Wilcox out there in the blue jersey representing WA. And a very close shot as well for him. Will be really focusing in on his run, as he's number 15 in the world. We also have Adur Almatrian from the Basque Country wearing the white jersey, and Josh Moniz from right here on the island of Oahu. Pretty gnarly heat when you really think about what they're capable of. 30 minutes, no restarts, scored on their top 2 rides. They move on into the round of 32. I guess the pressure situation's not really on Rio, but he even entered more events even when he qualified, just saying he can learn something from every call-up. We're going, hey, you don't really have to get to Saquarema or Haleiwa. And he answered that saying, I still have so much to learn. He wanted to go in there like he needed to get the win. What a smart game plan for Rio Waida.
Definitely, and just thinking about him, Matt Myers, they've been working closely together. So having just that mindset of staying in the game, keeping the blade sharp, and he's won 2 events. It's amazing to see how well he's done, but also to just see him not just leaning back and relaxing and thinking about next season, but actually just keeping focused.
Yeah, so much a coach can do, and a young coach with Matty Myers, talented surfer from Santa Cruz. Had a cool little pro career and then turned into a super coach. Let's hear from Connor Coffin with AJ.
Yeah, Connor and I just getting situated after the craziness of that heat. Connor, it was pretty hard to hear out there. You were saying, so knowing that it was kind of unknown where you were in the heat, how did you manage your expectations and your attack?
Yeah, well, I heard some things. I knew I had a 4-1 and then heard some other guys' scores, but after my last wave, I never heard the score, and I literally paddled in and got to the sand thing. I was in 4th, and I got lost in another heat. So I was like, damn, I'm not even going to get to surf a heat at Real Haleiwa, and then everyone said I won the heat. So that was a nice surprise.
What was your reaction to the nice surprise when you got on the beach?
Oh, I was stoked. I'm just happy I get to surf a heat at hopefully pumping Haleiwa. I watched some heats yesterday. It looked so fun. So going out today, I was like, I better get through today so I can surf some real waves. So yeah, I mean, that's what coming to Hawaii for. You get to surf those good days out here with only a few people. So stoked to get a shot to do that.
How does it really match your surfing, these really good days at Haleiwa that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of known for being a powerful surfer, and I don't really do too many airs or anything, so Haleiwa kind of plays right into that, and it's just really powerful bowly wave and great for big turns. So I spent a lot of time surfing out here ever since I was a kid, and surfing with Joel and Bam and Moody and Dodd and all the boys out here. So yeah, stoked to get to surf some more heats.
That experience showed today. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks everyone for watching and for everyone in Hawaii for having us. Thank you. Good to see you.
So good to see Connor in winning form. And he kind of, I guess, realized it was a surprise when he got to the beach. Sometimes when you can't hear the actual numbers, you got to wait for the actual situation. Believe it or not, all heats were like that back in the day before the computer system. was invented. We're always thinking of the late Mono. He was a big part of that, bringing that live scoring to professional surfing, which completely changed the game. Because then in real time, you'd kick out of a wave and get to know what you got, what you need. It just changed everything with having a strategy. And now every kid across the planet surfing in a heat, they're raising their hands for an update as soon as they kick out of a wave, wanting to know what the judges thought immediately. Backside turn off the top from Jacob Wilcox. Big bottom turn, drills the first section. Throws a nice vertical there and hops out of the inside section. So good start for Jacob. Full rail work from Joshua Moniz. Explodes off the lip line. How was that bottom turn? Tags it again. And we'll put this one to bed on that inside corner. Well read wave for Josh Moniz.
Yeah, that was an impressive ride from Josh. A lot of power. Also Jacob Wilcox, I mean, that two-turn combo that he had on the outside.
Yeah, a lot of finesse and flow, and cool to see just goofy versus regular back-to-back. Seeing what's on offer today here at Haleiwa as we continue on with action. Ador's gonna go deep off the bottom here. Aggressive little hook, quickly tagging it on the oncoming section, and he'll step off. Getting close to the end of the round here. A lot of excitement with qualification updates. Here's Rio. Speed float, floats the next section. Nice sweeping cutback. And throws the fins out, will lose that finish. Talked to Rio when he showed up and arrived on Oahu, and he was just saying how he's here for a long time. You know, I don't think he has any plans of needing to retreat home over the holidays. He knows everything's got to be focused on the North Shore for his debut at Pipeline and Sunset, and also finishing up this Challenger Series. As we take another look at this wave.
Yeah, Rio just finding that flow through this wave. Having to kind of coax his way around Adur there, but yeah, just interesting to watch. I mean, Rio, you talk about him just posting up in Hawaii. It's such a smart call to really familiarize yourself with these breaks. I mean, going home back to Indo, that's going to take, it's a long way away from home. Spend your time here, really become a student of the North Shore and become a sponge as you enter your first full season on the championship tour.
It always reminds you of the Kelly Slater story of coming out here in the early years and then deciding not to go anywhere and parking it for months on end. When the tour had moved on, he would just stay right at Pipeline and learned so much to become the best ever at that prestigious venue. Adriano de Souza started doing that at a lot of locations like Pipe, like Tehupo'o, waves like J Bay that are sometimes very tricky to perform on, even though they're very perfect. You have to kind of be willing to stay on the road, be a citizen of the world, and being gone for months at a time. And the bonus is you're surfing perfect waves.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, as much as that seems idyllic in your mind, like, oh, spending however many months on the North Shore of Oahu, you're away from your family, you're out of your comfort zone, you're not eating the same food that you used to. So it is amazing, but it takes a lot of sacrifice to have that mindset to be away from home and your comfort for that long.
So true. For a lot of these surfers on their home break, they're first in line. You know, they're probably catching a lot of waves, and they have to be willing to learn and watch. It's a cool road to see these surfers develop on tour. Been fun to watch a lot of athletes like Liam O'Brien over the last couple of years. A heartbreaking moment, hurting himself before his debut at Pipe. It was literally the morning of opening day. And then getting himself, healed up and healthy, and then turning in an incredible back end of the year on the Challenger Series.
I mean, think about Liam. First day of your rookie season, you're going to have your debut on the championship tour. You hurt yourself, you're out. The mid-year cut happens. You don't get a wild card because there were so many injuries on the tour. So you really are left saving your space on the Challenger Series. So Liam O'Brien, he's just been so impressive. And if you're a young Grom and you want to model yourself off someone that's got a lot of determination and grit, I think Liam O'Brien's that guy that you can really look up to.
100%. 18:15 on the clock here, and heat 12 of the round is 64. Josh Moniz out front because he started with a big 7.83. Much more ripping to come right after this. You're watching live action. Josh Moniz had the 7.83 moments ago. He's backing it up now. Cool float. Hard off the bottom. There's the snap there for Josh. And catches up to the end section, but he'll go down swinging. But some solid numbers will be on his backup score. Jacob Wilcox digging in. Powerful lip glide, and the front foot slips off. And he'll lose that end section climb. Adore likes the look of this wall. Nice attack mode there. Extended bottom turn, blows the tail out and ends up incomplete. So Josh Moniz just happy to get a big 7.83. What a way to kick off your matchup. A champion of the Volcom Pipe Pro. Warrior on the Challenger Series. Seth, the youngest sibling, the Moniz family. Josh, just older than Seth. As you look at Rio Waida, speeding through the first section. Big wall here. How's the windup? He'll jam it again to keep that speed down the line. Frontside wrap, keeping a higher line. Hacks it over the whitewater. And an aggressive whip on the inside corner. Not done yet. Still pushing as hard as he can.
The variation on that wave was so fun to watch. The way that he kind of burnt his speed at the right moments to get more critical. And yeah, this kid is just really an entertainer. I feel like he's one of those guys that's just got so much to give us and so many different personalities in his surfing that we can look forward to seeing. There he just whaps that one off the lip, burns it down so he can get a deeper bottom turn and whips it into the lip. But like you said, Joe, this guy is just Energizer Bunny. He's just hammering this wave to the bitter end until he falls off.
Another great angle from the sky row.
Yeah, this is so fun, just getting this aerial view and bird's eye view of what he got done. I like that turn a lot, just because of the speed that he came out with. It's kind of almost like a little bit of a check turn, but it really sets him up nicely for the rest of the wave.
So busy and active, but every turn was relevant, falling on that last one, but just the amount of speed he was getting in between turns was so impressive. Maybe gave us the best reaction ever to a huge win as a wild card back in Mexico when he beat Felipe Toledo. He was actually shaking. He needed a moment to like calm down at the excitement. He just said Felipe was his hero, his favorite surfer in the world, period. That was the guy he modeled everything after. And he just couldn't believe that he beat him on a right-hand sand bottom point break, where Toledo seems to be the favorite all day, and probably in Rio's mind because he was beyond himself when he got that win. It was such a special moment in his career where I think he realized, he's like, wait, I can battle with the best in the world.
It's so pure. It's so pure to see that kind of reaction. And, you know, meeting Rio, I think he was about 8 years old coming to Snapper Rocks, and everyone was like, this kid's the future. This is the guy that's going to make a big statement for Indonesia. And, you know, fast forward a couple of years, and he's right there. He's already done some amazing things as a wild card. So he's got the talent to go all the way.
Now he gets to pick a jersey number.
What do you think he's going to go with?
Good question. He hasn't told me yet. Got to find out. Moniz has that 7, Slater with 11. Well, remember, it's time to do your holiday shopping. Check out WSLstore.com. We've got a sale going on. There's solid discounts on those jerseys, even event merchandise, posters, and more. You get free shipping until December 31st. If you get your order in by December 9th, you'll get your delivery by Christmas Eve. Kids' jerseys 50% off. Jersey orders come with a free Hydro Flask as well. As we see the rotation going incomplete. And now Wilcox, he's hoping to get the choice of a jersey number, but he's got some work to do. He's going to get the fall. Looked like right in front of Rio there. And now more waves on the way, Josh Moniz. Nice hard off the bottom. Timed the lip well. Snaps it over the top of that wave and will ride away free. So a couple of falls there from Rio to Wilcox, and Moniz getting the best out of that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Josh has been surfing a really smart heat to open up with that 7.83, and now it's all about that backup score. Kind of had to wipe off his speed to not run into one of his competitors, Wow, but 2 hammers on that last wave. I think that, you know, you think about the 4.67, is that maybe going to be out of his scoreline after this combo? But there you see, you really had to kind of reconfigure his timing on that wave, but maybe not a bad thing, because that was a really cool little board slide on the lip line there.
Really like the way he surfs. Cool stance, nice and powerful, solid, but he can get loose and stylish. When the sections open up, you can go for a tail drift right into a power carve. Incredible in the tube. 6.6 is the last score for Josh Moniz. Well earned there, increasing his lead out front. Wilcox second. Remember, important position for Jacob, looking to qualify for the tour, and a few spots opening up in front of him. If you're just joining us, we had Dylan Moffitt go down, who is in that 10th position. That's the last spot to qualify. Heartbreaking moment for Dylan. Those guys behind him are just chomping at the bit to try to take over a qualification position.
And you think about years past too, Joe, with the championship tour finishing here in Hawaii, that Haleiwa would kind of finish first, then you kind of have to wait for double qualifiers to really look at what your spot was doing. Now it's black and white. We've got our qualifiers on the championship tour for next year. It's all about this last event on the Challenger Series. So we're going to find out in real time who's qualifying for the tour and who's going to make up that top elite cream of the crop for next year.
Rosie, how are you enjoying the whole Challenger Series and breaking down the different tours, what we've seen so far in the last 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's just been such a fun format change. I like the fact that you have to qualify regionally. It really helps individuals at home manage what events they're going to do, and really just funnels the talent onto this Challenger Series. We've got some really great locations that we've had these Challenger Series events at, so it's become another premier tour for the guys and women to perform at.
Hot topic, we're going there. Do you like enjoying seeing CT surfers in the draw at these Challenger events?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, because if you're going to come up against the best guys next year, you got to beat the best guys. So, you know, 1 or 2 of these guys in the mix really set the pace, and it's good. But, you know, there is that argument of taking those points away. But at the end of the day, when you're going to be there on the championship tour, that's who you're going to have to beat anyway. So why not get the whole picture of the talent?
I like that. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. I mean, a pro event, it's hard to argue someone's too good to be in it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, you can't go. You're too good. Sorry.
Like you obviously want to see the best in the world there. And yeah, it can be tough if you're just on that side of the draw, where you might run into the John or the Carissa Moore. But like venues as well, and getting better on the Challenger Series like Snapper, you're going to get CT surfers for a long time going, yep, that's the one I'll be at. And it'll be up to them, you know, in 2023. CT surfers don't have to be involved in them from here on out. So it'll be really fun to see what happens in 2023. A very special moment in pro surfing history. We'll send it down to the beach with AJ.
Ramsey, just a few moments ago, Travis Logie gave you the news. You have qualified for the 2023 Championship Tour. What's the first emotion that you felt when he told you that news?
To be honest, I mean, I knew I had a really good chance. I put up a pretty solid year this year. But, you know, you never know until the end, and especially with my heat now, I was like, oh my God. But, yeah, Leo was up there and was telling me, Rams, you know, we might know today and stuff. So, but I wasn't expecting it. I was like, okay, now it's not in my hands anymore, and just, but yeah, whatever. I'm just super happy. It's 10 years in the making, you know. It started in 2012, the QS, and 2022, so 10 years I'm in. So it proves that, you know, when you put in the work and, you know, you go through it all, mistakes, stupid things, doing, you know, when you're a kid, and boom, train hard, come back, injuries, all that, you still can make it. And I feel like I've improved a lot this past 3 years. Just in, you know, all around, in my head, in my choices, in everything, you know. So I feel like it was time for me, and you know, who would have thought when I was 9, starting in Tarazout in Morocco, that I would make the championship tour one day. And I'm just super proud of myself, of my family, of Morocco. The support I get from my home country is crazy. It's really like something else, and I really want to thank them for that, and all the people that I love. And my dad, of course, you know, my dad must be very proud of me, you know, from up there. And yeah, I'm really happy.
When you think back on the last 10 years and every moment it took to get to this one, What are you most proud of your perseverance through?
Just, you know, like I said, I've had my moments. I've had good moments when I was young, just starting, coming out from a great junior career. And then you think you got it all figured out, and, you know, and then boom, you make some stupid choices like every kid. And boom, next thing you know, you're injured, you're there, then nothing happens, boom. You know what I mean? It's been a long road, 10 years, you know. I think I could have done it before, but whatever. It was my path, and I'm feeling great now, physically, mentally. And I feel like it's time for me to, you know, to be up there with the big boys and try to put it together and fight with them. And I'm really proud of myself for achieving that. And I really think I did, you know, it's my place there. So now it's my job to step it up and train and commit myself even harder to hang with them up there and stay up there, you know.
You're the first Moroccan to make this CT. As you have the flag around your shoulders, what are you most proud of to carry your country with you?
Because, you know, Morocco, we have crazy waves, right? And we're getting bigger in the surfing world, but it's really hard for all the Moroccans. I was fortunate enough to, you know, go to France and have sponsors and all that. But, you know, I'm really proud of myself for like showing the people in Morocco, the new generation and everyone, that we have, you know, we have what it takes to be champions too, and to get there. Just some hard work, a little bit of help, you know, because it's hard for us up there, down there in Morocco. But yeah, just hope. I want to, you know, the message I want to send is hope and believe, and I did it for me and for all of you guys too. So I'm really, really proud of my country, and ديما المغرب.
You want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
يا شكرا بزاف الدراري في المغرب. راه هذا لو غيف ديالي من صغير. بديت في التغازوت في اكادير، ودابا وصلت للتشامبيونشيب تور. دونك شي حاجه سي فريمون الوالد الله يرحمه راه 100% غيفرح بزاف الفوق تما في السماء. وشكرا بزاف. وبغيت نشكر لي سبونسور ديالي، لا فيديراسيون، عين اطلس، تغازوت بي، والمغاربه كاملين بور لو سيبور توت سي ديرنيير اني. ديما المغرب.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
What a special moment in surfing history. The first Moroccan to qualify for the championship tour, Ramzi Boukham. What an incredible human being, and what a long road, and emotional one as well. The moment he talked about his father, who passed away a long time ago now, that was just so heartfelt. You know, his family's very close with his brother and his mom. He's everything at home means the most to him. He loves the hospitality of where he comes from, and now that dream is just getting started. He gets to live it now, starting at Pipeline the end of January on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's a very easy guy to become a fan of, and I think that interview just showed a lot of heart, and I think it speaks volumes to what Ramzi's been able to achieve, and super excited for the guy. I mean, he's worked so hard, and just well-deserved spot on the championship tour.
And see all those hard years, like 29 back in the day. People were almost retiring from pro surfing back in the 80s. Potts would always tell us about that, or he almost felt like they're having you move on. And that whole age thing has changed so much. Now a lot of world titles are won in that 30 range. And now guys are qualifying as more mature athletes as well. I remember Poncho Sullivan, he was one of the older rookies, you know, to qualify for the tour. And he just learned so much. He'd surfed so many perfect waves on surf trips, and he went right into the top 10 in the world. It just makes a lot of sense, where you have to go through a lot of growth to finally get there, and then to stay there is going to be fun to follow for Ramzi. So now we've got 4 spots solidified. Rio Waida in the water now. He'll be a rookie with Ramzi. Callanan and Fioravanti are comeback stories to the tour. They've already had that rookie season. And here comes Jacob Wilcox. Speed turn down the line. Quick whip through the whitewater. Off the bottom, nice tag there, and keeping his control solid for a finish. Nice read for Wilcox. Wants to keep his hope for qualification alive. And join his good buddy Jack Robinson on the Dream Tour. What'd you see here, Rosie?
Well, this is all about improving that backup, that 3.03. So Jacob, you know, he gets those 2 turns. One part where he's had to tidy up in this heat is just this end section to really complete his ride. So I think that 3.03 is going to be long gone. That was kind of that medium-sized wave. We'll see how much he improves by Joe.
I love how big this kid is, but how quick he can be on smaller sections. I remember a pro junior event he was in Manly, getting to the final, and the waves were 1 foot barely breaking, and he could just move. He was so nimble. He's about twice the size as he was in that one, but he was definitely really tall and big, and he could just control big turns and small waves. He's 15th on the live rankings, right behind Luca Macinas. Remember, Eitan went down in a close decision earlier today, taking out his hopes to qualify.
Michael Rodriguez won his heat, so he's already surfed today in this round.
So Wilcox will improve on that number with advancement out of this heat. If he stays in the top 2, we'll see him jump on the rankings. The reason for that is, remember, you keep your top 4 results out of 7. Down to 44 seconds. Crarty with a door. Rio Waida in the 3rd spot. Even though he's already qualified, he's here to try to take home a big win. Trying to find a 5.24. Moniz, just a stellar performance today. 7.83 on his opener. 6.6 to back it up. Hasn't been too stressed out in this matchup. Now down to 10 seconds. Waida with 2nd priority over Jacob Wilcox will take on the left to try to find something to give him a 5.24. 2 sweeps on the open face, and it's not going to give it to him there. Rio Waida and Adur Almatrian will stay in those 3rd and 4th spots, as Adur will go down on his final wave. Jacob Wilcox is improving on the live rankings with advancement into the round of 32, and a great win for the Hawaiian. Josh Moniz moving on. Round of 64 continues right after this.
I'm Matias Reddy, I'm 21 years old, I'm from Florianópolis, Brazil. I think the World Tour is the place to show, the progressive of surfing, and try different grabs and try different things. And I think that's why those guys, Gabriel, Philippe, and John, they're on top, because they show this. And I think that's what it's about, And I think I'm born to be part of that.
Welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. And if you're just catching up with us, big news. We came in here with 7 seats available for the championship tour. Now it's just down to 6. Kaipagura along with Ross Williams. Ross, we just heard the news that Ramzi Bukhayam is going to be on the championship tour in 2023.
Yeah, big congratulations to Ramzi. He's been beating on that door for almost a decade now, and well-deserved there. Pretty stoked for him.
Yeah, I'm really stoked for him. But the plot thickens because there's only 6 slots left. And so we're going to see it. And it's really important when this upcoming heat right now, because we have a couple contenders in this heat. This is heat 13 of the round of 64. Griffin Colapinto, he's the top seed. He's here just surfing for experience, glory, and to get more reps in the jersey. Mateus Hurdy, however, number 24, does have an outside chance of qualification, as well as Long Beach's Nolan Raposa. Nolan in the white jersey, but they got the danger kid out here in the way of Shion Crawford as a dangerous wild card. We're going to open up here with Mateus Hurdy with a lip slide to start. That was a beautiful maneuver, pretty original for the start for the Brazilian, and that's going to be all he's going to get, though. This is the second wave of, no, this is the first wave, I'm sorry, of, oh, sorry, this is the second wave. Thanks, Chuck. This is the second wave of Shion Crawford. Shion opened up with a 5-point ride, and we'll be waiting for that score there of Shion's first ride being shown right here. This is the 5-point ride, Ross.
Yeah, Shion, high energy. He's always known to catch a lot of waves here, whether he's free surfing or is in a heat. This is high octane Shion Crawford right here, and a great start there. A couple of quick snaps on the inside bowl. 5 points for Shion, so getting a quick start always settles the nerves, just kind of calms you down. Going, all right, I have a little backup score. I'm good to go. And, you know, there's long walls today, so those backup scores mean a lot.
Yeah, and, you know, it's a chess game, isn't it? Here we go. Let's check out Mateus Hurdy, Rob.
Yeah, Mateus, wow, that was very cool. Big old lip climb there, kind of a rock and roll float. He almost brought it down, and we saw him pull off sort of that Kanoa Igarashi type move that you liked when we were live with him earlier too. That was a cool move there from Mateus. He's got big tricks, so look for a little bit of fireworks in his heat from Mateus.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy in 2021 on the championship tour. Semifinal finish as a wild card in Mexico, and we talked to Mateus there in Mexico, and I was so impressed by his air game, and he said, you know what? You haven't seen all my stuff yet. Yeah. I got more for you. Nice. Wait, I got more for you. And I was just like, that's the kind of attitude I like to hear come from a young man.
Not shy. That's pretty cool.
Not shy at all. Hey, congratulations, Josh Moniz. He just won his heat. He's with AJ.
Yes, he did just win his heat, but it was a lot of decision-making that went into the day before this. Walk us through the strategy that you took to pick the equipment and in the water.
Yeah, my strategy, I was bouncing between some short boards or riding a little longer board. Seems like it picked up a bit and the waves got better, and a lot of wind came in, so I grabbed a 6-1 and yeah, I just went out and surfed. I don't really have any pressure of trying to qualify this year, so I'm kind of just cruising and surfing.
And when you're cruising and surfing, how much does that affect the way that you surf and how freely you can be in the water?
Yeah, I like to be in a pretty mellow state when I compete. I'm not really like a aggressive guy, so I'm just kind of just chilling and trying to surf.
And you're trying to surf at one of your breaks that is, you know, a little bit away from your hometown of Honolulu, but you know Haleiwa very well. How is this wave this week, and how much does your local knowledge help in this competition?
Oh, I grew up surfing out here. I'm from town, but all spent time on the North Shore, pretty much lived up here too. Yeah, it helped a lot, especially yesterday. That was the first time for a lot of us to surf that deep and get some really good waves. So yeah, I'm just trying to survive till the last day. The forecast is looking pretty good. So. Yeah.
What did you learn about yourself today that you want to take into tomorrow in terms of your surfing?
Just catch waves and ride, and don't just wave starve myself like I usually do. So that's kind of my game plan.
There you go. It's a good game plan. Got you through today. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Griffin Colapinto up and riding. Throwing the tail there for our top seed, and Griffin has to just like power his way awkwardly through the end of that section. Here we go with Shion Crawford, already on his third wave. Shion hacking a big layback snap. The Haleiwa boy again in control. And just goes down at the end, but the damage was done at the beginning of that ride, Ross.
That's a big turn. That's going to garner some points just on one move alone. It's too bad Shion couldn't bring that last maneuver down. Could have turned it into a score maybe better than that 5. So Shion's looking switched on and might be almost a triple paddle battle here, Kaipo.
We do have a paddle battle, and you know what? I love it. Griffin Colapinto, as well as, is that Mateus Hurdy with Griffin?
Shion
Crawford. Yeah, Shion Crawford's green and blue jerseys kind of get you sometimes, but Crawford just 17 years old, putting a challenge to a championship tour surfer. I like it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And Xi'an's got really long arms. I mean, that kid is tall. He's, what, 6'2"? That guy can paddle really fast, but we saw Griffin turn on the motorboat, and looks like it worked. He's got second priority over Xi'an's third.
Yeah, Griffin's saying, take that, Grom. Even though Griffin's only 24 years old, but it just shows how the talent pool fills in from the bottom. Right. Xi'an Crawford's 17.
Right.
He made the quarterfinals here last year as a 16-year-old, so bright future for the North Shore boy.
Oh, he's insane. And he's really bubbly in the water, too. You can see him even talking right now. He's not your normal kind of cookie-cutter pro surfer. He's kind of goes to his own drum beat.
Certainly does. Here we go. Replay, Xi'an Crawford.
Spray. Just power spray. Xi'an's so fun to watch. He is made for this spot right here. Raised in Haleiwa, surfed this wave since he was probably 4 or 5 years old. As soon as he could stand up on the inside whitewash, Xi'an was surfing right here at this very break. So beyond comfortable out here, really confident. And he's just high octane. He throws down really powerful snaps at Haleiwa and throws a lot of water.
Griffin Colapinto on the replay here, Ross.
And actually, Griffin surfs similar. He's also action-packed, not afraid to go big. He doesn't shy away from big sections. He's known for like prime-time moves. So Haleiwa and Griffin go well together. You know, that's a good combo.
And look at Xi'an, like you said, he's chatty out there with Griffin, and he's got a reason to be talkative. He's got a 7-point ride and a 5-point ride already in his scoreline. Early lead to Haleiwa boy Xi'an Crawford.
Hey, Kaipo, that 7 too was mostly one move.
Yeah.
That's impressive. So the judges recognizing how much power went down on that snap.
Yeah. Xi'an grew up basically a surf shop right up the road called Surf and Sea. Dad Eddie, the manager there, runs the daily business. Mom Kayo is a surfer supporter and been a supporter of Xi'an since he was just, I'm saying 10 years old when we really started seeing him, you know, take a liking to surfing and then committing to surfing.
Absolutely. Always on the beach with the video camera. Great little support crew family around Xi'an.
Colapinto looking down the line, floats over that first section, long drawn bottom turn, snaps the second section for Griff.
Yeah, good rhythm right now. A lot of waves coming in.
Mateus Hurdy. Mateus, long float there to get into some clear water. Hooking carve and showing some control with a little snap off the whitewater. Looks back at the judges' tower with a little proud body to finish that ride off.
Very cool too. I don't know if I'm inspired just because I watched Kanoa Igarashi today, but they surf similar, which is pretty interesting. Also similar airbrushes, but very fast, skatey, a lot of control. And first up, Griffin. 2 big moves there. I love that little tail kick too. Kind of got that knock-knee tail slide down there on the toilet bowl. Critical section, the judges will like that. Speed float here. Watch the bottom turn. Slices through nice and long into a nice little hack, and then finishes with a little flare. So it wasn't just your normal stock kind of climb the toilet bowl. He threw the fins for extra measure. And that floater was really well judged. That was all to get speed down the line, almost wiping some speed off there until he went into that hack. 3 different maneuvers on that wave, so showing good variety there for Mateus.
Yeah. Mateus Hurdy on JS Industry boards, and they look really good under his feet. We're still waiting for that last score for Mateus, as well as Griffin Colapinto to set the situation at the 18-minute mark.
I want to say this, Kaipo. I feel like we give props to every single shaper, meaning the consistency of good boards nowadays is crazy. Everyone's producing these real high-quality boards. Back in the day, if you got a magic board, you put that thing in golden sheets and then tucked it away into a closet. Nowadays, it's just everyone's pumping out really good surfboards.
Yeah, and that's also because of the technology. You know, with CAD designs, computer-aided designs, CNC machines, we're able to replicate that, and blank core densities that are, you know, that are pretty consistent, and a variety of different core or blank companies now available to manufacturers.
And that's exactly right. The consistency is really high. It used to be tough to replicate boards. Now, when surfers get great boards, they just pump another one out.
Yeah, that's right. Made in Hawaii, and I want to thank the Hawaii Tourism Authority, our presenting sponsor for the Haleiwa Challenger. The Hawaii Tourism Authority. Check out the Malama Hawaii program. You can find that at gohawaii.com @Malama and find out how, as a visitor, you can get involved with helping keeping Hawaii just a special place. Here we go. Mateus Hurdy, rail grab to revert there, gets a little fakey action riding, kicks out. So Mateus last ride, a 6.17 and a 5.23. He's in second place. Let's see if he builds on that 2-wave total.
This is a stacked heat. This is a heat I really wanted to see today. When I saw this on paper, it's a really a crazy heat here. 4 big names, 4 action-packed young surfers that aren't afraid to throw down big moves in big sections. And it's going to be a close one at the halfway mark. I mean, right now in third place, we got Griffin. That's just a crazy guy to be chasing you down right here.
And that just shows you how competitive it is. I mean, we're in the round of 64 right now, and we're already seeing some really stacked heats performance-wise. Right. And we're getting to see some new names, you know, along with some names that the whole surfing world knows, like a Griffin Colapinto, finished off last year number 7 on the championship tour. And Colapinto taking 2 big wins in 2022, Portugal and El Salvador. Mateus Hurdy, he got a start here. He got a wild card at the Oi Rio Pro, where Mateus made it to the quarterfinals. Talk about pressure. Morgan Siblick, he's coming in the next heat. He's right below the qualification cut line at number 11 on the rankings coming into this event. Number 10 has been eliminated from competition. This is a big heat for Morgan coming up.
Just trying to play it cool. He's got Bam Bam in his corner, though, which is the perfect guy to have in your corner at Haleiwa. You know, kind of team Rip Curl down there. So that is going to keep the vibes mellow and just keep your task focused so that he doesn't get too nervous. But yeah, he's on the outside looking in. He's got some work to do.
That's right. Well, we'll see what happens right now. Shion Crawford in first. Mateus Hurdy in second. Can Griffin Colapinto advance out of this heat? We'll find out second half of the heat after this.
I'm Nolan Raposa, I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Long Beach, California. There's all sorts of different types of personalities going around in Long Beach, so I like to try and bleed that out into my own type of person, you know? Consistency is key, and, you know, pressure is a privilege. So that's what it comes down to, is just trying to, you know, not ever giving up, really, you know, and just keep stacking, making heats, you know? Keep grinding.
No Rap, making the LBC proud. Nolan Raposa, hearing some words from him and focusing here on Nolan Raposa, as he's got some work cut out for him. Needs a 6.47 at the moment. He is in 4th place in his heat. Again, four-man heats. Top 2 advance into the next round, the round of 32. As we look at our Challenger Series leaderboard, Ross, and we can see Nolan right there at 30. So mathematically, still with a chance of that qualification.
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of power in a win with 10,000 points. He could scoot way up the rating. So, and Nolan, you know, we've been talking and giving praise to Mateus, Griffin, and Xian, you know, and they have been kind of dominating this heat. But Nolan is sneaky, and he's very creative. He's stylish. He's got some big moves too. He's really good in the air. So, yeah, can't count him out.
Yeah, he started off the year with a bang, all the way to the semifinals on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rock for stop 1 of the Challenger Series. Since then, he's had hot and cold heats, but the pure talent there is very, very obvious when you, and just an engaging personality as well.
Yeah, he's, you know, and with athletes and with surfing, you can have a lot of repeats, like a lot of guys that surf the same, look the same, have the same style, same vibe, but Nolan's a bit of a throwback. You know, he's got the long hair tied up out there. He's just got it. He's got his own deal, which is very cool. It's nice to see different characters on tour.
Yeah, riding Paisel surfboards, so he should have very comfortable equipment here in Hawaii. Mateus Hurdy skips through that section, and just, again, quick feet for this young Brazilian. I'm so impressed upon how quickly he's able to link maneuvers together, but we haven't seen the air game from Mateus that we know he has. We'll see if, I wonder if he's going to whip it out during this heat.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and that was definitely a 4th priority call right there, just getting the scraps. You know, everyone else is waiting for set waves, so I said, sure, I'll mess around. To your point, Kaipo, the wind is straight down face, so it's really tough to do airs right now. Your board will fly away from your feet really quick, so he is super capable, though. I mean, he goes for some sort of grab. He can stick the board to his feet and go for some rotation, so never count him out.
Yeah, and young knees, he's not afraid to go out into the flats as well. He's been pretty committed with his aerial game, so we'll see. But right now, he's doing the thing. That last wave, like you said, certainly a 4th priority wave, just a 3.67 has not changed the point total. Right now, we got Xian Crawford out in the lead. Mateus Hurdy in 2nd place. Griffin Colapinto looking for a 5.64, and Nolan Raposa needs a larger score of a 6.47. To that top 2 as we fly through here and take a look at the reef that makes the bottom and the bathymetry of Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park.
Beautiful shot there. And you can see all that reef there. Different types of reef. Kaipo, you're like our Hawaiian expert there, but it's like the a'a, right? That really sharp reef that's on the beach.
Oh yeah, you're talking about, actually that is lava, right? So lava has a couple different flavors, right? You have the pahoihoi lava, which is like the smooth, looks like liquid rock lava. And then you have the a'a lava, which is the kind of lava we have here, right there. That is the sharper one. And it's called a'a lava because that's the sound you make when you walk on top of it.
It's incredible.
It's actually not called that because of that, but that's...
That was good. You got a chuckle out of me. But no, it's ridiculous how sharp that that ancient lava is right there. Petrified lava in the most funky form you could see.
Already still surfing on the priority. What's he got here? Again, skips through that section and another float. So just, again, surfing underneath priority, trying to find a diamond in the rough at the moment. And no harm, no foul for keep on trying because you never know when one's going to line up for you.
And this is going to be a big test, sort of mentally, for his patience for Xian Crawford, sitting with priority. It's not his MO. You know, he likes to stay busy. He loves to catch a bunch of waves. So, you know, he's going to have to wait there for that next set wave. He's probably looking over his shoulder at Mateus, almost jealous because Mateus is swinging on all these small waves, maybe looking for a ramp. So let's see if Xian can close this heat out here. He's pretty safely into the lead right now.
Comfort at home is evident with Xian Crawford, but such a young man to be so mature in his organization and his heat IQ, that's impressive. He's just there kind of mulling it over, staying in the moment. I wonder what song's going through Xian's head right now.
I don't know, he's a bit of a mope. It's probably like Dwayne or something. J-Boog, something like that. See his interview yesterday, he called out Haleiwa boys.
Yeah.
So funny. It's all time.
Yep. The kid's got a personality.
He does. Nolan kind of anxious there with second priority, looking to the beach, looking at that clock just melt away.
Yeah, Shion Crawford, again, 17 years old. Quarterfinals here, just at 16. Let's take a look back at the 16-year-old Shion Crawford as he first started getting attention from the world here, coming in as an exciting wild card. This is 2021.
Yeah, Shion, the waves were cranking in a couple different rounds. And again, power on display. And he's just got so much whip too, a lot of speed to those snaps. And at age 16, you know, it's not easy to make heats with some of the older surfers on tour. And Shion, he's wise above his years. He puts together heats. He's not afraid. He doesn't get in his own way, does he, Kaipo? He just stays on the course.
Yeah, I mean, he's just he's a surfing machine, and he's a late bloomer as well. You know, Shion, and first of all, the support from Carl Schopper, those boards are magic under his feet. He's been committed to it, but he's been a late bloomer because it wasn't like Shion was an all-star when we look back at the boys division, Menahunian boys division. It wasn't really until he kind of got into the junior phase that he started really making finals and winning contests, you know? So in the surfing world, where we try to identify the next world champ at 10 years old, it's not always the case. Yeah. You know, sometimes kids who got the spotlight so early on, there's a lot on them. And someone like Shion just went kind of under the radar for so long. And now when he's mature, he's got a man's body. Right. He's ready for the challenge.
Yeah, he's got his own type of surfing that it's really going to flourish. If he can get on the CS Tour, look out, especially on a CT, forget about it. Because all these power waves and waves where he can really shine, you know, Shion could smash some guys on tour, and he's still a Grom.
Yeah, still 17 years old. Made the final at our qualifying series event over here. We had a 1,000 over at Sunset Pro. Third place there behind Billy Kemper and Baron Mamiya. Not bad.
No, he was really consistent, and it was super tough. The event was mainly at Val's Reef. It was just tiny little waves. I think it was the smallest waves I've ever seen in a professional event at Sunset. I mean, guys were grinding out 1-foot waves on a reef, so Shion competed really well.
Yeah. Well, you might remember that one year where we had Val's Reef and Camis. We had to do split peaks. I think it was Kaloya and Dino's year that he won Rookie of the Year in the Triple Crown.
Right.
Hey, it's not always 20 foot here, you guys.
No.
Sometimes we get those flat spells.
I competed in an event, I remember, and everyone was like really psyched on one way or the other. Everyone wanted to go to Camis. That's how bad the waves were at Sunset. If you drew an odd heat, it was odds and evens.
That's
right.
right.
You went to Camis, everyone, you're like so psyched to go to Camis. Just cutbacks, like 8 cutbacks in a row.
Oh my goodness. Well, 3 minutes, 45 seconds, and Shion's been able to hang on to this. Here we go. Nolan Raposa is going to take it on the backhand here. Oh, and kind of overpowers that wave, and that's exactly what killed his momentum. It looked like he was on his way, but just put a little bit too much body torque into that top turn. Mateus Herdy under priority. He's been searching and just throws the tail, throws the board away. So really the story right now is Shion holding him to the lead and Griffin Colapinto with second priority, staying poised, knowing that he just needs a 5.64 to get into the top 2.
Yeah, they're just thinking there's going to be a set wave. I'm going to wait for it. And this is really a key moment here for Griffin. This is a big name, one of the biggest names in the draw. Sitting in that hot seat, he wants to advance. He's going to have to take out Mateus. And Mateus has caught a bunch of waves, just been scrapping around in third and fourth priority.
Yeah, I don't think Mateus has held priority in this heat. So different strategy, but sometimes you just have to go with what it is presented to you as far as the priority rotation.
As Shion and Griffin are being pretty selective. They're letting go some of these waves that they're not very big, but they look okay. But they're being very patient, letting all these sort of small, medium waves go. But the clock is burning away. So this is a pressure moment here for Griffin.
It's going to be a test for Shion Crawford as far as utilizing that priority if, say, a 2 or 3 wave set comes through.
I'm really impressed that Shion didn't go on the wave that Nolan got, because Shion had priority, and that's pretty rare for Shion to let a wave go. That's pretty decent like that. So again, young boy making veteran moves. He's got ice running through his veins.
And we even saw with the paddle battle, not backing down at all to big names.
Right. Yeah, he's got one speed, just dominate.
And I think that's the kind of fight that you need to have as a young surfer if you want to make it onto the big stage.
For sure.
You can't let the big names blind you.
And yeah, it happens to a lot of people. You fan out, you give a little too much respect to someone, and they'll just smash you.
Yeah.
Now that clock is getting really tricky for Griffin.
Test for Colapinto at the moment. Griff, another surfer at a very young age, almost like a surfing savant, understood strategy and heat construction at a very young age. Jake the Snake Patterson, his old coach, used to call him the sponge, where he would just take information and just soak it all up and apply it in the very next heat he surfed. If he took a loss, he would make those adjustments, and that's what made Griffin Colapinto not just a talent, but just so successful when it comes to Griffin Colapinto, the competitor.
Absolutely. I think he really embraces his talent. He knows that he's got the ability to potentially win a world title. You know, he did have a tough year last year. Even though he won 2 events, he just missed the top 5.
Yeah.
That was a heartbreaker for him. His buddy Kanoa Igarashi kind of stole that from him in Tahiti.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to see him bounce back this year. New sponsor, but this is going to be a tough one for him. It looks like it's going flat.
Yeah, new sponsor, new motivation for Griffin Colapinto, but it might just be a brief glimpse of Griffin Colapinto here at the Haleiwa Challenger, because the clock is the enemy now. We're just down to 5 minutes, and doesn't look like Haleiwa is going to provide any more waves. That's it. Shion Crawford, he wins another heat. Can't wait for the interview. That'll be next, as well as Heat 14. Stick around for more action from Haleiwa.
Yeah, it's really hard to qualify. There's so many talented surfers on the Challenger Series and even below. So I think it takes a lot of resilience and a little bit of luck. That's probably the 2 biggest factors for me to qualify. You kind of just got to have the ability to just keep getting knocked back, and not really change your approach, and be willing to just continue and try best.
Welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Rolling into this set, we saw Liam O'Brien discussing what it takes. And Ross, Liam O'Brien, I mean, talk about a story. Last year qualified through the Challenger Series, had a spot on the championship tour. Warm-up session before the first day of the first event of the year, broke his ankle.
Incredible. You know, it just sucks. It's the only way to explain it. With these big injuries, it happens to a lot of surfers. Definitely experience that with John with his knees. even Gabriel Medina. You know, everyone takes turn at receiving these big injuries, and let's face it, you know, surfing, it's a crazy sport. You know, these guys get hurt, and it's just all about how you bounce back.
Yeah. Well, Liam O'Brien, number 6 on the Challenger Series coming into this event. So he's right there when we talk about qualification and another ticket for the championship tour. That would be, to me, absolute poetic retribution for Liam O'Brien to do that. Morgan Siblick also is in the blue jersey out here. Number 11, he's right on the cusp of that qualification as well. So super important heat for the 2 Australians, but they got a big challenge in the way of Mateus Navarro and Eli Hanneman. Got eyes on Morgan Siblick right here, the 2021 Rookie of the Year.
Incredible. I mean, from finishing in the top 5, being invited into the finals at lowers to falling off tour. It just shows you the yo-yo life, the nature of being a pro surfer on tour. It's feast or famine.
Liam O'Brien will start right there. Some catchy rails, goes down, 26 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no doubt, you know, these surfers, they're trying to stay in their little silos and just stay ready for their heat all day, but they see the grindy heats, they see the devastating losses, and everyone's just trying to stay focused. Oh, what board do I ride? Or am I gonna get a set wave in my heat? So everyone's just trying to stay in their little pocket.
And another interesting though, we talk about friends surfing with each other. Liam O'Brien and Morgan Siblick staying with each other, surfing with each other on this Hawaii stay. So you got 2 good friends out in the lineup now having to compete against each other.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's awkward. Looking at each other all day, knowing that they might take each other out. But the opposite could happen. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll go out there and feed off of each other and try and gain that momentum together and get through it. Maybe they'll team up here without priority.
Yeah, and you know what? As a side note, I do want to thank Liam O'Brien, Morgan Siblick, and Dylan Moffitt. Those 3 Australians made it all the way out to the west side for our We Are One Ocean activation with Nakama Kai and Kuleana Coral. And so they came out of there on one of their lay days. It was before this event started, but it was so good to see them come all the way out and lend a hand for a good cause.
That's called good juju right there. They're getting their good luck going. Here we go. Everyone a little too deep there. That's that no priority thing, pulling each other up the reef.
Lob. Liam O'Brien finds the corner. He's going to get a couple snaps there. And just a start for the surfer out of Burleigh Heads, Australia. Nice little finish. It was the corner of the wave, but you know, at this point, you don't want to let any opportunity go by.
Absolutely. I mean, right now he's sort of living the dream because the other 3 surfers are messing around without priority, jockeying, and he's getting the scraps on the end. So, you know, he could pull off a backup score in this opening exchange. He'll be really happy. So this is towards the channel. Love Liam's style. See him kick that tail on that first turn. Like you said, Kaipo, this is just the very end of this wave, but look at the potential of this kid. Really good technique.
Oh yeah, just smooth surfing, and he's been around for a while with that really smooth surfing, Liam O'Brien. I feel like he's kind of one of those guys that, given a full year on the championship tour, he's really going to flourish because he's able to link maneuvers in just such an aesthetically pleasing way.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. Really good style. Also a very smart guy. You know, he's a good thinker, so he can put together a heat. He's got good strategy. You know, he puts everything together with his equipment. He dots his I's, crosses his T's. He could have a long career. He just needs to get there.
Well, you want another heat. I want to hear from him. Shion Crawford, what do you got? He's with AJ.
Shion, you have so much local knowledge of this break. Yet again, it helping you today. What was the thing that made the biggest difference for you in the water?
Yeah, I kind of got busy in the very beginning, so I just wanted to get like 2 scores up on the board, and then got that 5 and I think 4, and then that 7 came through. I was like, oh, sick. All right, got 2 good scores. And then I was like, okay, just sit with first prio and then hopefully get another. And it just went flat. It went pretty flat.
So it was good timing for you, but I feel like that's one of the things that we don't see all that often in terms of the strategy behind priority. You utilized it really well today, though. How did you sort of mentally get in that space to use priority well?
Yeah, I just try to get first or second priority. And then I was trying to get second prio, but then me and Griff were battling so hard for it, and we're just laughing after, like, wow, that was so gnarly. We love it. Like, we love to battle each other. Like, I just love it too. It's super sick.
A lot of competition. It seems you thrive on it. You earned yourself another heat tomorrow. What's the biggest takeaway from today?
Just, yeah, on to the next one, and just not really like, what's that, Eli? Oh, but yeah, but yeah, just surf and yeah, just surf more.
Surf and surf more. It was Eli, so we'll see what happened there. We'll send it back to you guys for the replay on that.
Shion, your friend Eli did a sick air out there. We're going to get back to that in a little bit during that interview. Eli Hanneman, this is what happened.
Oh, he missed the Haleiwa boys shutout. And this is one of the few contestants that can do a really big air, even though the wind is not cooperating. Eli Hanneman, he's done this a million times. Watch his right arm. Grabs a rail right there. So right when his board is about to be blown away from his feet, he just grabs a rail and connects perfectly with the rotation, picks a nose and rides out clean. That was a gnarly air, very inverted, high risk move there from Eli. I bet he's going to get a pretty big score there, even though that's only one move.
Yeah, Mateus Navarro here on the replay, just a little bit more with the fundamentals in his surfing, but we'll be waiting for a big score for Eli Hanneman. Corked out, front side, air reverse, a difficult ramp, a difficult wave, and Eli pulls it.
Not many guys can do that in the roster. You know, he's one of the very few. And the reps that he commits to doing airs, I mean, the kid does a lot of airs every single day, so he's used to all different types of weird conditions, just refusing not to do airs. He loves it.
Liam O'Brien, smooth style and functional approach to this wave, and has to really fight for a finish here. Needs to pet out of the white water, wants to show the judges completion, and does so. He had to fight for that finish.
All right, you never know. That could make the difference. Sometimes you make a heat by 1/10 of a point. 6.5 Kaipo for the air.
Yeah, 6.5 for Eli's air. We were super impressed here just because of the difficulty factor and the risk of that maneuver. The judges not as easily swayed, Ross.
I think that was about right. You know, it was a medium-sized wave. The potential out there to get a solid, you know, well overhead wave and do 3 big turns is there, so they have to guard that a little bit.
Morgan Siblick, Morgs, beautiful rail work. And again, the Novocastrian coming through here. Nice finish for Morgan Siblick, solid surfing. Mateus Navarro, the Brazilian. Good looking wave here, but it runs off quickly into the channel, Ross.
These are really good conditions, I will say, for Eli. A lot of closeouts and scoring potential is sort of tough to find, but Eli doesn't really care if the wave lines up for him. He doesn't really mind getting gritty in terms of one big move. A lot of surfers are more comfortable stringing together 3 decent turns, but Eli's got a knack for exciting moves. Behind him, Mateus Navarro from Brazil, just getting stuck behind that fast wall.
And this is a 4.67 for Liam O'Brien.
Love this airbrush, so visible. Looks like a fast board there from Liam. Quick little snap right there. And again, grinding out that last move, you just never know. So a lot of these heats are super close. So I like that, you know, putting his work hat on.
Morgan Siblick's score comes in at a 5.5 for his last ride. So 2 friends in number 1 and 2 position currently in the heat. Morgan Siblick in the lead, Liam O'Brien in second. Eli Hanneman with priority, needing just a 1.84 to turn the heat. Let's take a look here at this 5.5 for Morgan Siblick.
Very different surfers between Eli and Morgan Siblick. You know, they just have different approaches. Morgan's more of a blue collar surfer where he's going to go to power, he's going to go to rail turns and look for critical sections. Very smart competitor. You know, I think he probably even surprised himself falling off tour. He's too smart to fall off tour, so no doubt he really wants to get back there.
Liam O'Brien snapping down the line, double pump on the bottom, throws it there, gets loose, and pulls it off. So Liam, rapid fire, not a lot of hesitation between waves and putting it all together. as we see Imai Kalani Deval prepare for his next heat, where he'll be matched up against Baron Mamiya, Brody Sale, and Shane Sykes. Here goes Eli Hanneman. And Eli coming, just catches a rail there.
Yeah, that's Haleiwa for you. It's so fast, it does make you panic sometimes. He just got ahead of himself.
Mateus Navarro. Little rock and roll foam climb to finish off. Mateus still, still looking to break into a mid-range score, however, when we look at his score line.
Yeah, that'll be his best wave. That was a nice layback carve there. Shoved his back heel into that tail pad. Put a little oomph into it, so that'll be a good start for him. Still a lot of time left.
Yeah, he's 27 years old. He's been on the qualifying series for quite a while. There's a former ISA World Junior champ, but it just shows you that talent right there. It can take a long time, just even to make the Challenger series, because of how the depth of talent globally as far as surfers.
Hey, the QS, the CS, these tours can gobble people up. You can get, just stuck in no man's land. There's a couple hundred great surfers, so a lot of talented junior surfers, they enter these next ranks and they just disappear. So, only the best of the best, the most clever surfers make it through.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of times you can be that big fish in a small bowl, but they put that big fish in the actual aquarium. It's a whole different story. Let's see how this plays out. The conclusion of this heat right after this. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Liam O'Brien up and riding here. O'Brien currently in second and advancing position in this heat. That gets gobbled up there, but not going to change the situation out on the water. And there we go with our scoring bug in your left-hand corner. Morgan Siblick on the lead. Liam O'Brien in second. Eli Hanneman needing just a 3.5 to move into that second and advancing position. And the Brazilian, Mateus Navarro, needs a 4.88. Mateus wants an update from our beach announcers.
And that's how it rolls, man. So good rhythm right now for Morgan. We talked about his ranking, Kaipo, sitting at 11th in the ratings. That's a pretty crazy stat there. And right now he's looking good, isn't he? He's in first place. He's got priority.
Yep, still got some more work to do. Morgan Siblick needs a semi-final appearance if he wants to improve upon his overall ranking and his overall score. So he's got some work to do. Liam O'Brien, who's number 6 on that Challenger Series leaderboard, just needs to make the quarterfinals to improve his number. So the math's still out, and that's what makes it so exciting. We're going to be crunching the numbers the next 2 days because we're really going to see everything gel together and have a clearer view of the qualifications. One thing we know, we have a new qualifier in the way of Ramzi Bukhayam.
Ramzi, and he's going to be really fun addition on tour. He's a big kid. He's going to be, I mean, I think of places like J-Bay, Ramsey and J-Bay, that's going to be a fun one. He's got to make the cut first, but if he gets to J-Bay, that'll be a deadly draw.
Shane Sykes getting ready for his heat. He came a long way to Hawaii from South Africa. Oh, and back to live action, Liam O'Brien just having to kick that board away. Mateus Navarro. High flow through that section. Slams the lip, but the lip slams him back.
I like that move too. It's too bad he didn't make that. Ooh, nice one for Eli.
Important wave for Eli Hanneman. Just needs a 3.5 to change the situation out on the water. Nice start. Throws the tail, goes down.
That's been Eli's thing that's been sort of keeping him back in competition. He just goes a little too hard sometimes.
Heat leader Morgan Siblick. Nice wrap to finish there for Siblick. We'll see if that improves upon that 5.5 that he currently has in his scoreline.
I really liked that wave from Morgan. Those were two awesome turns. A strong off the lip, got a lot of projection and speed off of it. Very clean. And then just a clean as you want carve there. A lot of power, beautiful rail work from Morgan. So I think he's for sure going to get rid of that 5.5. And so he's got good momentum right now. Things are looking good for Morgan.
Here again on the replay.
Watch the projection off the lip line, just smooth, really fast, and a beautiful carve there. I like the redirection too. He really finished that. That was a complete carve.
Checking it out from above. And the one thing about Morgan is there's not a lot of flash, but what he has is fundamentals to the extreme. So he takes your fundamental surfing and really not exaggerates it, but pushes it into an extreme type of performance with those his rail game, with his snaps, you know. You don't see him doing a lot of airs or funky tail drifts.
Right, but the good thing for Morgan, and he did, by the way, improve on that 5.5 just a little bit.
Yeah, 6.37.
The good thing for Morgan with that, I guess if you were, you know, working with Morgan and you're trying to help him out, you'd say, okay, let's try to get better at airs. You kind of have to these days, especially in places like Brazil and all the beach breaks and stuff. It's a pretty big deal to pop an air here and there. That being said, he doesn't get confused like Eli right now, for example.
Right.
Again, this is the dynamic between these two surfers. Eli couldn't help himself, and on that second move on his last wave, he went for a huge fin throw. Whereas Morgan, you know, he would have brought that down. He would have went for just a big power off the lip sort of thing, you know, and thought, okay, I just need to stay on my surfboard here. So what's a good thing for Morgan is he doesn't get confused by these fancy moves.
You know, and that control that Morgan has had and that steadfast heat management was how he just made a name for himself out of nowhere. Nobody thought in 2021 Morgan Siblick would end up in the final 5. Right. You ask anyone at the beginning of the year, they're like, no way. And he just did a number on people, had huge heats.
John knows all about him.
Yeah, John knows all about him.
He took him down a couple times. They were tricky events. You know, we had, what was it, Newcastle and Narrabeen. But hey, and there were some pretty quality waves. And I believe some of those backside snaps that Morgan put down in Narrabeen were real high quality. You know, he turned a lot of heads.
Well, 8 minutes, 25 seconds. Looks like we got some sets coming through here. Priority with Liam O'Brien. And Liam would like nothing more than just get another score and have a little bit more of a padding between himself and Eli Hanneman and Mateus Navarro, because he's still in a vulnerable position in that second place and advancing position because he's not winning by much.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think about Eli's last wave. He was going so fast. His first turn was high quality, big projection turn. He was going really quick into that toilet bowl and went for the real gnarly fin throw. Had he made that, it probably would have been a 7.5 or something like that, real high score. But he finds himself still holding on to that 3.17. So high risk, high reward for Eli. So he's going to have to check himself here in the last 7 minutes and try and grind out that score he needs to pass Liam.
Oh, pet ducks on the beach. Good day. Good day for the foul here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park?
Man, that one dude's just like cruising, laid out. Looks very comfortable.
Those ducks have a good life. They're not going anywhere.
It's the first time I've ever seen ducks on the beach at Haleiwa.
Me too.
Cool.
Oh boy. Well, thank you for coming down. Thank you for joining us on this, wherever you're seeing this locally. Thanks for tuning in on the Spectrum Surf channel, 10, 20, and 20 on your box. Again, you miss any of this stuff locally, we'll have a replay of all of today's action on that surf channel. 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the countdown here. Liam O'Brien being very patient, holding on to that priority in a delicate situation and very exposed still in that second and advancing position because Eli Hanneman has shown how talented he is. There's Liam, lob, just staying focused.
Yeah, and with priority, this is actually kind of a funky position to be in. You know, he's in that weird place where do you protect or do you try to, you know, gain more points? He's got a 4.67. It's not a great second score. So he's got that, you know, two jobs at hand here. Protect the second place, but also improve your points. And it can be confusing with first priority. What kind of wave do you commit to? It's not a black and white situation where you just wait for a really big wave. You know, he could catch a medium wave and just try to improve his score line. So let's see what kind of choice he makes.
And that's really what it is, right? I mean, yourself as a coach, Ross, success in a heat is just a series of decisions. And a lot of times, I look at heats, and I want your comments on it, in thirds, when you have a 30-minute heat. First 10 minutes, middle 10 minutes, and then the final 10 minutes. We're way into that final 10 minutes.
Right.
It's a different game right here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting you say that because a lot of drills we do when we're practicing, we'll do thirds, but a lot of times we'll do halves, where we'll split the heat in half and go ahead and get your, most surfers like to have a quick start if they can, you know, if the waves are consistent enough, just to calm the nerves, get the rhythm going, feel the board, and then slow it down, see where you're at, see what kind of scores are being thrown at you from your opponent. Do you want to control the heat? Do you need to play catch up? So you really do need to be diabolical that way and figure out where you're at and be mindful. It's not only about talent. And again, this goes back to Morgan and Eli. They're kind of showing their two types of surfing that they're used to performing with. And Eli is, you know, he's offensive. He likes to really shoot from the hip. And Morgan's put together just a real clean heat.
And when we look at Liam O'Brien in this situation, now that we're down to 4.5 minutes, you alluded to it at the 7-minute mark. Time's burned off the clock. He's got priority. He's in an advancing position. He still has to make a choice whether he's going to play offense. That means catch a wave and try to score more points, or he's going to play defense and just really guard Eli Hanneman, because if he had to pick one of the two surfers to defend, it would be Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Morgan, he's got fourth priority, so he's just scourging around. It's a really tough place for Liam because Eli, he can catch a really bad wave and get that score in his sleep. So it's a really weird thing to protect, you know, or guard him catching a wave, because he doesn't need much of a wave. With 3.5, all the air power he has, good luck. So I think for Liam, if I had to take a guess, he really is trying to get rid of that 4.67 more than guarding Eli.
Yeah. And it's going to be decision time too, because the first wave, say it's a 3-wave set, the first wave of the set isn't always the best.
Nah, bumpy. Bumpy as hell, yeah. So for sure, you know, if he could order up something off the menu, he wants a 3-wave set, pick number 2 or 3, have it be really clean. Liam's had a sort of a funky heat. He's barely in second, you know, so he would like to rip into a couple big carves.
Well, he's interested here, speeding up the pace on his paddle, and here he goes. Liam O'Brien, projecting down the line, has to float through this first section. Skips right around that white water, little carve, sleepy carve. Big snap there, a crumbly lip. He's really gonna try to milk this one. Just a little bank on the inside. Did he improve upon that 4.67?
My gut instinct is no. The wave was disjointed. It's just what we talked about. It was a really choppy wave. In my head, I was kind of telling him, don't go, you know, while he's paddling, just as a spectator, like, oh, that looks like a funky wave. But for him, I think he is just trying not to overthink it. He was just trying to pull the trigger and, you know what, I'm going to get rid of my 4.67 that he has. But again, this wave was disjointed. It wasn't clean. There's a real fat wall. The judges hate that. They want to see tall, critical sections.
Doesn't get it either. It's a 3.4, so situation stays the same. For Eli Hanneman, now he has priority and just a requirement of a 3.5. He can turn this heat and deliver some heartbreak to the Australian.
Wowzer. Oh, and he let that wave go, showing patience. Nice little wave just passed up Eli. He let it go.
Hanneman looks at this one. He has priority, decides not to go. It's going to be Mateus Navarro. Now remember, Mateus can still take second with a 4.88 here. Big effort there by the Brazilian. Air reverse, barely out in front. We'll see what the judges think.
Don't know that I like Eli making that decision. I would have rather seen him gone. He's got so much firepower. You know, he could have went for a quick snap and a tail blow and got the 3.5. That's not enough time on the clock to be too selective. He let 2 waves go in that set.
Well, what about this? A 4.88 is the requirement for Mateus.
Keep in mind, Eli let this wave go. This could have been Eli's wave, and he could have easily gotten a score he needed. Judges don't like it when there's all that lag time and recovery into like kind of slow air reverses. So 4.88, I don't really like it. You know, I don't think he's going to get it. Just not big enough.
Yeah, put in the effort there, but really needed a little bit more oomph in the finish. Catching up with live action, and Eli Hanneman goes down. Now down to 40 seconds. And a missed opportunity for the young man from Maui. He's going to spin around here on the inside. One last effort. Hanneman looking down the line, building up some speed. Hucks it, throws it away.
That's the old live by the sword, die by the sword. Eli really looking for big sections there. And he just needed to pick one of those 2 waves that he let go. So hindsight's 20/20, but that's a pretty tough loss there for Eli. So much talent.
Sure it is. Given the talent that this young man has, underperforming in that heat. But good news for the 2 Australians. The hunt for requalification to the championship tour continues for Morgan Siblick as well as Liam O'Brien. More surfing on the way from Haleiwa here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
You're watching the round of 64, heat number 15. This one features Baron Mamiya, local boy, doing a great job this year on his rookie season on the championship tour. And Now the headliner here at Haleiwa. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, Makua Kai Rothman here for the call today. We saw some stressful heats for those trying to qualify, but also some highlighted moments. A lot of air work today, a lot of fin throws, and a lot of really strong thinking when it's down to the final minute and you're looking for a small score, Rosie. Good to see that grit and the toughness of our competitors today.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen it all today, Joe. We've seen a lot of drama. We've seen people qualify. I mean, Ramsey getting the call up and then just getting, you know, the word that he is 100% in. That's got to feel good, and that relief, and obviously a huge accomplishment.
So cool to see that, just elation after 10 years in the making. Ramsey officially qualifying for the tour earlier today. And during the break, Makua, we got things started with Imai Kalani Devault.
Look at that slam. I mean, the first one was electric. That second one, he just laid it all on the line.
Big guy, powerful surfing, Rosie.
I didn't even recognize him with his haircut. That's so funny. But wow, just he also looks like he's put on a lot of muscle, but obviously been training really hard, and that training paying off, a lot of quad strength and core strength coming into play there.
Goodness gracious, what a way to start. Imai Kalani Devault, 8.33 for the Maui boy. Straight out in front. And now leading this seat, Baron Mamiya wearing the red, Brody Sale from the Big Island. Ranked number 35 on the Challenger Series. And Shane Sykes representing South Africa. Classic matchup here, but Imai looking strong. Yeah, had the long hair during his rookie debut for the first 5 events. Fell victim to the midseason cut, but had a highlighted moment when he beat Kelly Slater at Bells Beach. That took everyone by surprise, Kelly included, and Imai just tried to keep his head down and learn as much as he can in that short space. 5 events, different places, different boards, and took it all on with stride. And looks like he's still getting better. So an 8.33 to start. That's one of the better starts I've seen from Imai in a few events. Let's now catch up to a guy that's finished in the top 5 of the world in the past. Morgan Siblick is with AJ.
Yeah, Morgan, so getting out of the water, this was one of those days where it seems like the conditions were changing. How did you make the decision to stick with the equipment that you had and the strategy you had going into the heat?
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of just tripping out a little bit before this heat because pretty much the whole time we've been here, it's either been like really small or really big. And I don't know, I got to surf all my boards, and yeah, yesterday I was just thinking, oh, I'm going to stay on this 6.0, and today I was umming and ahhing, and but in the end, like, this 6.0 has just been performing pretty well for me, and just super stable and gets the job done every time. So yeah, I just decided to ride that 77 plus model, and yeah, it went really well.
When the conditions are sort of all over the place, how important is it to have a go-to board like a 6.0 that you know exactly what it's going to do, so that regardless of what happens under you, you know how that board's going to move?
Yeah, it's extremely important, obviously, just mentally as well, just knowing that you got something that's going to go good. And I know 6.0 over here is pretty much a short board. Even though it's not too big right now, but like the 6.0 still, my normal board's a 5.10, and the 6.0 still goes really well. So and really responsive, and I know that's kind of what you're after right now, performing in competition. So yeah.
Qualification for 2023 at the top of everyone's mind. How are you managing your mental game as you move through the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely been there. Pretty nerve-wracking, as it always is. Yeah, I've been in these situations a few times now, so I feel pretty comfortable. But I know we got such a great crew of Aussies traveling together, and we got a few of us in the same position. So I know we've just been playing ping pong and having a good time, and I don't know, just having a laugh about it. It's all part of the job, and yeah, we're just here for a good time.
And you're here for at least another round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. A big, crucial advancement for Morgan Siblick, sitting number 11 on the Challenger Series qualification. Unbelievable performance there. Thinking about the pressure that he could have been under, and knowing that Dylan Moffitt, who's in that 10th spot, representing North Narrabeen, went down earlier today. Michael Rodriguez behind Siblick still advancing, so things are changing quickly today here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, that's Dylan Moffitt. I think things are going to shuffle around. I mean, Morgan Siblick, Michael Rodriguez, Zhao Chianca underneath him. There's going to be a lot of movement on the rankings. Yeah, there's not many seats left for these guys to solidify their spots.
Yeah, it's such a tight tour, isn't it? Take the top 10 from the Challenger Series to join the championship tour. as we've got Imai looking through the inside. He's feeling good, though, with an 8.33, but always finding the good vibes is Strider Wazalewski. Where you at, Waz?
Well, we're up here in the competitors area, just chilling out, and the boys are here. It's a packed house for Ramsey, and everybody's still celebrating. They're absolutely, stoked and elated for Ramsey to be on the main stage, and it's something that it's interesting to see, that we're growing. WSL is, reaching out. I mean, for the first time, we're going to have Rio on tour, and we're going to have, from Bali, and that's the first time an Indonesian will be on the WCT. And then we're going to have Ramsey from Morocco. And I just feel like it's a good growth into our sport and a good feel. And I kind of get chicken skin just thinking about how cool it is, and the camaraderie and the brotherhood from all over the world. It just has that vibe of like we're like thriving and alive. And I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty cool. And just watching these guys and having the interaction with them just now was insane.
Oh, that's so cool, Strider. He's just feeding off the good vibes. What a great spot to hang out. For Ramsey, it's been nonstop phone calls throughout the day of his closest friends and family sending the congratulations. What a road it is. Ramsey right next to all of his best friends on tour. They go through the ups and downs together. Your support crew has to pick you back up on the road after a tough loss. Like you mentioned earlier, Rosie, it wasn't all just wins this year. You had up and down results and came down to the final event before he actually clinched.
I got to find a good one for...
Yeah, I mean, even, the event before he made the final at Saquarema, he went down in the first round at Ericeira. So you talk about those peaks and valleys. He's felt them throughout his career, even this season. So this has got to be just that highlight moment. And it is just that feeling of relief and that feeling of like, I finally did it, like I'm there. But you know what, the work's not done, because this just rolls into next season. Like, Pipeline's that first event, and it's coming up quick.
Loves good waves, too. He had a wild card on the CT, beat Parco. That was like 2011-ish, kind of that era, when Parco was just the man, about to clinch his first world title the following year. Had a heat with Mick the next year, got a call up again as a wild card. Lost with a 9, so he's always had a huge reputation officially. Part of the rookie class. Now you get to pick your jersey number. And we'll see if that can last him a very long time. So that's top 4. We've got more spots to clinch. But now 6 spots remaining. Gentile in 5th, went down earlier today. We'll see if he can hang on to a spot to represent Maui on the championship tour. And now quiet times in the water. That 8.33 feels even bigger now since no other waves have been ridden, Makua.
I mean, yeah, the ocean just went absolutely quiet. Imai getting his heat started really early. When you're young and you have your coaches, they tell you start early, build your house, build a foundation, get waves under your belt, and surf. And right now, Imai, really using that to his advantage, getting that first wave. And I mean, that's one of the best scores of the day, Joe.
What a solid way to kick it off. Let's watch excellent surfing again. Anytime it's from the 8 to 10 range, they call it excellent for the best in the world. What'd you see here, Rosie, on the start?
Yeah, wow, just so much water displaced, and just the timing of where he stomped that back foot to really release all of that energy. I think anytime that the judges reward the opening wave of a heat in the excellent range, you know that you've done something to grab their attention, because they do keep that excellent range pretty reserved. And I hate to say it, especially on the opening exchange, because that doesn't leave much room in the judging scale, so they really like what they're seeing.
I really liked, if you go back and watch that wave again, how still his body was and how still he was over his board. His balance and body positioning was immaculate. He wasn't leaning over, his hands were in the right place. His body center of gravity was right over his board. When you see his fins release, he didn't try and freak out or lean over. He stayed right over his board. Execution was perfect.
Brody Sail deep on this one. Will step on the first section, blows the tail out and goes down. Learned so much from Shane Dorian throughout his life, growing up surfing Banyan, surfing in Shane's Keiki Classic for so many years. Shane, like an uncle to so many young surfers, not just from the Big Island, but globally. Shane's one of the biggest fans of pro surfing and also the development of the next generation. And Brody's so happy to thank everybody that's helped him along the way. 1.5 just getting started there, but excited to get more experience here in the Challenger Series. Baron Mamiya still quiet. And what a year for Baron. From almost beating Kelly at Pipe, there's that last exchange that we'll never forget. And you're going, oh man, when will we see Baron again? Phone rings, wild card to Sunset. And then the emotional victory as a wild card when the tears started streaming down his face and he kept covering himself up, calling it the best day of his life, Makua. That was extra special.
I mean, to see a local boy do that in our backyard was amazing, and it couldn't happen to a better human. I mean, the boy absolutely rips. The feeling of winning a contest as a wild card is unexplainable. You know, I came off of my birth of my first daughter to Pico Alto in my first event of the Big Wave Tour, and ended up winning there. And to see that emotion on Barron's face, to understand what he's going through, and you know, having that contest at Pipe against the greatest, you know, coming up short and getting the call up and winning your first event of the year. I mean, he's hard work, dedication, and everything paid off in that moment, and that was his time to shine.
It's a great connection to that story, because when you won, you were a wild card in that first event. And then the talk became, hey, if a wild card just beat everybody full time on tour, they deserve to be there. Soon after, that trickled to the championship tour. And then you started getting rewarded for those great wild card performances, and you get seen again. You'd get more opportunities, and that was from your Big Wave World title, Makua.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, then we went to Punta Galea, and I almost won that too. I got second, and that's where the wild card, like you said, idea of if the wild card is performing, winning, and leading a tour, they should have a chance to win a title. And I ended up winning the world title that year. And it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, that one moment, you know, I've seen it best on those movies, Eminem, and that you have that one moment, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to grasp it? And thank you to the WSL for understanding that and giving those opportunities to those wild cards. They didn't have to do that. They understood how important it was and how it was going to move the needle forward in our sport. So WSL definitely understanding that.
It's so cool. You think about all the changes in surfing, and you know, I don't know if any other sport is so willing to be like, step into the office, let's talk this out, let's make it better. And Baron Mamiya was able to benefit from the wild cards doing well and getting another shot. He wore the yellow jersey this year and finished 16th in the world. Became a part of the rookie class. Other wild cards that we can reference, Sebastian Zietz won Margaret River, and that was a wild card performance, stayed on tour that way. The Mikey Wright story as well. Was able to qualify through wild card performances. Gotta love it. 14:55 on the clock. Just two scores to talk about. This heat and then the last heat is coming up next to finish out the round of 64. Ryan Callanan, freshly re-qualified for the tour. Now with Rio out, he's got a shot to move up the rankings. We'll have Lucas Macinas, who's very close to qualifying, along with Frederico Moraes and Michel Perez, two guys that have won out here in the past. We'll take a quick break. The action continues in the round of 64 right after this.
Welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. I am coming to you live from the Turtle Bay VIP Lounge, the best seat in the house, catch a little bit of wind, stay out of the sun. Perfect view of the lineup where the guys are trying their best to make it out of this heat. One of those athletes in the water right now, Imai Kalani, and his family just to the left of me, his grandma Sandy in the red jersey right there. She told me that she flew up here from Baja to make sure that she could see her grandson surf. She has a flight out tomorrow morning, and guys, she joked with me that she really hopes his heat is not going off during her flight. Otherwise, she's liable to get kicked off the plane. That's how intensely she likes to watch her grandson surf.
We love it, AJ, and hope that grandma will see a big win there. She's got to be celebrating an 8.33 on the opener. And she might have to change those plans, change the flight. And if she needs accommodations, go check out the Turtle Bay. The renovations are incredible. As you see a happy grandma there. Staying loose and happy right here on the beach. What a special moment for the entire Ohana. Imai 8.33, a lot to be proud of this season. And the number 22. A lot of these surfers end up changing their social media handles. That number becomes an extension of their last name. See what happened with Felipe with the 77. It's a part of his surfboard models. It's really cool. 22 originally was Kolohe Andino's. He changed to 24, which opened it up for Imai. As we see a replay of Shane Sykes here, Rosie.
Yeah, Shane, he had an impressive heat yesterday, so I want to see him bringing that same momentum. It's a tough call, though, against, you know, 3 resident Hawaiian surfers, so he's got to find some space in this lineup. Obviously, these 3 that he's up against know this place so well.
Yeah, so many great events right here in Haleiwa. Catching your first waves and getting in the jersey for the first time. And then learning how to surf heavier waves as well. On the biggest days, Makua, what's the biggest thing that you need to know about to survive this place when it's gigantic and pumping?
You want to know about the current. You want to make sure that you're in a good position to outrun the set if it does come, if you're not in the right position. And a lot of people don't know that you can actually paddle towards the channel on the opposite side, towards the harbor, and get out of the way as well. You can go around the backside because Haleiwa has this little like saddle, we call it, and it pops up in the same spot almost every single time, especially when it's big. And on the other side of that, it's almost non-existent. So that's kind of a safety outlet if they don't know the backside. And then obviously just your lineups, you know, the bathhouse. And but I think the most important, like you said, is that current, playing that current, knowing that you don't have to paddle right back out in the lineup. You kind of sit there, magic carpet ride, and when you see the set come, then you just kind of stroke out to the peak. It's going to take you out there instantly.
Don't paddle for the small ones.
Exactly. That could get you
That's
in a
anywhere.
lot of trouble. Yeah, that's why so many surfers are calling on some local legends for advice on surfing this place. Well, we were mentioning it earlier, Baron Mamiya's dream run this year as a wild card. Let's watch the vision that goes with it. Back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, the second stop of the championship tour. Huge performance at Pipe, went down to Kelly, and as a wild card, he took this place apart. Called up Chris Gallagher, a former CT ripper, a great coach, great shaper as well. And he listened to Gally on board changes when they needed it, a little more length, and he took down a major victory. Getting past Kaio in the semis, getting past Kanoa Igarashi in the final to celebrate his favorite day in his career.
Yeah, we spoke about the emotion, but I think, you know, it really is written all over the reaction of the fans and his friends that stayed to celebrate that win.
Mamiya setting it up off the bottom. There's the snap. First wave in this heat at the 8:30 mark. Snap to slide, controls it. Been training a lot lately with Kehea Hart. Picking up a win at the Sunset Pro, a regional event about 3 weeks ago. As we see Imai looking strong and comfortable, going vertical. Fresh off the 8.33 to start, and took a while to get a backup, but he's putting together a great heat. So we'll have the comparison from Imai's 8.33 now to Baron's wave. That's one thing, when you sit and wait a while, you're running out of time. You kind of forget the idea about warming up into rhythm. You got to start off strong on your first strike. Baron did that there. 5.67, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, where did this heat go? I'm looking at the clock and it's sub 8 minutes, and I'm kind of, I mean, probably these guys are wondering the same thing, the ones that haven't got started. Imai is, I mean, got the 8.33, still looking for that backup. Everyone's got one wave in their scoreline. So, yeah, Barron getting started, getting that mid-range 5 is a solid foundation as he builds his house.
Great classic two-turn combo. Looking fun, looking radical, and then the wave behind it. Imai backing up the 8.33, McCoy.
I love this. Nice check, fit, and then right there was just a stamped his mark on that wave. I mean, he came into that first turn with a little bit more speed than he wanted maybe, and but you've seen in that second turn, he eyed up that section absolutely. I mean, his body positioning on his board right now, Joe, he's so solid. He's so over his board, not catching any rails, just surfing flawless.
Amazing performance in 2 waves, making Grandma on the beach so proud. 8.33 and a 7.17. What a combined total. I mean, this is in a heat where a lot of people haven't even really connected with a wave yet. So picking the eyes out of it, being on the best waves of the heat, Imai flexing that CT knowledge he experienced at the first half of the season, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it is. You see someone that's gone through those events, and now in the Challenger Series, I think it feels a little bit more comfortable to him, and also maybe a little bit easier. Now that he's been on the championship tour, he's had a bit of a taste. He knows how to bring that knowledge and apply it to these heats.
Really cool to see power surfing in motion. Something that always stands the test of time. Things might change above the lip, but always that powerhouse act is insane to watch, especially when you balance it with variety on different parts of the wave. Thinking of Maui, can't get past Dusty Payne's performances out here at Haleiwa, making finals multiple times. It's crucial for his career when he took out this event. Barron Mamiya will sneak in a little float, wrapping cutback. Fades into the pocket where a clean wrap. Throws the fins out aggressively there and will step off. More waves on the way. This is Brody's sail, had the 1.5 before this. Great little sweep to get moving down the line here. Throws the tail and he'll get stuck. So a couple of falls for Brody. It's going to keep him down to the bottom of this heat with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely a mistake there. And I really think finishing your waves here at Haleiwa is the key difference between a score, a mid-range, throwaway wave, and actually something up in the excellent range.
Yeah, tough position to be in, especially when you can just give the judges such a good feeling on an explosive finish, staying on your feet, keeping this heat very interesting for advancement. Sykes with priority, just a 3.33 before. And now numbers locking in. Last of Barron Mamiya, 3.6. That strengthens second place. Ryan Callanan, saw him in the park over there, just showed up to watch the waves a couple of heats ago. He feeling loose and happy. He's not worried about qualification. One of the best surfers in the world. Will be featured in the last heat. 3rd on the Challenger Series. He featured in 2 finals this year. But what an advantage is to watch a lot of these heats, how all these heats have been playing out in a close fashion. Even though it's scored on just your top 2, it's been tough to really get quality opportunities towards the back end of the day, Ro.
Yeah, it has. And, noticing a theme through the day. I mean, when you look at how Imai surfed and really opening up with a quality wave and getting a good score, I mean, you can't go past that. I think throughout the day, the heats that I've been a part of, the guys that have opened up early with that solid score have gone on to win the heat. We haven't really seen that really change or flip hands. It's been hard to come by 2 quality waves for the other guys to eclipse those numbers.
Especially when Imai is just so powerful in his attack. I'm with you. He's definitely gotten bigger and stronger since we saw him at the start of the season. With 3 minutes to go, got some action here and rolling in with the whitewater. We'll see Shane Sykes get started. A tough way to start, as that whitewater section just gave him a bit of a surprise when he tried to do the foam climb. This one will continue. Hopefully some smoother water for Imai. Nice powerful top turn. He'll keep that second turn short to miss Sykes there, and then throws down a big whipping reverse. He's incomplete. But the family loving the performance of Duvall as we come off the lip now with Brody Sale. Nice clean form for Brody to finish that one off. Looking like his best wave so far with 2:15 to go. More waves on the way. Baron Mamiya is going to make a move. He's got a 3.6 to ditch. Sweeping to that first section and overturns that opening maneuver. And so his situation will remain the same. Tough fall there for Baron with 1:50 to go, McCoy.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the judges to see what they come in for that Brody score. Baron's going to hope that, you know, it comes in under the mark. That was just a mistake right there. But he played a pretty smart heat in the beginning. You know, he got his 5, 6, 7. He stayed on the inside under priority, got another backup score. And with 1 minute and 33 seconds left, it's going to be a crapshoot if another set comes in. But, man, Brody Sale, he's, you know, we'll see what happens. So there it is, Joe.
Numbers locking in for Brody Sale, a 5.5, his best so far, stays in third. Now needs a 3.78. And in the back of the order for priority. So Baron's getting that information now, and he's going right next to Brody to shut this one down.
We got Shane Sykes out there, only needs a 5.94 as well, so.
As we see this opportunity setting up, Baron's gonna keep an eye on him. And looked like he started paddling for it. We'll see if priority will change here. Both looking at Baron using priority there. So Brody's allowed to take this wave. Now heading left, needing a 3.78. Snaps it off the top. Here comes an end section. He'll frame it up with a backside hack. Brody's liking it. So how about that? Mamiya went down to play defense. Made a paddle for it, so he lost his priority, and Brody found a rare left to try to turn this heat.
Well, this is interesting because you'd be comparing Brody's wave to what Baron's backup is, the 3.6, right? So Baron got that wave, a small wave, surfed extremely well, where Brody had on the backhand some softer sections to work with. He finished it off nicely. So it's going to be touch and go. Let's have another look at it, McCoy.
Yeah, right here. I'm not sure this is the score. Yeah, it was kind of soft in the beginning. Had he had another opportunity right off the bat, for sure that would have been the score. And he surfed it well nonetheless.
Needed a 3.78. It's a 3.10. Misses it out on the score, and Baron and Imai survive a challenging one. As we move on into the last heat of the day, Duvall family will celebrate a 15.5 combined total from Imai. You're watching the last heat of the day. Ryan Callanan, Luca Macinas, Frederico Moraes, and Michel Perez. What a heat. Callanan, number 3 on the Challenger Series. He had 2 finals and a big wedding this year. He got married to his beautiful wife, Nina. Congratulations, you guys. But also did a great job doing his job to put himself back on the championship tour, as he's a big name these days around every wave around the world. Absolute charger, great backhand, great forehand, unbelievable in the air. As he's taken on Luca Macinas, we got a taste of him at the first half of the season, representing Peru. Got a great start at pipe as well, and he said he learned a lot in the first half of the season. And what a situation to be in. We talk about who you draw at certain times. Luca's a guy that is hoping to qualify, 14th in the world. And he has to deal with Michel Perez, one of the best ever at Haleiwa, Frederico Moraes, who's won out here before, and then Ryan, who's not worried about qualification or anything. This might be one of the toughest heats of the draw, Rosie.
Yeah, these guys are all household names in their nations. I mean, Ryan, the Australian, Frederico is so well known in Portugal and the world over. Michel Perez, I mean, all of these guys having championship tour experience. Lucas obviously looking for that qualification. He'd be the lesser veteran out of all 4 of these guys.
As we see Imai just talking to the fam, what a good feeling. Your whole family comes down and you make them proud in a heat that it was hard to get double digits. He turned in some of the best numbers of the entire day and the event, 15.5 total. Put that board on ice. He's got some media responsibilities now. Proud of the growth that he's had in a short period of time.
Yeah, Imai, you know, family's always proud of you. But when you come in with a win, it makes you feel much better to get that support. And, you know, right now, like you said, Lucas Macinas, if he's going to do it on the championship tour next year, he's going to have to show it right now. You know, if he wants to qualify, these are some of the hard hitters he's going to come up against, you know, in his World Tour bid. And I think right now is his time to stamp his mark on the Challenger Series and get to that next level.
So great to see Ryan Callanan in this kind of form. Made the global spotlight, making covers of magazines. When he was upside down, he had this like backside upside down cartwheel type air that he was actually landing like repetitively. So it wasn't just a Hail Mary air he landed once or twice. He actually relied on it. He had a few injuries though through the junior series because he was so happy to go so high above the lip. Started working on his training and then got bigger and bigger. And he's just so insanely well-rounded. He's had to come back to the tour a couple of times already in a short period of time.
And that's not to say that he didn't put in great performances, because in my mind, Ryan is the guy whose results really betray his talent, because he's had those moments where he goes down with huge heat totals that would have got him through any other heat, that would have made it through any other round, or just these narrow losses. So, you know, he's definitely that guy that I just want to see him have that breakout season where he really goes all the way. How fun would it be to see him in the top 5? Surfing for the surfing in the WSL Final 5 next year.
That would be so incredible as we watch the Spartan get moving down the line. Gets a little bit caught up on the end of that wave, but it's a wave that's given him so much in his career. Paddling for the next one is Frederico Moraes. Loves a good Haleiwa wall. Jams that first turn right on the money. Floats the next one. Spring loaded off the bottom. There's a huge open face hook for Frederico. What a great start for the man from Portugal. Great timing, good execution. Kind of feels like just how Imai got started in the heat before. Such powerful rail work for Frederico. He hasn't had the best results this season, so he just wants to finish off strong on his feet. As this wave will set up for the back end of Ryan Callanan. Nice lively float deep off the bottom and crushes that section. Probably felt so amazing to come off the lip of that float with so much speed and to go straight up and drill it. As Ryan gets back on his board, we'll hear from Imai with AJ.
Imai, getting a chance to watch this heat like you've had to watch so many today. How do you balance getting to watch the heats ahead of you so you analyze what you want to do but not overanalyze so you question your decisions heading into your heat?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. Like just even yesterday and all day today. Yesterday the waves were pumping, so it was really hard to watch because you just wanted to surf. And then today looked just really tricky all day.
a lot of slow heats, so you have so much anticipation of like, kind of you almost get to overthink some stuff but I mean, yeah, I was just, I watched all day, tried not to think about it too much and just stick to the Haleiwa game plan, which is like, you want to find that second, third wave, usually with the clean face and just turn as hard as you can.
It was a game plan that worked. You started off with a really strong score. What did you see on that wave that you knew it was going to provide what you needed?
Yeah, like I said, you always just want to look for that clean face. And today actually looked really hard. I watched a lot of heats where it was kind of hard to tell which waves would be good. So I was a bit nervous about that actually. And then like, I haven't ridden the shortboard pretty much this week. So just like changing equipment and jumping down to a 511 today, just kind of a lot of last minute adjustments just from watching all day, but it worked out.
It did work out, and you come up onto the beach, your family's there to root you on. Grandma flew in for it. When you come onto the beach and you see their smiles, how proud does that make you of just how you showed off for your family?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so cool to have them all here because my family don't usually make it to many events, actually. This is my first event my dad's at since I was probably 14. So, yeah, it's awesome that they're just here and got to see me get a good heat in. I'm stoked I got some good waves for them.
Did he have any words for you before you got in the water or afterwards?
No, just he kind of let me do my thing, and he knows I've been doing this for a bit, and he hasn't been here in a while, so he probably thinks not to say anything anyways. But yeah, he did mention that he should come more because that was a pretty good heat, so maybe he's a good luck charm.
I think Dad and Grandma is also trying to get on that good luck charm train, but congratulations, you're on to the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, AJ. That's just so cool. Be able to share something so special with your family and turning in a huge result. 15-5 total for Imai. We'll get caught up with a 7-5 for Federico, Rosie.
Yeah, Federico's had a lot of success here at Haleiwa, just tapping into that. Wow, that rail turn was just beautiful, the way that he held that line, even through the choppy face. His surfing, his body frame, everything just suits the way that Haleiwa breaks. I feel like Federico has a special connection out here, and that little extra emphasis at the bottom third of that wave was pretty cool.
Then also Ryan Callan and Makua.
Yeah, timing it up there, beautiful float, coming off of that floater, a lot of speed, and really just nailing that closeout turn. That's what I'm talking about, the finish right there, Joe. He eyed this section right here, got up there, came out of that at a lot of speed, and just right here, pretty much upside down, fins out, free fall. He's got it all. Ryan Callahan is on fire.
Such a classic backside snap. He's got the right amount of Luke Egan in him, right amount of Craig Anderson. What a great representation of Meriwether Beach in Newcastle, which sees a lot of professional surfing for many, many years and features one of the most decorated surfers of all time in Mark Richards, a 4-time world champ. As we have a beautiful view of the Haleiwa Harbor, right over at the waves here. Makua, you've got a boat in there.
I got a few boats in there, and you know what's pretty cool today, sitting here on the screen just watching the boats go by back and forth. I was like, that looks like a good day. But yeah, we have our Haleiwa Shark Tours. We have our boat in the harbor there, and yeah, it's just sitting here not competing in these events anymore. Had to put the money somewhere, and we're doing well, and anybody wants to come down, Haleiwa Shark Tours, check us out.
It's such a cool zone. What a beautiful part of the world, and a part of the North Shore of Oahu. With 18:40 on the clock, a busy heat for Richard Dog Marsh. Strider, did you talk to Dog before this heat?
Definitely did. I mean, it's just so interesting to see, you got a couple of guys in heat. You're wondering, what do they tell? There's two different guys. Obviously, you can't have the same game plan for both of your athletes. But, he basically broke it down pretty simply. He just said, Federico's an animal out here. This is his spot. He's runner up a couple times. Probably should have won it, he said. And he feels like, he knows exactly the game plan out here. He doesn't have to work very hard for him. When it comes to Callahan, it's a whole different ball game because, he has fumbled out here, and this isn't his strong point, and kind of just gave him the idea of sitting wide, coming to the lip, early, and actually completing some turns and getting settled in because he feels like, this is his year coming up. He said that he's in such a great place mentally, and I saw him in the back of the competitors area sitting there meditating as, the Moroccans and everybody are up here excited about the qualification of Ramsey, and then you've got, all this noise, but right in the back, he's sitting there, he's meditating, looked like he was floating off the carpet over here, and it was just insane to see how light and his energy. I said hello, and everything seems so good going into, this heat and next year on tour. So I'm excited for Ryan Callanan, and the dog is really excited. He just had so many great things to say about the evolution of Ryan over the past, 10 years and how much he's had to deal with, and now look at him and where he's at. Is just the best place he's ever been, mentally and physically. So it's going to be exciting, and he thinks that Federico is going to win the event.
Wow, look at that. A lot of great bits that Strider just passed on to us in a nice, calm, quiet voice. You're used to hearing Strider yelling and screaming and frothing in the water, but that's his kind of polite voice when he's around a lot of coaches and people preparing. People are trying to zen out, so he picked up some information from the coach's corner. Dog Marsh was in there just sitting next to Reynos Hayes, and then there's the seriousness of all the athletes that know what's on the line for all of these surfers. I mean, Strider, we still got you there. We know Luca Macinas is out there. He's got a lot on the line to qualify, and I know some of the competitors are keeping pretty quiet, knowing what's at stake for him today.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, the greatest part about our family as surfers is that everybody has each other's back, and everybody is in the same sandbox, and they're all charging for that same goal, and they know how hard it is, and people work like Ramsey, time and energy and everything put into it. It's just, if you don't give up and never give up, and that's the feeling that all these guys have for each other, and they lift each other up. It's pretty amazing to watch and feel that love for the brethren and the sisters and everybody together here on tour. It's so fun to see. And like Ramsey was basically told to by sponsors to hey man, maybe you should think about taking a coach role or something else, and he never gave in. And he never said, you know what, you're right. He stuck to his dreams and his guns, and look, now he's on tour.
Love stories like that, Strider. Believing in yourself and not getting in the way of the world. Just always believing in your path and bringing out the best in yourself. I love it. Thanks, Waz. Enjoy your time there. I'll probably call you in a second. 15:15 on the clock. Ryan Callanan 6.43. Mariah 7.5. Perez 4.0. And Luca Macinas, the surfer that's sitting in 14th. Qualification cut lines at 10. Hasn't had a wave yet. Did move up 5 spots from his performance at Saquarema, so heading the right direction, but his job's not done. Big heat for Peru. World champ Sofia Milanovic was so proud of Luca Macinas and his work ethic representing Peru on tour. We'll see what happens here in just such a heavyweight heat. I mean, it's not every day you get to see the Spartan do laps at Haleiwa, a place that he's won multiple times. It's such a treat. One of the greats that's on the trophy stand a few times, and now he gets to come out here in a different situation later in his career to try to get some big points.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see Michel Aburez back. I know that he had that knee injury that he's been working with in the season, so it's cool to see him healthy and back at an event that he's had so much success at.
Michel in the 3rd spot, won back in 2008. Jihad Coder was in that final. Local boy Keikoa Bacalso was in that final, who's now helping out a lot of competitors these days. Not even just Haleiwa, but all around the world. Michel beat another local hero the second time he won. Freddie P was runner-up in 2013. But that first win was pretty emotional for Michel. He said, I never imagined I could ever win in Hawaii. And then he started doing it more times at Sunset, at Pipeline. He just became really, really comfortable and feeling the Polynesian connection every time he comes here to the North Shore.
Yeah, our Polynesian brothers over there in Tahiti. Michel, I mean, that 2008 year was immaculate. The winds were perfect offshore. It was barreling. It was, 6 foot solid. It was one of the most beautiful, perfect, picture-perfect Haleiwas you could ever surf. And Michel just went to town. And I'll never forget that year, just how perfect the waves were. And the Spartan came through just, what is your profession? He was just, Every heat he was just coming out firing.
So cool remembering back on those big moments in pro surfing. We're down to 12:40 on the clock in the last heat of the day. It's Federico Moraes with a big 7.5 that's keeping him out front. We'll be right back. You're watching the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. 10:20 on the clock in the round of 64, heat number 16. Still a gorgeous afternoon here at Ali'i Beach Park. Beautiful grass behind the scaffolding there. And big thanks to the entire local WSL crew that builds the scaffolding. The first one's out, last one's to leave. Special place to be. One thing I'd like to let you know about is you can participate in the Hawaiian Islands Malama Hawaii program, and you could qualify for a special discount or even a free night from a participating hotel when participating in dedication volunteer activity. Malama or Care for Hawaii with us help preserve this unique destination by participating in ocean conservation and shoreline cleanups and restoring a native Hawaiian fish pond. You can learn more at gohawaii.com/Malama to take care. That's a good thing to remember when you come here. Take care of everything around you, and good to pass on that to everybody we meet from all around the world. 9:25 to go in this heat, and it's crazy to look out and see those four heads sitting there. They're not just cruising by any means. They're keeping their eyes locked on the horizon to know when they can make a move. Luca still scoreless, holding priority as he's running out of time, Rosie.
Yeah, this is interesting as you see him just standing up on his board, looking out the back, waiting for the sets, looking back at the beach, looking at his indicators on the land. Probably one of his coaches, they probably got there just telling him there's nothing on the horizon right now. Something's going to come in these next 9 minutes, and you better make it count. I mean, he's not out of it, because you look at all four surfers. I mean, Lucas, he doesn't have a wave yet, but everyone else, they don't have any backups either. So it's still within his grasp.
Gosh, the nerves sometimes settle when you can just get going. You're just doing your thing, going surfing, getting a bunch of waves, and when you just sit and stare and all you keep hearing is time calls from guys like Rocky Cannon, Bo Hodge, Joe DeMarco upstairs, the beach announcers, it can just add a lot of stress, and you could end up drifting and thinking about your whole year coming down to this. Makua, that's a crazy, crazy feeling these guys might be having. Michelle Perez, though, will break the silence of the lull just with a quick up and down.
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what he was looking for in the beginning of the heat, but it's been a very quiet heat so far from Luca Macinas, and, you know, there you see it, guys just kicking out on those little waves, but he definitely needs to open his account. You know, it's 7 minutes to go. Like Rosie said, nothing, you know, no real nails in the coffin yet, but it would be a good idea right now to start opening your account. And if he wants to look for a set, he has to look no further than Avalanche. I mean, looking out the back on his board is probably going to see the same thing everybody else does, nothing. It's when you see that indicator coming, even if there's a small lump out there, you know something's about to come in the lineup. So, you know, really paying attention to the indicator outside. And there's 7.5 minutes left, Joe. I think, you know, he's going to have an opportunity. Let's see what he does with it.
I also think, you know, looking back at the beach, there are those clear landmarks that you can look at. So making sure that when he does notice that little lump at Avalanches, that he's in that right takeoff spot. Because that little zone is not very big to get on that peak and make sure that he's making the most of the critical sections. Because there's going to be 1 or 2 that come at him, and he's going to have to make them count.
Well, especially right now, positioning in the lineup from the smaller, more northerly direction swell, positioning, taking off in the right spot at the right, you know, on the right wave is definitely crucial, Rosie. And you're right about those landmarks on the beach.
So crucial at so many waves around the world, just having something to line up with to make sure you're not drifting out of position. Happens quite a bit at this venue as well, especially if you've been sitting for a while and you could be off your mark. But a lot of big trophies in this crew. Federico Moraes, he almost won this event. When John won his first world title, he lost in a tie break. So had the same amount of points as John, but John had a high single score to break the tie and get the win. Moraes ended up coming back and winning it later, so it just showed his strength coming here to the North Shore, and it actually always helped out for him. When he first qualified as a rookie, he came in and just loved Sunset. He loved Haleiwa immediately. He didn't have to grow with that love affair for those waves. He had an immediate connection with the power out here, and it actually helped him qualify for the tour.
Well, you know, the Portuguese really have a big cultural significance here in Hawaii, Joe, right? Their cavaquinho turned into our ukulele. And one of our main instruments in our Hawaiian music came from the Portuguese, and they're actually here, they played a big role in Hawaiian culture, bringing that instrument here as well.
It's so cool to see that connection internationally with the waves and the music as well. Love when you play the ook.
You know what? Maybe tomorrow when I come, I'll bring it and we could play it in the break or something.
There we go. There we go. I'm going to hold you to that. As we got 5 minutes to go, here comes Michelle. Oh, just steps off. Chasing just a 2.87. Ryan takes a look, and he'll still wait for a better backup to the 6.43. Just thinking about Luca Messinas. Remember Dylan Moffitt, he got knocked out with his 10th position earlier today, so that was wide open. So that's making things interesting for a guy like Luca, who is so incredibly close. And his whole year is really looking at 425 now. Like just one wave, a 6.86 or better, gets him into the top 2 and keeps the dream alive.
Yeah, these are the moments where you kind of hold your breath. I mean, like you said, your whole season just comes down to these 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's under 5 and you've got priority and you are well within reach. I mean, no one's running away with this heat, so there's a little bit of time. He's got priority. Can he keep his dream alive? That's the question.
It's all up to these waves right now, Rosie, and Haleiwa. Is Haleiwa going to provide? I mean, there's some little movement, but I mean, the ocean is really taking a break, Joe.
It certainly is. Adding some drama to the last heat of the day. Ryan's starting to look interested. He's wearing the red jersey. The Australian goofy foot. Third priority rotation, but he might check out left here. Ryan getting started, wrapping cutback. Remember, already re-qualified for the tour. Big snap there on the forehand, and great decision there. In a sleepy heat, just to back up the 6.43.
Oh yeah, I mean, why not? You know, the ocean the way that it is, you need a backup score more than 0.43. I mean, he ripped that wave as well.
Well, now that might push that requirement out of reach for Lucas. I mean, if he kind of eclipses that 10 points, Lucas is going to be comboed. I don't know if he could get a...
Come some waves out the back.
So priority still with Luca. Ryan will jump to first. 3.77 for that left. So Luca needs a 7.51. And looks like he's gonna lay it all down right here. First turn, snaps, throws some water out in front of the open face. Clean cutback. Driving into the lip, hits it well there. And he'll hop out. So trying to manage the clock. Federico Moraes now backing up the 7.5. Hangs on to that snap. Messy section right next to Luca. He'll wrap the inside corner. And now step out. So the requirement has already increased from the 7.51 since Federico backed up the 7.5. And now Michel, always the powerhouse, lays it out on the open face. And a really speedy hack right on the inside corner. So some serious activity after an extended lull. Luca finally getting to his feet.
Yeah, Luca, I mean, definitely pushing the issue. Federico Moraes, like you said, he was backing up that 7.5, so he's also going to extend that position on the leaderboard. So Luca, he's got to put the motorboat on, and he's got to find another wave to keep himself in contention. Because Federico is improving his situation, Ryan improved his situation, and Michel Barres took off on a wave. But this is Luca's opening wave of this heat. You can tell, I mean, he looks sturdy, he looks ready to fight. He just, man, it's been so tough for him to get his campaign started and find rhythm with the ocean today.
Now another look from the channel here. Makua, this turns into a 5.10.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. I think he could have went a little harder on that first turn. And, you know, nonetheless, he surfed it beautifully, got a 5. Michel Barres up and riding on this replay here. Vertical tap up in the lip there and just really doing what the Spartan does best, laying it down and, you know, improving, gets a 4.60?
That's right. Michel Barres turns in a 4.6 on that last wave. Now down to 30 seconds. Second priority with Luca. Luca got a 5.10, really needs another one. 5.11 to take Ryan's spot in second. Marias jumped to first, backing up the 7.5 with a 3.97. So the only one that could pull some defense on Luca is Ryan Callanan. And Ryan's in the red. Luca's trying to get some space in the blue. And 5 seconds left in Luca's season if he can't come up with another wave. The Peruvian runs out of time. A tough situation as he falls out of the qualification here at the final stop of the Challenger Series. Michel Barres, a multiple-time champ at this venue. Big name going down as well. And two good friends, all coached by Richard Dog Mars, take the top 2 spots. Freddie, then to Ryan. Moving on into the round of 32. Big day of action and history being made today at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Coming up next, it's the 8:05 post show.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the 805 post show here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Aloha, awina la. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a beautiful Hawaiian afternoon here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park. I'm Kaipo. This is the wonderful Rosie Hodge joining me. Thank you for joining me for the post show, Rosie.
I'm stoked to be sandwiched in between you two legends. I mean, some of my favorite surfers right here. Got to watch some good action, so want to spend the 805 post show with you guys.
And of course, Ross Williams. Thanks again for hanging in all day, Ross, and I enjoyed all of your analysis. I'm going to start with you, Ross.
Okay.
What's your take on today? Because there's we started off pretty cool, pretty nice Haleiwa, but then things got challenging.
Yeah, this swell was declining all day, but it was high performance, and that's the give and take we have. Shorter boards, a little more fins out the back, a couple of cool aerials. So it was action-packed, a lot of drama, too. Some people getting kicked out for the rest of the year. You know, there's a little bit of tears. Everything was involved there.
Yeah, Rosie, there was some drama, some dramatic heats in the water today.
Yeah, it was hectic. I mean, just watching this round, we knew this one was going to have implications, and some people came to play, and others didn't get the opportunities that they would have wanted.
Yeah, a lot of times maybe a chess game out there, really using your priority at the right time and having to execute on that. We saw a number of times when that rotation works against people. And, you know, when we talk about qualifications, we're going to get into that, but we have less spots for the men right now. But we have a congratulations later on the 805 post show. And, yeah, I just heard it's time for an interview right now with our last heat winner, Frederico Moraes.
Getting a chance to catch your breath after a challenging heat. What did you do out there that you were able to escape with the win?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. The heat, I knew it was going to be a slow heat because it's a decreasing swell all day. But the last heat, there was some like slow heat, but there was a proper set. And I was kind of waiting for that in our heat, but yeah, just didn't really happen. So I was lucky enough to get that first wave at the start, the 7.5. And then literally didn't catch anything until the end, last 3 minutes. I was like, no, I just need to put a 1 or a 2 and make sure I've got another score. And it was about it. It was really hard because we saw pumping Haleiwa yesterday. So I kind of just wanted to make this round and hopefully we'll get some more swell the next few days.
When the swell decreases like that and you go into it knowing you want to wait for a big set wave, but as the time is winding down, you're wondering, is that wave going to come? How do you switch your mindset? When do you make that decision to just go for a wave that you know you can put something together on?
It's really hard because, like you're saying, like you never know if there's going to be something better behind. When you see a set, you know what is a set, but if it's those in-between waves, you never know when to pull the trigger. So I guess you just got to commit and trust your decision, and it is what it is. Sometimes goes right, sometimes goes wrong, and just got to live with it.
Well, you lived with it to live another day. You're on to the next round. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, I'll say in Portuguese. Muito obrigado a todos. Próxima ronda e vamos com tudo. Obrigado.
Parabéns.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Yeah, Kikas. Frederico Moraes. I mean, Ross. No mystery and not a surprise for Frederico to come out of his heat here. He's like had numerous finals here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, I mean, Brett in those right point breaks, Coxius and Ribeira in Portugal. He's a weapon on his forehand. He's got that smooth carve, and again, that really suits Haleiwa.
Yeah, well, let's take a look, Rosie, at a highlight heat for today. Heat number 2 of the round of 64. We hit it off with some big implications for this guy, Ezekiel Lau and Joao Chianca, number 8 and 9 on the leaderboard, respectively. They needed to come out of this heat, bro.
Yeah, and this heat was had no shortage of drama in it. I mean, Ezekiel Lau really dropped anchor in this heat and didn't catch a wave until, past the halfway mark. So Zeke had to make all of his waves count, and he did so well, just keeping that cool composure and throwing down hammers when the opportunity presented himself. But cool to see both Zhao and Ezekiel Lau escaping through this heat and into the round of 32.
Yeah, Ross, I think you were impressed by the speed of Shombinho Zhao Xianca.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of him. I'm always impressed of just how he chooses aggression every single heat. He suits up. He's really fast, and he's not conservative. Those was a very close heat. John Mel got a couple big set waves too, but just that extra speed and flair got the win for both Zeke and Joao.
Let's take a look at the numbers, 11.73 and 11.53, enough for Lau and Xianca to move on into the round of 32. Maybe tomorrow, let's take a look at that round of 32 heat for Joao Xianca. And I'm going to start with you, Ross. Your take on this heat with a challenge of Lucas Silveira, Justin Beclet, and Leonardo Fioravanti.
Scrappy heat right there. That's going to be a really exciting heat. Leonardo's, you know, I think he's feeling pretty cruisy right now, knowing that he's already qualified. So he's going to be the danger man in that heat. But I'm going to stick with Joao. I think he's just so exciting.
Yeah, and you know, this is the clutch time, Ro, for Shombinho Joao Xianca to really dig deep. He had a chance at qualification back in Brazil. He could have done that at stop number 6. Came up a little bit short, one heat short, but he can seal the deal here in Haleiwa.
Yeah, I mean, I think watching today, Zhao can kind of breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. I mean, we saw a lot of the guys just behind him falling out of contention with Dylan Moffat out, Lucas Messina. So there's been a little bit of action in the leaderboard, and I think Zhao making into that round of 32, that's inching him closer to that requalification.
Yeah, another guy looking for requalification is Michael Rodriguez. Let's take a look here, Ross. Heat number 6, round of 64. Emrod had to do some work.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Joao Xianca. He's got that speed and flair, really quick, throws a lot of spray, loves to chuck his fins around. And we talked about too how he was pretty smart. He went for a couple of big spray turns too and threw buckets everywhere. The judges couldn't help but to throw him nice scores there, Rosie.
Yeah, he throws a lot of spray and does his turns with a lot of speed down the line.
Yeah, so still number 12 on the live ranking. So Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, still has some work to do, but he dodged a bullet today because this was a hotly contested heat, especially with the antics here. This was buzzer beater. Jordy Lawler, Ross, 8.7 for this effort.
Yeah, we were kind of, fixated on the other 3 guys in this heat, and then just lo and behold, Jordan comes in and swings for the fences. Really nice wave there, right at the end of the heat, and it was the best score of the heat too, I believe.
Yep, that 8.7 happened in the last 20 seconds of this heat, and unfortunately bumped out Ian Gentile, who's number 5 on the leaderboard, out of advancement on this. But Ian, he's going to sit on the sideline, see what happens. He's still looking really good for qualification when we do that math. But let's follow the path of Michael Rodriguez to his qualification. He's got to make it through this heat. Round of 32, Rosie, Sam Pupo, Michael Rodriguez, Gatien Delahaye, and Mikey McDonough.
Yeah, that is a solid heat. Sammy Pupo, always super impressive to me. Mikey McDonough put on a great performance today, making it through his heat and relegating some big names. So all 4 of these guys, all of these heats are so stacked. And you look at the implications, every single one has a bit of weight to it.
Yeah, and sometimes it's really tough when you have to surf against your friend, Ross. And that was the case with Liam O'Brien and Morgan Siblick. Both faced up in a 4-man heat, and it was crucial for both of these Aussies to advance out of this heat.
Yeah, and, that's an interesting dynamic, but you can see right there. And, I was really impressed with Sibilic too. He just seemed so calm in an entire heat. He kind of took control, really stayed calm with priority, made the right decisions. Liam was scrapping around. He was always on the hot seat there. He didn't have 2 big scores, and he was vulnerable there with Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman was right within grasp here, but it was solid surfing by Morgan Siblick. I mean, this fundamentals, this has been Morgan's bread and butter, Rosie.
Definitely, and you're thinking about Morgan's mindset coming into that heat, watching Dylan Moffat fall out of contention in one of the heats prior. Morgan's 11th on the ranking. Dylan Moffat in number 10, he fell out, so that must have given him a boost of confidence, knowing that he had that window of opportunity had cracked a little bit wider.
Yeah, Morgan's needs to get through a few more heats. He needs to make the semifinals to better his point total, and let's take a look, Ross. Round of 32, heat number 7. Morgan's got a challenge. He's got Shion Crawford and Baron Mamiya, as well as Ryan Callahan, who's surfing stress-free in this heat.
And that could be a final.
Yeah.
That is a stacked heat there. You know, Morgan's got a pretty calm head on his shoulders, so I don't think he's going to be frazzled, but that is a tough heat.
That is, I'm going to agree with you. That's the heat of the round. I mean, that's one to tune in for, and with a lot at stake for Morgan. But then you got someone like Arkel who's just going to be freed up. He's going to be having a good time out there. Xi'an, he seems like he's got something to prove, Rosie.
He's gnarly. I think Xi'an's like the dark horse in that heat, and honestly, probably my favorite pick in that heat to take the win.
Ross, I'm going to tee you up because you got the local knowledge. What do you see in the surf line forecast?
It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one for tomorrow. We're all super excited about Friday. You know, Friday looks money. It's just a no-brainer. But tomorrow, you guys, we have an incoming swell, and it's all about when is it going to arrive. I know for me, I'm going to call the buoys late at night here and try and, first of all, I'm old school, so I have to call the buoys. You could just look on the website, but I like to call. I like to hear the whole thing, the recording. But, you know, if it arrives in the morning, we're stoked. That means we can finish nice and clean on Friday with finals day. But, you know, Travis Logie's not going to want to throw everyone out if it's really inconsistent and small in the morning.
Yeah, wind could be an issue too. Sideshore, here's the long-range forecast.
I mean, just looking at Friday, that still holds true. That excellent. We're really looking at stellar conditions, good swell side, good direction, good period, and light winds. So that's something to kind of hang your hat on, and I think Travis really earmarked that as like our potential finals day.
Yeah, and Kaipa, one quick note too about Saturday. On the back, Friday is for sure is great. Saturday looks good in the morning, but it does drop off really sharply. So I think even if it looks really small in the morning, they might be keen to wait around and have half of a day.
Yeah, we have that option to put things on hold. Well, it's my favorite time. Top 5 today's action. Let's get into our top 5 and these moments from today. We had some drama, and then we also had a big return by the 2-time world champ, John Florence. Rosie.
Oh, it's such a treat to see John back in a jersey. I mean, it's been since G-Land since we saw this guy competing. So fun to seeing his kind of form. We've seen him free surfing, but it's a whole nother kettle of fish when you throw the competitor's jersey on, Ross.
Yeah, he had the one fall in his first wave, and that really kept him vulnerable. He had to catch that little 2.6 at the end of the heat. We had a little debrief at the end of the heat, and he's like, yeah, I know, I just messed up that one wave. And in his defense, the heat was super slow. It was one of the slowest heats of the day.
Yeah, John Florence had to really play that one smart, but we're going to see him in the round of 32. Number 4, Imai Kalani makes his family proud, Ro.
This was a fun heat to be a part of and call. I mean, Imai just starting out in the excellent range. That is such a feather in your cap when the judges open up that scoring potential and reward you with an excellent ride.
This is my dark horse to qualify this year. I think he's going to pull a Dusty Payne. You know, he needs to get 3rd or better into the finals to get him into that potential number to qualify, but I love the way Imai surfs at Haleiwa. He's got style, he's got flair, he's got power. He's also from Maui, so I don't know, something about those Maui boys in Haleiwa.
The wind.
Could be new haircut doing it well. Number 3, Jordy Lawler with the buzzer beater, Ross.
Yeah, on his backhand. He flies under the radar, but I really do enjoy watching him surf. He's smooth, great style. He's got that 12 o'clock approach, which is just synonymous with goofy footers out here, Ro.
Yeah, I just love that approach. I think for me, my favorite moments so far in this event have come from the goofy footers. I mean, Keuli Vast today and yesterday, Jordy Lawler on that one. I mean, phenomenal backhand surfing.
Number 2, Kanoa Igarashi with a high-scoring wave, and he just went to town, Rosie.
Yeah, fun to see this guy in a jersey, especially when he's feeling confident. He has that kind of swagger about him, and he's bringing it into this event.
Ross, it took a while for him to get started this heat. A little bit drama with the paddling at the beginning of the heat with Jet Schilling, but it almost is like Kanoa wanted to put the Grom in his place.
It may have fired him up, because that turn right there was pretty dirty. You know, he threw the kitchen sink at that move right there. It had to have felt good, but yeah, kind of throwing his flag into the water.
And number 1, congratulations to Ramzi Bukhayam qualifying for the championship tour. First Moroccan surfer on the championship tour. First surfer from North Africa on the championships tour. Setting history today, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, almost had to get the tissues out just listening to Ramzi just chatting with AJ on the glass, talking about, you know, his road to make it to qualification and being the first Moroccan and how much pride he carries and his story of wanting to give hope to everyone in Morocco. So well deserved, well done, Ramzi.
Well done. Congratulations, Ramsey. Hey, thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Cops. Thanks, Ross.
Thank you, Ross. You guys want to do it again
guys.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't think there's. I know why not. Let's get here.
Okay.
6:45. What do you
Check it at worldsurfleague.com to see if we get going tomorrow. Meanwhile, enjoy today's end of the day highlights. Aloha. Aloha kakahiaka kako. Good morning. Welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
We are on some crazy heats today, qualification on the line. It's super fun.
One of my personal favorites, Ethan Ewing, is in the water.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Like oh wah, oh wah, oh wah, oh wah, oh wah, oh wah, oh wah. Like oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Ezekiel Lau in a must-win situation.
Hey, you're just a wave. Hey, and look who's the ocean. Hey, and I'm like iron. The irony is when I picture the slogan.
Just in full rotation. Leonardo loves it.
It's still only breakfast job, but he thought it was lunchtime, 12 o'clock already.
Typical, typical, typical. B is the famous, but not individual. Not even critical. Never pronunciate syllables. Always be difficult, never take the time. Severing the tide, entering the high. Never falling down, only staying up. Lifting off the ground, angel made of dust. Yeah, you know how it is. Let's get it. Yeah.
There's a big hammer there from Florence, setting up a nice frontside arc. What a finish. Welcome back, John.
Like, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Like, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my God.
Holy good-looking wave and a big snap on the backhand.
Oh my God.
Beautiful lines from the French surfer, Maxime Housno-Wanson.
Chris Zaffis zapping it right there.
Next time, roll for Pablo. Next time, lead, don't follow. Take my house, my car, I still won't fold. I'm not no taco.
What a special moment in surfing history. The first Moroccan to qualify.
I'm just super happy.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Here's Sean Crawford. Oh, laying it down.
Here we go, Morgan Siblick, your heat leader, banking it off the top, wrapping it around on the open face.
Barrett, Mumia, throwing that tail.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.